try mandate drugs that kill 2,000. They try mandate drugs that kill 2,000 people. That sounds evil. What's coming through that needle? Leaving the people feeble. Swear this must be illegal. Better go do your research. End up looking like Smeagol. That's the sheeple. But I don't hate them. We are the people we've been lied to. Some are too far gone, can't help if you try to. When will they open their eyes to? Gotta stand and fight like Ryu. Don't let the truth fly by you.
The food is fake, the medicine's fake, the education system is fake. They want you fighting with the thoughts in your head all day long so you never get a break. They don't want you meditating in the sunshine with big fruit sitting by the lake. Pull your thumb down till you listen to Drake. They want the teenagers to all sell flake. They ain't gonna give, they're always gonna take. They want you in as to buying a steak. They ain't gonna share one slice of the cake. They ain't even gonna follow the rules they make. They ain't even gonna follow the rules they bring on the one for you better know that I'm a king. They kill the indigenous and make us all prisoners, and that's the real reason I do my thing. Like beat the matrix, defeat the matrix. Stand up, don't take a seat in the matrix. You gotta watch while you're eating the matrix. Can't touch, process me in the matrix. Life ain't fair in the matrix. Drink booze if you're there in the matrix. You gotta learn self-care in the matrix. Always gonna need Tupperware. Yo, come to your party. Empty headlight, ramming on my heart. I'm pulling that parsley. Rolling with the electric army. Babylon sending the whole world army. Don't want Gucci, don't want Versace. Man, I gotta go deep, get Samadhi. Meditate every day and do Pilates. So don't offer me K on your car keys. I don't need a watch, I'm the watcher. I don't drink coffee in Costa. It's just right here, I never lost her. So you won't see me sipping on a Foster. I don't need a watch when I'm watching. I got powers like Austin. God's right here, I never lost it. Merge with the one, I don't care what it's costing.
I said, yo, this is more than lyrics. Practical magics or quantum physics. Fasting and bargains with evil spirits who acquiesce to appease my critics. Infinite essence can't be diminished when the fear inside your heart is extinguished. Spellcast, Enochian English. ULL, the unlimited linguist. 7 names on Sumerian kings list. Nephilim ethics of area princes.
In the days of parchment, before paper, the beast revealed its hidden nature. In the shadow of the monster, one man cowers, but the march of millions bring down towers. Rules, regulations, improbable laws. Rules, regulations, no just cause. The bust an immovable object become an unstoppable force.
Greasing goods, greasing goods, greasing goods, greasing goods inside the Leviathan. Inside the Leviathan. They make the rules, they make the rules, they make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods, greasing goods. Greasing gods inside the Leviathan. Bear witness to this phenomenon. A clear sickness as it's coming on. That's their business. So I carry on beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious. If you're a vagabond in the British Isles, it ain't Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon. Life is malicious, climbing the echelon. So we gotta break them chains, do personal best and make them gains. It's a hurtful mess. So abstain from eternal threats on a long campaign. Enough stress, but we don't complain, and I'm hopeful. So I won't refrain from a global test. Gotta maintain on a mobile flex with no disdain. Greasing goods, greasing goods. They make the rules, they make the rules, they make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods inside the Leviathan, inside the Leviathan. We're up against an immovable object. Greasing goods, greasing goods. They make the rules, they make the rules, they make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods, greasing goods. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional odds set. Yo, it's cruel from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks. Ill writing, designing formats. This life gotta ride it raw back. The mind's climbing, not wiping the floor mat. Greasing gods inside the Leviathan, keeping watching the eyes conspiring. Catch wind, sound up the siren. Fusing the flames in the furnace is firing, not expiring, expanding. Inquiring to gain understanding. A fall from the top equal to crash landing. Don't get fooled by the devil's rebranding. Greasing gods, greasing goods. They make the rules, they make the rules, they make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods inside the Leviathan. We're up against, they make the rules, they make the rules. Greasing goods, greasing goods. They make the rules, greasing goods. They make the rules, they make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods inside the Leviathan. Greasing goods. They make the rules, they make the rules. Greasing goods. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. You ain't with it, get out the way, man. Short-sighted, take off the Ray-Ban. Sourcing ethical goods, not name brands. No bait plans, we execute. Blueprints get come with a fine tooth. The control system is not absolute. Revealing the truth is the way to recruit the youth. Collating a mansion of proof while they're stacking a mansion of lies. Cracking the code is eternity striving. Like drinking the fountain of life. Like a rhythm that I'm already riding. Aiming to bring down the house in tonight. The mic's hidden with imminent rising. When I draw this run for your life. Greasing goods. Greasing goods. Greasing goods. Greasing goods inside the Leviathan. Greasing goods. Greasing goods. Greasing goods inside the Leviathan. The Leviathan. Greasing goods. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods. Greasing goods inside the Leviathan. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing goods. Greasing goods.
Rules, regulations, improbable laws. Rules, regulations, no just cause. Rules, regulations, improbable laws. Rules, regulations, no just cause. Rules, regulations, improbable laws. Rules, regulations, no just cause. Rules, regulations, improbable laws. Rules, regulations, no just cause.
How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government, controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
One, two, 1, 2. Sentient meat suit operators, refugees of Clown World. This is your Friday night hangout. It is the one and only. Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above. Welcome back. Holy potato, Michael.
Shalom, peasants.
Shalom, peasants.
Shalom.
Big up Andy PG. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. It's good to be back here for 2025.
It is good to be back. And I tell you what, after the break we've had, it must be, 6 or 7 weeks now?
No, it's not 7 weeks. No. It's
6 weeks?
It's got to be 5, 6.
We stopped broadcasting about a week
It's
or
a
two
month.
before I went away.
It's a
It's
month.
at least a month. We're very glad to be back. And I'm just going to say, we can feel the energy that's been building from you guys. We're back with a new earlier start time at 8 p.m, which means we should be able to squeeze in more rabbit. And holy shit, a lot has been happening since we last broadcast. So much. Tonight we have got an absolutely action-packed show. Let me just share the screen so we can see what's happening here. We have got our guest coming along at roughly 9 o'clock, maybe just a little bit after.
We've got so much to get through before.
We have.
So much.
Graham Moore, Daddy Dragon, is going to be joining us just after 9 o'clock. Let me just sort the screen out here.
We're going to grill him.
He's going to get a grill in.
He's going to be a medium rare rabbit on the barbie.
Okay, right. So let's before we get down to business. And by the way, anyone that's tuned in that's new to the show, we're here at Rise Above. Our aim. We have no sacred calf to protect. This is a no-holds-barred discussion about what is
100%.
going on in Clown World. Our aim here is to put everything on the table. We go to the bottom of the rabbit hole. We extract a whole rabbit. We bring it up
clearly
to the surface.
racist.
Yeah, that too. We bring it up to the surface. We get the scalpel out and we dissect it. Skin, bones, teeth, sinews, organs, the lot. That is the only way
to really find out what's going on. So big shout to everybody tuned in. Who have we got in the chat? Let's get a little bit interactive.
122 peasants tuned in, guys. Share the stream. Send it to your nan for the new year. She'd love to see it.
Your nan loves
love
Rise
to see
Above.
it.
Absolutely loves it. And I'll tell you what, considering we're starting an hour earlier than we normally do, our regular 9 o'clock slot, I think that's pretty good going so far. I'll tell you what, I think we need one more screen.
There'll be more peasants coming in. There'll be loads of people who don't know it's 8 o'clock.
We've got the agenda board here, and as you can see, there's a lot to get down to tonight. Before we even speak to Daddy Dragon, we've got to talk about drone sightings, Clown World FogVid 24.
Can I... Actually, I don't know your format.
Pandemic 2.0. We've got to talk about Muslimic ray guns. Enki Musk.
Can I just tick that off my list and press the button? Because we've only talked about this on Patreon, and it's only fair to let the other peasants know.
What is what?
I just want to hit this button here.
Go on.
Yo, it's Mr. Traumatic, and you're locked into the Rise Above podcast. Big up all my multi-dimensional entities. Question everything.
Excellent.
So big shout to Mr. Traumatic. We are in talks about getting him on the show very soon. Right. Okay, so what is going down? What have we been up to this week? Let's just make this one a little bit bigger. I think that will probably go down quite well. Yeah, there we go. So just 2 days ago, which is on Wednesday, we sat down for the inaugural Clown World breakdown with none other than Mr. Mark Devlin, Chris and Dom from Sheep Farm, and also Nathan Lucius, who we had on the show just before Christmas.
Lucifer was present.
Lucifer was present. We do this pretty much every year. It's become a little ritual now. I think it's our 3rd year in a row of having this yearly roundup. So if you please do support Mark Devlin, get on his Odyssey, get on his YouTube.
Motherfucker's been taken down twice on YouTube.
Way more than that, I think.
He had like 64,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
just
we need to support our fellow Ramesh content creators, and obviously, if you want to support them in a big way and come and see them live, I'm very happy to say that our event, although it's sold out 200 tickets in just a couple of weeks of advertising it, the demand has been so high. We have gone back to the venue operator. We have negotiated another 50 tickets to take the capacity to 250, which is the absolute maximum for this venue. Oh, one thing I did forget. Can everyone just let us know that the sound levels are good? We had some issues with sound levels with regards to music last year, and I've actually turned off the auto gain control, which was causing it. So if everything is not exactly the right level, please give us some feedback in the comments. Put a couple of like asterisks or something and say video's too low, guest too low, you're too loud. And Andy PG, can you keep an eye on that audio feedback?
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, sweet. Okay. So the good news is, if you haven't got your ticket to the Rise Above Weekender, which is on March 8th, it's not too far away now. It is in Bournemouth. We're taking over a whole hotel. The hotel is already fully booked. Every room is filled with members of the Ramesh community.
Just full of peasants.
Staying on the Saturday night. We're encouraging people to come on the Friday. We're going to have a meet and greet drinks with myself and Andy PG.
We'll be in the bar. We'll be in the bar.
And obviously, Sheep Farm is there. Mark Devlin is there.
We'll be in the lobby. Imagine
an episode of Rise Above in front of a live studio audience. This is what we're going to recreate. And after you've had the podcast live with the audience, we're then going to have a sick after party. Andy PG, Marky P, Magix,
Mark Devlin
playing a hip hop set. Myself, MC Manic.
No, Mark Devlin, is he doing hip hop?
He's going to play an old school conscious hip hop set.
Nice.
It's going to be absolutely sick. Nice. The link is on the screen. riseabove.tv/shop/events. Can't get my words out there. As you can tell, I'm quite excited, guys. The Raw Weekender is only like 7 weeks away.
What? Wow. I'm going to slide one in quickly here. It was King of Sting's birthday over the
happy birthday
festive period. One of our wonderful sponsors here at Rise Above.
What a fantastic segue.
Wish him a happy birthday.
And as you can see, I am wearing one of the Liberty Silver designs. It is the sort of prancing rabbit, sterling silver. Support Liberty Silver Designs.
Here we go. Boom. The Rise Above sigil.
Yes,
Boom.
we're both decked out in Liberty Silver Designs. Not only is it great jewellery, it's also a great way to invest in silver. As we know, this is a commodity of the future.
That shit's good, guys. You can update your Neuralink with it. You can, do that kind of smelt it down.
Absolutely. Now, we do broadcast live every other week, but I'm going to let you know, because we've been away for so long, there is going to be a show next week. So far, we've got Joe Ward coming on, and we're going to be reviewing Clown World. So there is a live show next week as well, in case any of you guys are wondering.
Lucky people.
Yes, we're spoiling you. Let's just get some other QR codes on the go. That's at Patreon. Right. Oh, no, our other sponsor, Dr. Kimchi. I was out in Thailand and I actually met up with Don from Dr. Kimchi, and I'm really pleased to say they've given away their first amount of funding to doctors that are fighting the big C using alternative methods. They've given away $60,000 US.
Wow.
And we are only we're a very short time away from having some of the first testimonies of the people that have actually been treated with that money that are going into remission with their tumours. So by investing in this Dr. Kimchi meme coin, you are actually directly helping these practitioners that are fighting the big C, the C8 and
Directly
CER.
helping someone who's been poisoned by in the peasant sphere.
Exactly. So, Dr. Kimchi, check out the QR code here for the website, the funding, and the blockchain. It's a very exciting project. Apart from that, it's a great investment because Dr. Kimchi coin is going straight to the moon. Ours started out at $10. What they gave us, and how much is it worth now? Over $100.
No, it's
right?
not. It's gone down.
Has it gone down to like 90?
No,
or
it's
something?
on 80 at the moment.
Has it gone down to 80? It was up to 130 at one point.
No, it was up to 165
Holy
the
shit.
week before, but it fluctuated down a bit when they gave the grant out.
It's not some stupid pump and dump scheme.
No.
The only reason they've started this is purely to fund these doctors that are
I
fighting
don't give
the
a
big
fuck
C.
anyway. One of them's loaded, just cruising around. Just
They're travelling the world, meeting people,
They
doing great
They don't
work.
need to do this to make money, guys.
Big
trust me.
shout, big shout to Sasha and the Don. Okay, last bit of usual business. Oh yeah, PG. I've got to remind you, right? We're both excited about tonight's show.
Yeah, man.
There's a lot.
First one back, lads.
Of course, right? There's a lot on the menu. A real smorgasbord or a schwabbersbord of subjects.
How red man of you. Smorgasbord.
Smorgasbord. But I've got to remind you, PG, this is not Peasantron. This is
Yes,
not Patreon.
yeah,
so we've
yeah,
got to be
yeah,
a bit
yeah.
careful about what we say tonight. No talk about ancient reptilian little hats.
Okay.
We will refer to it as the Black Cube organisation. I don't want to hear the J word, all right? We've got to save that shit for Peasantron. So remember,
Shalom.
we have been putting out content on Peasantron while we weren't broadcasting live. There is so much stuff on there.
It's dope, guys. Seriously, you're fucking missing out if you're not on it. It's
We've got watch
$3.33 a
parties.
month.
We've got midweek Raw, which is basically like old school Rise Above, where we can say whatever we want. We've got proper digs, investigations,
Mate,
documentaries.
we've been saying stuff on there that we've never said.
Yeah.
Little old school Rise Above.
Brand
No.
new things to say. It's only £3 a month. And here's the thing: we're running a competition right now. Let me just get. Can we get rid of that text on the screen because we're getting overloaded here? Go on, PG. Right. Okay. So we've been sent a book. It's very interesting. In fact, we've got 10 of these books by Dr. or D.R. Gora. New Age Blood Libel, The Devil in Houston. This is a very interesting book. It's a personal account. Demonic possession, satanic ritual abuse.
All the juicy stuff, guys. Yeah?
Global elites. We've got 10 copies of this book to give away. And the way that you can enter the competition with a chance to win a copy of one of these books, which we will post to you, is you need to sign up to the Peasantron. If you sign up to Peasantron for only £3 for at least 1 month, in the next week you will enter the competition. Let me get the QR code back on the screen so you've got no
Trust me, if you
excuses.
sign up for a month, you're not going to cancel it.
Yeah,
once you
because
see what's on there.
well, it will take you a month just to get through the backlog of content.
But
on
once
there.
you see what's on there,
once you sign up to Peasantron, there simply is no going back. So once again, if you want to win a copy of this book, which we will be discussing next week with Joe Ward, because I've sent him a copy of it to read. New Age Blood Libel, The Devil in Houston. You need to sign up to our Patreon. You can scan the QR code. The link is in the description. It's Patreon/Rise Above Live. And the rest is history. You won't be sorry you sign up to the Patreon because seriously, it's sick and it is the best way to support us.
I read a report, 33 million people in Britain are mentally ill. No, they're not.
Excellent.
Thank you, Piers
Right,
Morgan.
okay, we're almost through the usual business. Oh yeah, obviously the other way to support us is by buying some of our sick merch. Let me just get the QR code on the screen for that. Anyone that buys merch during the show tonight will get a meme pack with coasters, stickers, Ryan Sanders
CDs.
Ryan Sanders CD. I've got a whole stack of CDs from Ryan Sanders to give away. So here's another way to support us. Right, okay. So that's all the usual business out of the way. Let's just get rid of that QR code. Remember,
I'm going to do one more plug.
Go on.
Right, guys, we are putting together a pay-per-view presentation. It's not even going to be on Peasantron. It's too
even
spicy.
too spicy for Peasantron.
We can't do it on that, and it's going to be pay-per-view for a link, and you might even have to sign something to say you're not going to share the content online. You can show someone it, but you can't share it online. We can't.
Andy PG has done a dig into the forbidden subject, that historical event that is actually illegal to question.
I'm so far down the rabbit hole. Like there's no coming out of it. I don't think really.
Yeah, we're gonna be compiling the
It's
content.
the final psyop.
Yeah, the final.
It's
site.
the unbelievable site. No, everything that's going on right now would not be possible without that one.
We can't even mention what it's about on this platform. But let's say it's that historical event of the 20th century that is unquestionable. We're going to be questioning it. Okay, right. So what's been going on while we're away? I have gone on a trip to Thailand, which was more mind-bending than I really bargained
went
for.
more
To be
further
honest,
than Thailand.
If you want to know about that, you need to go onto Peasantron and check last week's midweek Raw, which was the first chat that we had since I got back.
Yeah.
We as soon as I got back in the country, I was like, PG, get round in now.
Yeah.
We need to have a chat. Let's get it on Peasantron. So I went all around northern
Lance sent
Thailand.
me a message from Thailand. He was quite in distress at one point.
Yes.
And it involves one of our favourite characters, Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah, it was. I took a shake, and it was a bit more than I bargained for. I can't believe they sold it to me for only 500 baht, and I had a very powerful experience that showed me what I need to do. So,
But to get the full toxicology report, you need to sign up to Peasantron.
yes. MC Shopping Centre. It is something to do with doors. Yes, you're right. The forbidden subject, but there's a lot more to it than that. So very sticker friendly in Thailand.
Isn't it? Doors are a very minor.
Yeah, that's just
minor factor of it.
Yeah. All over northern Thailand, representing Rise Above, getting the stickers out there. What else? So it was Christmas while we were away, and I just thought I'd chuck this into the Schwabers board. Average Britain causes 23. Nice 2 3s there, 33.
Are we doing that now? Schwabers board.
Schwabers board is a new
Schwabers,
one.
okay.
23 times more CO2 on Christmas Day, study reveals. Let's ban Christmas. Carbon tax for Christmas Day.
Pay up, peasants.
Right,
You
okay.
pay for those Christmas lights and those trees.
Right, we've got exactly 40 minutes until our first break.
I'm actually surprised that you're still even they're allowing Christmas trees, like real trees.
Far too
Yeah.
racist. Okay, so what we've got on the board here. Actually, look, the first thing we've got up here is Bird's Eye Baby Mums. Now, what's all that about? Inspector Veg's new tune, we've got the video for it, and we're going to be playing that twice tonight in the
Inspector
break.
Carrot's new tune is out.
Inspector Veg is going to be joining us at the end of the month. We've got Magic's booked in for a pirate radio session, so it's going to be a music show. I think Gritty's coming along as well. I'll try and get MC Manic too. And basically, in the interval break, we're going to have Inspector Veg on talking about his new track, and we're going to be playing the music video tonight. It is absolutely
I might
banging.
even be spinning some new tunes for Lance.
Yes,
actually, that
yeah,
he's been asking me to
You
do.
need to come with this new genre. We're going to start smashing, and also
I've got some different flavours.
Magix is working on a special Inspector Veg remix for the show. So yeah, that was the first thing on the list.
Have you been in contact with Magic? You actually get hold of him?
Yeah.
Did you?
He actually messaged me back on the same day that I messaged him. It must be a new Magix for 2025. Wow. Right. Max Con is saying hi there from Pattaya in Thailand. Woody Cap, Max Con.
Wow.
Sabari my cap, Sujord makeup, Elena. What's going on? Big up Max Con. Big up everybody in Thailand. Right, so let's get down to business. I've done Bird's Eye Baby Mums. What's up next? Drone sightings.
It's fucking late in Thailand, man. You should be in bed.
It's like first thing in the morning. No.
7 hours ahead at the moment.
So what's that?
The clock's changed.
So it's like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Fair play. Right, drone sightings. Let's get the screen up here. So, I've put a lot of different events, because many events happen while we're away, guys. And I had to pick and choose to try and squeeze it all in. The first of these events, this actually started happening when I was in Thailand. Some guy at a bar that I was telling about Rise Above, he was like, the first question he asked me, he goes, you're quite knowledgeable. What is going on with these drones? And at that time, I didn't really know anything about this phenomenon that probably happened roughly the second week in December. I said, well, look, I said, what's it all about? He said, these weird drones or UFOs have been seen all over the world, but they're mainly drones. He said, what do you think it is? I said, well, look, I haven't looked into it, but I said, straight off the top of my head, I would be in, probably some military drones pushing forward the UFO agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first thing everyone's screaming Project Bluebeam, aren't they?
Yeah.
All the
So
truth
what have we got here? Mapped all the locations of mass drone sightings in the last week. Officials have no explanation for where the drones are coming from or what their purpose is. So how widespread was this phenomenon? Let's have a little look here. Drone crash in NJ. I guess that's New Jersey. Oh, hope that wasn't too loud. Over 50 drones spotted over New Jersey spying military drills, or is it the beginning of Project Bluebeam? This is coming from the Economic Times. They're talking about Project Bluebeam now in the mainstream media.
Of course, Michael. It's the unveiling.
FBI and Danish police, so in Denmark as well, investigate mysterious UFO incidents amid Baltic tensions. Is there a link? This is this is actually from January the 6th. Danish police and the FBI investigate mysterious UFOs and Baltic tensions. Danish police and the FBI seems like separate incidents of fleets of unidentified flying objects swarming the skies. They were thought to be an unknown type of drone, but no official, I guess it says, story has been released. Mysterious drone sightings shut down one of the largest US Air Force bases in the world. Meanwhile, police in Boston arrest 2 men accused of flying drones dangerously close to the city's Logan Airport on Saturday night. This is from the 16th of December. CNN, mysterious flying objects overhead, concern and confusion and calls for military intervention. This isn't the plot of War of the Worlds, but rather the result of numerous possible drone sightings in recent weeks. So, guys, let's have some feedback in the comments. I was out of the country. I was, tripping in northern Thailand. What did you guys notice this as a phenomenon? Was it a huge thing blowing up in Clan World media?
Yes, mate.
It was massive. I'm not making a big deal out of this.
Loads of shit going on. No.
So this was a big thing, and everyone's like, well, what does this mean? What's going to come of it?
Becky's Twitter feed was going fucking mental with stuff.
Okay.
Have you got the slide of the downed one? There's the alleged one that was downed, right? And it looked. I'll see if I can find it.
So drone sightings, huge worldwide phenomena of unexplained drone sightings. Is it Project Bluebeam? Is it UFOs? Are they military drones? Are they Chinese spy drones? Nobody really knew, but lots of speculation, and obviously normies and peasants all over the world are talking about it. Very, very shortly after this phenomenon had sort of just started to die down, let's not lie, it hadn't died down, people were still talking about it. The next weird global phenomenon happened. Can you guess what it is?
Go on, Michael.
Can you guess what it is yet, mate?
Can you guess what it is yet?
People were calling it fogvid.
Fogvid?
Fogvid.
Nice.
24.
I like it.
Now,
you get vaccinated for that.
What? That's okay. You can say the V word as long as we tell people to go to the World Health Organization.
Absolutely.
To get all of the. We are on a warning at the moment, by the way.
Are we?
Yeah, because I played some sheep farm thing in one of the non-live shows before Christmas, and I forgot that it was not fit for YouTube.
What were we saying?
Well, Chris and Dom were talking about JABs and mortality rates.
Right, okay.
And I forgot to tell everyone to go to the World Health Organization to get the right information because it wasn't our show. It was recorded by Sheep Farm.
Yeah, for sure.
So we got a warning for that. So
not a strike.
No, not a strike.
Okay,
you get a warning before a strike, and I had to go through my retraining again.
Oh, how many times is that?
About 6 times.
Oh my God.
And even after I went through the
This
YouTube...
is a sacrifice Lance takes, guys.
The amount of time,
I don't even have to do that shit here.
The amount of time I have to spend in the YouTube re-education camp is actually getting beyond the
How long is it per each time?
It takes about half an hour.
Oh, so I've actually had to cut a few hours off you here.
But you can see the rules getting tweaked and changing all the time.
Of course, Michael, of course.
Right, so what's going on? With this fog vid. While this was happening, I was in northern Thailand driving along the Thai and Burmese border, which is a very high up mountainous region, and there was shitloads of fog. But it can be very cloudy and foggy at the top of a mountain, right?
Yes, Michael, of course.
So I'm driving along this border, and I've got all these spots marked out on my itinerary to look over the border right into Myanmar, into Burma, with these sick views, military outposts, viewpoints, very high up villages. Get there and it's literally completely whited out. You can't see anything. It was quite eerie, actually. For anyone that was watching my little videos, you'll have seen what I'm talking about. So I didn't really know that this was happening all around the world. Mysterious fog covers USA and the UK. Fogvid 24, making residents sick. This is on the 1st of January. Imagine waking up to a thick, strange fog that blankets and disrupts travel, makes the air feel heavy and leaves many people with flu-like symptoms. Let me get some comments. Who got sick during this?
I'll tell you something, right? So Archaix has mentioned this before. There's numerous times in history where this has been reported, like over a century ago.
The fog comes down.
The fog comes down, then loads of people get sick. Yeah. No, people don't disappear, but people getting fucking sick from fog.
Right. Okay. So it's happened. It's not a new thing that you have fog that doesn't seem to be
Shout out to Jason Brashears at parkx.com.
linked to sort of like localized weather events.
No, I'm just going to go in here and get one of my joints.
So mysterious chemical-like fog blankets U.S. states,
Fogvid.
sparking health concerns and bioweapon fears. Do you notice how these previously considered conspiracy hot words are now seeping into the mainstream media headlines? Project Bluebeam.
This is exactly what we've been talking about.
Bioweapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see this pattern that's emerging?
Directed energy weapons.
Let's have a look at some of the comments. Let's get them up on the screen. Cornish Nasty, I've been sick. So Pamela Swan, so many freaking Fogheimers, fog days, so little time, yo. Anthony had dodgy sinuses. Ian Collins said he got sick. Dirt Road Farm says, nah, my immune system is fully intact. Fogvid24 didn't get me. Right, so yeah, cold straight after Christmas. So it seems like, this isn't some bullshit in the parasite media. This was really a phenomenon that many people were getting sick in line with this really thick, particular, heavy fog coming down. So let's look at some more of these headlines. Mysterious dense fog engulfs communities in the US, the Canada and the UK, raises health concerns. Isn't it funny how countries that are thousands of miles apart, but still under the same sector of clown world that get targeted with things like Soviet Union and rainbow
Michael,
programming?
I would argue that if we don't know who's doing what and where what's coming from, if the fog has been documented back in history when we weren't at a current technological place where we are today, maybe that's from the construct. Maybe that's not a man-made thing. Maybe that's literally...
No, it could be.
Maybe from the construct.
But what I'm saying is, this fog seems to be hitting Commonwealth countries. Like there wasn't a lot of reports of this fog in any in other areas.
If the construct had to keep in check the parasitical nature of the construct, the peasants in the construct.
Right. So maybe it's controlling the parasite.
Where's the parasite?
Where is the Black
fucking-
Cube organisation most concentrated?
The West.
Oh yeah, the UK, Canada, and the US. That makes perfect sense, PG.
Well, anywhere Commonwealth.
It makes perfect sense. Residents across the US, Canada, and UK are experiencing a mysterious dense fog with a chemical-like odour causing health issues. The phenomenon has led to speculation, including theories of chemical weapons and drone links. Ooh. So you can see the progression here. You can see why I'm
Nice
doing this.
33 there as well.
There is certainly a 33 there. You can see why I've put the Schwaber's board. That's what we're going to call this. This is the Schwaber's board.
Okay,
That's
Schwaber's
the name
board,
for it.
yeah.
We've got the Queef Master, the Schwaber's board. You can see why I've got the order of events here. I don't know, but I'm trying to build a potential narrative that these things are actually linked and actually part of the same happening. So a burning chemical-like smell was reported. Impacted several US states: Texas, Wisconsin, Iowa, Florida, Minnesota, Virginia, Maryland, West Virginia, Nebraska, Kansas, North Dakota, Oklahoma. That's quite a lot of states.
Well, with all the fucking chemicals being sprayed in the air, that's not surprising.
I wonder what those drones were doing.
Yeah.
Is anyone else feeling this
Are you
narrative?
drinking cider, Lance?
I am.
You are?
I'm having.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Cheers to 2025, the accelerated clown world.
Fake New Year.
Yeah, happy fake New Year. So, mystery as the thick fog sweeps the US with reports of burning chemicals. Pretty much the same on this report here. This is from the 2nd of January. So, literally, as we start 2025, we're carpeted with this thick, dense Schwab fog.
Mate, it was really bad. It was really bad. I saw some of it up north.
Which directly followed huge amounts of drones in the sky. Slightly strange, okay?
Mary Jane keeps my lungs safe from such chemical attacks.
This is from December 31st, so it actually started in the back end of 2024. Mysterious global fog. Is Fogvid24 making US and UK residents sick? Well, according to our comment section, people did get sick when the fog came down. A thick fog, referred to as Fogvid24, has affected travel throughout the US and UK, resulting in flight delays, rail difficulties, dangers on highways, while fueling conspiracy theories regarding health impact, such as cold and flu signs.
Bearing in mind that when I say this has been documented in the past about people coming down and getting sick and dying from the fog, right, that's not like conspiracy theorists. That's like scientists and scholars and university professors,
Historians.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like scholars of that time, like not peasants.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have conspiracy theorists back then, did you? Was that?
Well, I'm sure you did. Yeah. I mean, look at Guy Fawkes.
He was working for the Vatican, wasn't he? He was a Jesuit.
He was actually a Jesuit. Yeah.
So
He could be a warring cuboid.
yeah, he's definitely a member of the Cuboid organisation, I think.
He wears a little hat.
Breaking man. Oh, okay, right. So we're actually blazing through this at the moment.
You're not ticking anything. Oh, yeah, you are.
Oh yeah, I need to go back to the Schwabers board.
Clown World Fog, Michael.
Clown World
Just
Fog.
tick that off. There we go.
Okay, so we've hit with global drones. Then we have global, or at least Commonwealth FogVid 24. What's next? What was it?
Pandemic 2.0, Michael.
Pandemic 2.0. So, the Pandemic 2.0 seems to be multifaceted. And obviously, what I'm going to show you next is a collection of infographics, or I call them government memes.
Yeah.
Because they basically are government memes, these kind of images we're about to show. The reason, I know my critics would say, oh, Lance, you just fucking copy and paste a load of stuff from social media and the mainstream media, and then you put it into a Schwab show.
Well, what the fuck else do you want us to do?
That's exactly what I do. Yeah, because,
What the fuck else do you want us to do?
This is what
Just
we've
go and buy a copy of the Daily Telegraph and put it up on screen.
This is what we've always done. Back in 2020, I was very clear with people. Like when I saw on January 20th or 21st, when I came back into the UK in 2020, I was seeing all of these infographics, micro videos, graphs, very high production, all on the mainstream media screens, all showing, the viral models and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because of that, that's what sort of sparked my interest and got me into the realm of investigating COVID 1984. Because what I saw was not just a normal news stream, basically. It was something much more calculated. Much
Hardcore propaganda, streamed, laser beamed.
Yeah, laser beamed on every screen, on every page, on every billboard. So, and I think that
It's more overt propaganda than covert. I would say everything was so in your face.
Yeah, and we know how important memes are on the show, right? So
they're magical, Michael.
Magical memes. Memeticians are literally magicians.
There's nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
Excellent. So when we're looking at these images, whether this is actually happening or not, we have to remember that this is what is being pumped out into the collective consciousness. This is what is going to be
the narrative.
This is what's going to be in the normies' head
for the majority. The majority.
So the peasants and the normies will be inhaling this stuff.
Remember, guys, it's only got to be the magic number. 51% of peasants have to believe it.
Now, let's have a look. What are they saying? Mirror breaking. Man 66 dies from bird flu, marking the first fatal case, health officials claim. So we've got bird flu, or what did we used to call it? Turd glue, to avoid the alcohol, something like
totally.
that. Now, obviously, if you want to know the truth about bird flu, we recommend that you go to the World Health Organization. That's what my YouTube training has taught me to say, so I've got to say that, and that's obviously the best course of action.
I hope they get a vaccine soon, Lance.
It's me too. Mask mandates return after doctors warn of dangerous quad-demic.
Wow, not a quad-demic.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Not a pandemic, a quad-demic. We've got 230 people tuned in now.
Nice. Can we get another 3?
Yeah, let's get up to 300 pretty quick.
Michael, have we got another slide involving the man who died, the initial man?
Don't worry, of course.
Okay. I was just checking. Just checking, Michael.
Andy PG, are you doubting my Schwab?
No, I know you've been busy.
Mate,
I know you've been very busy.
It's been an absolute labour of love to get everything ready for this show tonight because everything's been happening so quickly and there are so many different subjects.
As soon as I got round to the studio tonight, literally Lance's phone has been dinging every 33 seconds with something else coming
I had
in.
Russ Kieran on the phone to me. I've had people in my inbox sending me videos.
Russ Kieran's been holding down the fort actually on
big
social
shout to
media
Russ Kieran. I hope he calls in the show next week. And we
Becky
can have
says
a chat with him.
Becky S, my wonderful Ramish wife, she says his X feed's fucking
Yeah,
off the
if
chain.
you're on X or Twitter, you need to follow Russ Kieran.
It's off the chain.
If you're
She showed
watching,
me
if
some
you're
shit.
watching Russ, put the link in the comments. So let's get you some more followers because he's doing really good work, and I don't think he's getting enough recognition, to be honest. So yeah, don't doubt my Schwaber's board. I've got that in there. We'll get to that in good time.
I just didn't want to ruin it, Michael. Didn't want to ruin
Okay.
it.
So what else have they been pumping into the normie's face straight after the drones and straight after the fog?
Quademic straight in there.
Turd glue.
Turd glue.
Quademic. Masks. Masks are back. Face masks are back for patients, visitors, and staff at hospitals hit by wave of viruses.
Remember, guys, it is the season of death now that we're in, the winter. Yeah, the season of death.
So this is only on like January the 16th. Only a few days into the brand new clown year. And we've had so much. Drones, fog, quademic. It comes as the whole country faces a tidal wave of COVID 1984, glue, and RSV, and the norovirus. Now, the Empress was hit with what they would say norovirus when we came back, the sickness and diarrhea. She was absolutely wiped out. A lot of people were literally couldn't leave their house because
The show was cancelled. We had a peasantron.
Yeah, we had to cancel
We had
the
to push a peasantron show back.
So they're really, it's not a total, people that say it's all a hoax, people really were getting sick. But the question is it any more extreme or any worse than what normally happens at this time of the year? And then we've got what we got.
I'd argue no.
I'd argue probably no as well. But
I'd
obviously,
argue no.
maybe the
The
contents
only-
of that fog didn't help.
However, the only way I would argue it is actually worse is since the Britney Spears concert has been into play. Because if everyone's immune system's already fucked, and then they're getting some just regular peasant flu, which they normally fight off, of course shit's going to get worse. Numbers are going to go up.
Sure.
Maybe it is actually going up with numbers this time.
Sure, on the whole, but obviously not everyone that went. Let me put it the another way. Not everyone that got sick went to the Britney Spears concert.
No,
did
they didn't. No.
There are plenty of people that didn't go to the Britney Spears concert that did get sick.
Yes.
The week after this fog happened and after the drones were in the
Could
sky.
be the shedding, though, Michael. They could have
be.
inadvertently gone to the Britney Spears concert unwillingly.
So another multi-million pound infographic here from the mainstream clown media. A simple blood test could tell us when to get our boosters. So they're throwing that out. They're still pushing the booster narrative while we've got the quademic happening.
All interface through your Neuralink.
And then I'm starting to see things like this. Lists of instructions of what to do and how to essentially to survive the quademic. Oh, good. I'm just seeing that Graham Moore has seen the Restream link. So hopefully I know he's going live on his channel at the moment. So he'll be joining us in about 25, 30 minutes. Influenza A, have a healthy diet, wear your mask, go to the Britney Spears concert, avoid smoking. Wow, look at this. They're actually telling people to have a healthy diet.
Shit.
That's new.
Wow.
That didn't happen in COVID at 1994.
No, it did not. No.
So
It doesn't say take regular exercise on there, though, does it?
And then we've got this other thing which is thrown into the mix, HMPV. Basically coming out of China.
HM33.
Human metapneumovirus. That's what it stands for.
Sounds delightful.
Metapneumovirus. So we've got the metaverse in there.
Yeah.
Maybe-
Very close to neuro.
Maybe if you're fully Britney'd, you've inhaled enough FogVid 24, and this virus is going to be your final
It
kick
could be
up
the
arse.
activator.
Yeah, to get you straight
Yeah.
head first into the metaverse.
This might update the nanotech or something like that.
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. China is experiencing a rise in respiratory illness, including influenza A, human metapneumovirus, mycoplasma pneumonia.
Mycoplasma.
Press a button.
This is a holographic construct.
Thank you, Jason.
Michael virus and mycoplasma.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
China's disease authority announced a pilot monitoring system for pneumonia of unknown origin. Why does pneumonia have to have an origin? Isn't pneumonia just the symptoms of like... That's just what happens to your lungs.
I'd say if you're arguing about influenza's origin, that would be racist, Michael.
It would be.
It would be racist.
Right. So China is in the mix. When I'm talking about these infographics, I'm seeing a huge commonality.
Becky has showed me a video on X the other day of a Western family in China, a woman with her kids, right? And we're getting blasted with Chinese propaganda. With Western propaganda about China being fucked and like this deadly virus going on. This woman's just walking through a park like with her kid, and like everyone's just acting completely normal. Like there's no, it was.
When I see this stuff posted up, the first place I often go is the comments, as most people do. And on a number of occasions, I've seen people saying, "Look, I'm in China right now. This is not in the media in China." Someone said, "Yeah, I've got friends in China. I've just spit off the phone to them." This is not happening. They're saying that, you know, there is none of this scare about human Michael virus in China going on. So all you need to know about HMPV and other viruses, overwhelming hospitals and crematoriums. See how they got it in there? Overwhelming crematoriums. Like so many people are keeling over from the Michael virus.
Where have we heard overloading crematoriums propaganda before, Michael?
It's almost like they're just wheeling out the COVID 1984 talking points all over again. They've got a few more acronyms for some new Michael virus. I thought this one was really interesting. This is from the 6th of January. Public warned not to fight the HMPV virus on your own, as there is still no Britney Spears. Patients fighting the HMPV virus in a recent outbreak across China have been warned not to fight the virus alone. They have been reminded that no Britney Spears for the virus exists.
So they're pushing the propaganda again that there's literally is the only answer is Big Pharma's Britney Spears to anything, quite literally anything that comes up now in the future.
100%. But look at the language. Look a little bit closer.
To fight.
Do not fight this virus on your own.
Yeah.
What does fighting a virus look like? That what they're saying? Don't be healthy.
Don't stay home. Have some.
Don't wash your hands. Don't wear a mask.
Have some lemon and honey and fucking.
Well, I don't know, because apart from Britney Spears, what are the official other ways that you fight a virus, according to Clown World scientists? You know, if we go back to this little infographic here, they've given you a whole list of things to do. And
Michael, it says on there, stop smoking. Would I be correct in saying that there's studies came out after COVID 1984 that nicotine actually fucking stopped the...
Yeah, but we need to point out that
stop the nanotech.
We need to point out that was an officially conspiracy
theory.
Was that? And you do need to go to the World Health Organization.
Absolutely.
If you want to get the right information.
Absolutely. I beg your pardon.
Obviously, we would never, here at Rise Above, we would never give medical advice on how to treat or fight infections.
No.
We are simply commenting on what is happening in the Black Cube Organisation media.
That's awesome.
We need to point that out straight away. So, so the Daily Star is actually saying don't do any of the things on this list to fight the virus, because Britney Spears hasn't been given the the
so once you visited the Britney Spears concert, then you can do all that.
You go to the Britney Spears concert first before you do all of the other things on the list.
And don't forget, guys, consult the World Health Organization website for any medical information you require.
See, we're only on the 6th of January here. This is like almost a whole year's worth of news stuff.
We said at the end of last year the content's just going to write itself. It's going to be very easy now to put the show together. It's just going to be the time to actually. I mean, look at the fucking videos we've got lined up.
I know, we've got like 20 videos. What was it Becky S said earlier on? She said, "Oh, this has been the longest year."
Oh yeah, this has been the best year this week.
Yeah. This week has been like the best year ever. Something like that. Yeah, and it does seem like a year's worth of stuff has been crammed into a couple of weeks. Right, so more of these infographics scaring people. First severe human infection of turd glue virus is found in the US, and it shows signs of mutation. It's like a teenage mutant ninja turtle, Michael. The quintupledemic. The queeftupledemic, made up of flu, RSV, COVID, norovirus, and monkeypox, coming to the UK and Ireland. Who is this meme by? That's quite a good meme. So
shout out to Beth. She's bought some merch. First one of the year, actually.
Oh, nice one, Beth. So
shout out to Beth. She's got herself a hoodie here.
So Beth, you've bought some merch. You will be
a Zudi actually.
Oh, she's bought one of the hoodie dresses. Brilliant.
Yeah.
You will be getting your pack with coasters. Let me just show you what they look like. official Rise Above Live coasters with Peasant Juice, which was a beer label designed by Becky S on the back. We've got hundreds of these. You get a pack of those. You get stickers. You get Dr. Kimchi merchandise.
You get Ryan Saunders CD.
Ryan Saunders CD.
Christian Reich singer. Rapper, sorry.
Big up Ryan Sanders, top artist. Right, so yeah, remember, anyone that buys merch, you get one of those packs. We'll send that out to you. What else? I mean, these infographics keep getting better and better.
Oh, I like the chicken, Lance.
I like the chicken too. A worrisome mutation of turd glue found in a teen patient.
A teen patient, guys. It's attacking the children.
Turd glue is attacking the children.
It's attacking. Won't somebody please think of the children?
So more from China here. Mysterious disease outbreak in China overwhelms hospitals in a chilling echo.
Chilling, Michael, eh?
Chilling echo of the Soviet dark days.
Cold.
Wasn't it like pretty much shown that all of that stuff that we got shown from China in 2020 was
complete horse shit.
Just bogus.
It was
wasn't
horse shit at best.
People like keeling over in the street.
That was right at the start, and you seen the vans
but
pulling up.
They were falling over with their hands out like this.
Whilst they're queuing up at an ATM, and they're just literally falling down on the street. Then vans would come. Peasants from the Soviet Union would step out in all their full hazmat gear and then pick up a alleged cadaver who's just spazzed out from COVID-19.
Lying, like piles of dead bodies in the street.
I think,
Let me have a take of it.
I think
need
at
to
that
slow
point
down.
they realised that they went a little bit too far and reined it in a bit for the West. Because we didn't see any more of that. That was only right at the start. But I reckon fair play to them for trying that shit. It was fully retarded. They were never gonna. That was never gonna work.
Do you think we're gonna see that in the coming weeks, though?
No, mate. No, they don't need to do that. I don't think it's a bit excessive now for the Soviet Union. Because they've got the most peasants where they want them.
Because I think we were asked this question at Liber Polko.
Mate, I've got family members who'll queue up for a bird flu concert.
Turd glue in
yeah.
bird flu concert. Oh dear. Right, we were asked this question in an open Q&A at what's it called, at Liber Polko. What do you think is going to happen? Are they going to try another pandemic? And I said, well, look, it seems to be like this.
Oh shit!
What?
Ryan Sanders, I'm very sorry, mate. I didn't mean to offend you, calling you a Christian Reich rapper. He says it's Christian trap metal, actually, Andy.
Christian trap metal.
I beg your pardon.
Do you know what is great
beg
about
your
Ryan Sanders is he actually has his own sound. He produces.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
He produces the music himself. He obviously writes his own bars. It is his product through and through. There's not many artists out there like Ryan Sanders, but the official term is Christian trap metal.
I've seen you on social media, Ryan, smashing it in the gym recently, mate. You looking good?
Yeah, massive shout out to Ryan. He's been on a fitness journey. I think he's lost about 4.5 stone.
He's been doing some boxing, I think, a bit of MMA.
All types of combat sports. He's been upsetting a few people as well, which has been quite funny.
He's going to be sparring with Zuckerberg soon.
Right, so
and his floppy hair.
Is this gonna take hold? Are these hooks and these lines that the media are putting out with all these infographics? Is it going to take hold? Because whether it was Mpox,
I don't think it's for the peasantry to get a queue up and get themselves an arms bill. I don't think it's for that. I think this is to get rid of the possession of a food source.
Right.
That's what I think it's more. That would be my. I don't think it's going to work for the peasants. They're not going to do lockdowns. They're not going to do jabby jabs, any of that shit. I think you're not going to be able to own your own birds. Maybe of any kind. You might be able to have a sparrow or something, or a budgie in a cage.
Because we covered this in the UK.
No chickens, no geese, no ducks. Anything that lays a fucking egg that you can eat, or you can physically eat the bird of any and give it any sustenance to you. Like in large quantity, like a budgie ain't going to do much for you.
They've all got to go. How long ago was that thing that happened in the UK that we covered, where you had to register your fowl?
That wasn't long ago. Less than 6 months.
Yeah, I think that was about 3 months ago. And when that happened, I said, "This has got like a turd glue pandemic written all over."
Yeah,
it.
but we've heard about turd glue like right from 2020, mate, haven't we? Like 2021.
No, that's the thing. It's never actually stopped.
Yeah,
they've been going on about it constantly.
They've just laying the and then we've had swine flu. Do you remember there was swine flu?
Yeah.
And we've already had mad cow disease. That covers your beef as well. So all they've got, maybe they're just going for the
so we've
going
had
for the chickens
swine,
first.
Bird flu. Yeah,
maybe they'll do it in that order: bird, turd glue, swine flu, and then
they'll have some sort of
mad
like
cow disease.
Some sort of like fish Michael virus, so they can go to
fish
all
Michael.
the salmon farms and like terminate all the
Mate,
salmon.
you won't even be allowed to swim in the water, Michael, where there's fish. They won't even allow it.
Everything is
It'll
off
be
balance.
too dangerous.
Right, let's get rid of some of these infographics. China overwhelmed by mysterious new virus. Outbreak 5 years on from the Soviet Union. Parents holding sick children among long queues in pediatric hospital units. Okay.
Mate, did you make that graphic?
No, it's good though, isn't it?
That's good. I like the train.
It was made by Jeremy Sartor, according to the
Jeremy Satire.
Jeremy Satire here on the little what's it called, watermark on the edge there. So we've got the medical industrial complex with all of the letters down the side of the parasite media with a train and Dr. Fauci in the background. Submit or resist. Who's ready to take a ride on the bird flu choo-choo? Again, we're just looking at memes here and we're looking at infographics to get a flavour for what is being pumped out all over the internet.
I think as well, they would actually be able to get away with this, because if they did actually outlaw it fully, that you're not allowed to have chickens or geese or ducks, I think the peasants would police themselves. If someone had them illegally, the neighbour would call you up.
Grassing people up because they've got chickens.
It wouldn't take the authorities to find out you've got them. They would just get a phone call from the next door neighbour or someone up the road saying they can hear a fucking chicken.
You forget the compliant peasants would have filled in that thing with DEFRA 3 months ago.
100%, Michael.
Mate, I told you I registered 33 pheasants. But I wrote it all in capital letters, P, and then I put a tiny little H, E, so it looked like peasants. I registered like 33 peasants, but it actually said pheasants. So yeah, they'll be coming to knock my door if this happens, looking for those pheasants. They will never.
Politics.
They will never find my 33 pheasants. Okay, more ridiculous infographics here. Daily Star breaking: China's mystery illness worse than the Soviet Union has already hit the UK in a grim spike.
A grim spike, Michael.
But the funny thing is, no UK media is talking about the Meta-Michael virus. They're just talking about turd glue. So everything in China is going on about Meta-Michael virus. And everything in the UK is going on about turd glue. But they're also saying that the China Michael
Maybe
virus...
they're fishing to see which one takes the hook.
They're using two rods instead of one.
Yeah. Makes sense, Michael.
In 2021, they just had one Soviet Union
just
rod.
Throw out a few.
Getting the hooks out into all the peasants' minds.
And don't forget, we've got a struggle overrun hospitals with just regular flu, seasonal influenza, Michael, at the moment.
A hungry fisherman casts many lines.
That's it. Yes.
Very
good. Very good.
Right. Just more of the same here, really. More of the same. Season 2 of the dance routine, the pandemic dance routine, is it coming back? Only time will tell.
Yeah, I tell you, if they started doing this, there'd be fucking people rioting outside hospitals, wanting their fucking money back for they paid into the NHS.
Big shout out to Inspector Veg in the chat. We will be dropping Inspector Veg's new video, Bird's Eye Baby Mums, very shortly. We are a little bit behind schedule, though.
Are we?
Yeah, let's get back to the Schwaber's board. Shit, we're still on Pandemic 2.0. We haven't even got to Muslimic ray guns.
That's all right. We'll just go to 1 a.m.
No, yeah, we'll be fine. We haven't heard from Graham yet either. He might be running over a little bit. Right, APB Live, amid rising fears over the human Meta-Michael virus. India's in the mix as well. Remember last time, it was, China. And after everyone had realised that was bogus, then they were saying...
Yeah, he moved to India. And then, luckily for us, we had First Mate Pete.
Yeah,
boots on the ground.
Go back and watch episode 33. We had First Mate Pete, one of our correspondents in India. He actually even broke his leg just to get into a hospital.
He was also then imprisoned on return to the UK. Lance actually went up to London to, was it London? He was being held captive by the Soviet Union. Outside of Heathrow. He was being held captive directly by the Soviet Union by threat of imprisonment if he didn't comply with our strict orders. Lance actually went and gave him a care package. I think it was a weed, some real food.
It was Rise Above t-shirts, weed, food, a toaster, and also... a large amount of Rise Above propaganda from anti-COVID propaganda. He gave it out inside the COVID concentration camp.
What a fucking legend. Shout out to First Mate Pete.
A major security breach. Okay, we've got Graham Moore in the background. We're going to be chatting to him in about 5 minutes' time. So hold tight, Graham. If you need to get yourself a drink, don't sweat. We got to just finish this.
If you're ready to go, Graham, just lap up some Clown World here, mate.
Yeah. We're just breaking down what's going on in the mainstream media right now. So,
Lance, whiz through it. I'm just going to be right back.
Yeah. So, hospital staff preparing for the turd glue pandemic. They've got on their sort of Daffy Duck costumes here, practicing their dance routines. The choreographing is happening right now, and I thought this one was actually quite hilarious. Polar bear. Now, notice here, we've got a polar bear on a rocky outcrop with no snow in the background. So you've also got your climate boiling change narrative bullshit pasted into this image as well, subliminally. This polar bear has died from a turd glue infection. H5N1 spreads across the globe. This is from, I think, this is The Guardian by the looks of it. So it says here 2 possible Britney Spears concerts could be available within weeks if needed. This virus has infected at least 36 herds, 3 sixes, nice little bit of numerology there, across 9 states, risking the potential human spread, federal health officials. And Japan has culled 50,000 chickens. So, like we were saying a minute ago, maybe this isn't for the peasantry, maybe this isn't for lockdowns and stuff like that. It could all be just to get to the livestock. We've seen about the attacks on the meat industry, on pork, on beef farms, loads of cattle and swine basically slaughtered. The explosions on those meat processing factories that are happening all through 2021 and 2022. So the big question is this really going to be another Soviet Union lockdown situation, or is it an attack on the food stream? The food supply. Yes, thank you very much. Right, so let's just finish off this subject. We will play Inspector Veg's music video, then we've got Graham Moore, Daddy Dragon on. Flashback to 2022. This turd glue narrative has been going strong. There was actually the first case of HN51 back in January 2022. Can anyone guess what the name of the man who was the first person to get bird flu in the UK?
I smell bullshit.
Alan Gosling. We always go on about this, like the names are often a dead giveaway to when this is a Black Cube organisation propaganda piece. So yeah, Alan Gosling has been sat in his window since 2022, infected with Daffy Duck syndrome. The word Gosling can also be used to describe an inexperienced, immature, foolish or naive young person.
Peasant.
And I have checked this out. I've done the maths. There's exactly 666 days in between.
No, there's not.
In between this event here, the 6th of the 1st, 2022, and the breakout of the original Soviet Union.
Excellent.
When you see those memes about the 33 and the 666 coming in, every time we actually do the homework and check it up.
For anyone who wants to shout conspiracy theorist, how many coincidences can there be with all the numerology and shit?
So I'll just repeat, in between the announcement of the Soviet Union back in March 2020 and the first human case of the turd glue in Alan Gosling on the 6th of January 2022, it's exactly 666 days. It has been fact-checked, just for your information.
Raw.
So, yeah, they're taking the piss here. Bakers, hairnets, tradies, sanding masks, painters' overalls and gardening gloves. Yeah, that looks a serious bit of kit for a major worldwide pandemic threat. Okay, right, that brings that section of the show to a close. Let's just go back to our Schwaber's board here and tick that one off. Yeah,
what's the hairnets about?
Obviously, that's the.
But what's the hairnet about? What are they actually think? What's going to happen?
Well, you don't want to infect the scene with your hair, do you? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I guess
when you're outside.
I guess that's what it's about. All right, so we've got halfway through the Schwaber's board. Maybe we'll save some of the other topics to speak about with Daddy Dragon after the very short break. Right, let's get up. Yeah, big shout to Inspector Veg. He's tuned in right now. He's one of our favourite artists. Veg is an original Ramesh MC.
He's one of my favourites.
Back in 2022 or 23, when we had Ratri, our first event, we saw him perform this in the woods, after hours, acoustically, but almost like by campfire light, and it was a magical moment. Bird's Eye Baby Mums. Is everyone ready for this video?
Hit it, Michael.
Let's do it.
Deserve these buggies, they make me sick. Cause they're gonna get a whole week shopping in Iceland for like 25 quid. Fizzy sweets and chocolates, no fresh fruit herbs or veg, just processed meals or packs in boxes. It's for my bird's eye bitches, dirty skirting balls, dirty ovens and dirty fridges. No long ting beans on a hot oven, 15 minutes. Bird's eye mums, raising bird's eye daughters and bird's
The Inspector.
Welcome back.
Yo, it's Mr. Traumatic, and you're locked into the Rise Above podcast.
Big
Big
shout.
up all my multi-dimensional entities.
Thank you, Mr.
Question
Traumatic.
everything.
That's twice, Lance. Stop
That's
interrupting.
twice. Stop
Master Traumatic.
I've got, it's too long, that bit. I've got to clip that off. Yeah, so guys, we're back. Okay, big shout to Inspector Veg. If you want to support him, we already had the details on the screen. We will be playing that tune later on as well. Okay, so we have got a very special guest tonight. He has appeared on the show before on a sort of, what should we say, he was sort of
impromptu appearance.
Moonlighting with Tim the Sovereign Sailor.
That's it.
This guy is clearly a wealth of knowledge, quite a controversial character as well. He's all about taking things back to basics with regards to the Constitution. He talks a lot about the Magna Carta. So we're going to pick his brains tonight. We're going to ask him some questions. Allow me to introduce back to Rise Above. Put your thumb up, Graham, if you're ready. He is ready. I've got the thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Let's have him back on the show. Daddy Dragon, Graham Moore, a.k.a. Daddy Dragon. How you doing, bro?
I'm very well, thank you. But just to let you know, I've just come back from a funeral. I'm up north, and I've only got my laptop, right? So I'm hard of hearing. I've got 2 hearing aids in, and I haven't bought external speakers. And the speaker on this laptop is just about at it. So I will try and hear your questions or anything, but I'm doing fine. I hope you had a really good Christmas and a New Year, and you enjoyed yourself on your little holiday.
I certainly did. I'm very lucky to be able to escape the cold, harsh realities of the UK most winters by going to Southeast Asia. It's a real blessing.
Well, it's always nice to get out of a socialist country, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Absolutely. By the way, Graham, you actually sound very clear. So although your speakers might not be that great, don't worry. You're coming through loud and clear.
Don't touch anything, basically.
Yeah,
That's
don't
what
touch
we're saying.
anything.
Don't touch anything, Graham.
So last time you took us on a journey, rapid fire information about the Constitution and a whole lot of other stuff. Just give people a little introduction if they're not familiar. Who is Graham Moore? Why are you called Daddy Dragon? And what are you all about?
So, roughly 30 years ago, I was put in prison by the British state and the British police for something that was a completely made-up crime, right? And I spent a long time in a Category A prison as a Category A prisoner. And instead of doing what a lot of people would have done, would have been, pulling their hair out, kicking the doors and whatever, I sat in a cell with law books and I studied the Constitution. I studied the Archibalds, and I started to get very much a reputation in the Category A, which means the most dangerous prisoners in the country, of representing them. So what I started to do was help people with complaints against the prison system, the prison rules, etc. But the main thing was I really kicked in with understanding there were protections that we had as individuals against the system and the state. And I just want to make sure everyone's aware of this. This can happen to anyone. There is a certain nurse, because this is on YouTube, I'll be very careful.
Yeah.
Your channel. On my channel on Rumble, I'll tell it as it is. There's a certain nurse, and the system killed those babies. And she is behind a door now, and people should be aware she's not the first one. She won't be the last unless you stand up for yourselves and start stopping this. It can happen to anyone.
Do her first initials start with L and L?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just so everyone knows who you're talking about, it's a big story. I think it was roughly 6 months to go, a year in the UK. It was all over the news. Number of babies died. She was called like the worst child murderer in quite many decades, right?
This was out in the mainstream. This isn't us saying the establishment is killing babies or anything like that for the algorithm.
No, we're just saying what was put out in the mainstream media.
So the main point of it was that certainly recently. So the main thing that people need to understand is where Daddy Dragon comes from. And that was because I led quite a large group of people that were called the Dragons. It got infiltrated, and they destroyed the group on Facebook, etc. But people because I spoke of England, our constitution, our common law, which is a legitimate system. We're a common law jurisdiction, the same as the United States of America. And I started to talk about England, where it all come from, the history of it, etc. And then people started to refer to me as Father Dragon. And then it got, and the dragon is the original flag of England, not the flag of St. George. The original flag of England, they call it a dragon, it's really a griffin, right?
Is it the same red dragon that the Welsh still use, mate?
It's a dragon. And then it got cut down to Daddy Dragon, and now people just call me DD. It's like everyone cuts down the name to something a lot, so I ended up Daddy Dragon to DD.
Okay, so that's the background of how you come up with Daddy Dragon. I don't know if you heard me there. Can I ask, are you talking about the same red dragon that is still used in Wales on the Welsh flag? Is that the same?
No, the Welsh have only had a flag since 1947. And Wales only became a principality. In other words, it stopped being a nation of its own right and became a principality in 1536. So I've got no problem whatsoever with Wales being a completely independent nation. People need to understand that British is a psyop, right? If you imagine, I could go through so many things, but for example, the C word and the jibby jabby, right?
Yep.
It's a psyop. Everyone should understand that the same people that told you it's safe and effective are the same people telling you you're British and there's no such thing as an English constitution. You have been lied to, right? And people need to understand that Britain is an island. So if you go and look at, and there's another nation, two nations that share an island in particular, which is Hispaniola, I think is called. And the two nations that share that island, one is called the Dominion Republic, which is a, like a standard common law jurisdiction. And the other nation at the other side of the island, which is in bits, it's a socialist nation, is called Haiti, right? So people need to understand the concept of an island containing nations. The reason we were called Great Britain is because we contained, as a whole island, three nations: England, Scotland, and Wales. So Wales is a principality, and people then say, well, I'm British because, and they don't realise that the British only existed from 1706 to 1707 as a political union. So the two parliaments was tied. It was England and Scotland. Wales was already with England. It was nothing to do with Ireland. That came in 1801. And that's where United Kingdom come from. And technically, that's just been done. It's not constitutional. It's just an ordinary law, right? But our constitution was protected by the Acts of Union, and that's now in bad faith. And people must understand it's an attack on England. The reason for that, there's many reasons in the background, but to make sure people understand, if you void the Acts of Union, every law since 1707 would be abolished and made void with it. That includes leaving the United Nations. It's gone. It would include voiding any agreement to do with Israel. Balfour Agreement, for example. The Palestinian acts in 1923 that sorted that area out. Every element, really and truthfully, every flashpoint in the world. And by the way, I'm not left or right. I'm not a politician. I'm a constitutionalist. And there's a big difference because I believe in the rule of law, right? So from that side of the fence, Saudi Arabia was created by the British. Iran was created by the British. Pakistan was created by the British. Israel was created by the British. All of these areas. And everyone can have independence except the final and most important colony of all. And that colony is called England, because we are a colony of the British Empire. And it needs to stop to take our country back. What does it mean? You're still a brotherhood of nations. The Commonwealth is still there. And for those that like the royal family, guess what, people? Doesn't affect the royal family, right? Because the union of the crowns happened in 1603. But what it does mean is Scotland reopens its parliament as a nation, a national parliament, not devolved, not a regional assembly, which it currently is, but they've termed it as a devolved parliament. Scotland's already got rid of all the constabularies. It is now a regional police force. And the Scots have been conned, real Scots I'm talking about, the same people that have joined our party, the English Constitution Party and the English Constitution Society, two different elements. But what does it really mean for the people? You would go back to distributed governance. In other words, if you were in Lancashire, you will govern yourselves again. If you were in Yorkshire, you will govern yourselves again. If you're in Norfolk, if you're in Cornwall, if you're in Devon, and here's the kicker, people, the London region and the London Assembly would no longer exist. It would go back to the boroughs. Middlesex would be given back to the people, such a crucial element of England that was removed by the British. And when I speak to people of Middlesex, they all say the same thing. We want Middlesex back, right? So understand that the brotherhood of nations will still exist, right? We can still love each other like brothers, but Scotland is independent, England is independent, and England goes back to being independent states with a very small and lean English parliament. And again, people don't realise that the Constitution, the English Constitution, was what made America great. It was the common law, the language that we exported, the common law that we exported, the fairest and most just law of all, the common law, and the jury system that the British have taken away from us. So that's what I'm about. That's what the English Constitution Society is about. Nothing to do with politics. And then you've got the English Constitution Party, which is strategic. So I stood in Chorley and got 1,007 votes. BBC wouldn't even talk about us. No one would talk about us because we stand up for England, and our literal sign is the sign of Christ. It is the cross, right? We are a Christian nation. We should no longer be a secular nation. We need to take our nation back to our Christian roots. Now, I am a Christian, but I don't regard myself, as a lot of people would say, as a Bible basher, right? I'm out there. I'm just a normal, everyday working class person. The politics that we have got in this nation today should not ever have existed. Party politics was not part of the Constitution of England. When you are elected as a member of Parliament, you represent your constituents, not a political party. And in fact, a three-line whip is unconstitutional and illegal under our Constitution. Yet they still get away with it because people are not taught about their Constitution.
Can I just rewind and zoom in on something you said a minute ago, which I think is very important? This whole bombshell about the difference between England and Britain, I think is a very salient point. Now, you said when people say they're British, that is basically a farce. Is it sort of like someone from Europe saying, I'm from the EU? Is it that kind of false dichotomy to say that you're British rather than English? Because I think what you're saying is Britain is sort of like a mini fake union that predated the idea of the EU to bring all the European countries together. Is it the same sort of idea?
So I heard part of that, and it's this term Britishness. I want everyone to understand a couple of things, and remind me about Trump because it's really important.
Don't worry, we'll be coming to Trump. Don't worry,
we've got notes.
So from the British element, people have to understand the attack on England really kicked in from 1820. It was designed and orchestrated by the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society founded the Labour Party, but who founded and financed the Fabian Society? Rockefeller and the Rothschilds. Why? Because they needed to control the working class. So the industrialists and the pharmaceuticals, etc., they got control of us via the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society created the Labour Party. The Labour Party are the people that are controlling the working class. It's all the same thing. But people must understand that the British in 1947, with something called the British Nationalities Act 1947, erased, right, unlawfully erased your national identity of English, Scottish, Welsh and Irish. And then they advanced that with the British Nationality Act of 1981, right? So anyone born prior to 1981, grandfather rights, you can still call yourself an Englishman or a Scotsman or an Irishman, right? It's why you can't put on a form English or Scottish. You must only put, because the state took control. And why did they do it? Because if they give you a legal fiction of British, which they've created in that corrupt parliament, right, you've got no rights. You haven't got a British constitution. You've got no British rights. The British are the ones who wanted to carry on with slavery. It was the English that stopped slavery, not the British. So when you understand the concept and how it fits together, you realise they've brainwashed people to say, well, my mum was Scottish and my dad was Irish. That makes me British. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's what they've told you. That's what they've instructed you to think. The British comes from them two acts. And I'll tell you the last person who did it. And this is the shocker for most people, right? Joseph Stalin from the USSR. He was the commissioner of identity and he wiped out Russian, Polish and all of the identities. He said, you are now a Soviet, right? The same brainwashing went on for 70 years in the USSR. If you go out there now, 20% of the population still call themselves Soviets. Yet when I went in a shop and spoke to a Polish woman, it was when the football was on, she gave me a British flag and said, are you supporting football? I said, no, I'm not. And I'm English, not British. And she went, no, you're British. I said, where'd you come from, darling? She said, Poland. I said, so you're a Soviet, are you? And do you know what she said? I get it. I get it.
She understood that straight away, because whenever I speak to people from Eastern Europe, especially during the bullshit of 2020, they were always very aware because of how they'd suffered under the Soviet Union, and was always very clearly something they wanted to distance themselves from, you know, the Iron Curtain, communism, the propaganda, etc., etc.
That's it. And it is all about propaganda. You've got to realise that the slow march through the institutions started with the education system in Britain. That's why they've got control of your kids now.
Thank you. Sorry, we've got a very relevant comment here on the screen from King of Sting.
Yeah, what's he saying? Bolshevik JEWS won World War II.
Yeah. I mean, that's just, to be fair, that's the truth.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at the Bolsheviks, I mean, I can go in, and let me just say this to you. You've brought that comment up. I want everyone to understand this. You can talk about the Russian mafia. It doesn't mean that that all Russians are criminals and all organised criminals, right?
Same as not all people who wear a little hat are a Bolshevik. You could say the same thing.
Well,
not all people that wear the little hat are a Bolshevik.
When I say to someone, or if I want to talk about the Jewish mafia that's been in existence for 2,000, maybe more, right? 2,000 years or longer. If I talk about the Jewish mafia, in some countries, you get put in prison for that, right?
Yep.
But what mafia
Shout out
is
to
the
my man
most
David Irving.
best mafia in the world? The Jewish mafia. When they can incarcerate you and you can't talk about them. I'm not suggesting all Jews are bad, right? But there is a core element of that have got control, mainly economically.
I didn't, Lance. I didn't bring this up.
I warned Andy at the start of this show that we're not on Patreon, so we can't speak about this stuff as quite as openly as we'd like to. But yeah, we're absolutely on board with what you're saying, Graham.
We just need to be careful throwing the J word around. We call them the little hats here on the show, Graham.
You call them the what?
We call them the little hats.
The small hats. That gets around the algorithm. That helps with the algorithm.
Yeah, I'll call them the twirlers.
It just means you don't get thrown in the gulag.
I like that, the twirlers. That's good.
So, I mean, getting back to this situation with the British and the English, etc. You can talk about the twirlers or the little hats, etc. If you go back to the 1200s, it was us, the English, that put yellow badges on them, right? And 3,000 was in this country. They brought they nearly killed the country economically because they was counterfeiting our currency and debasing the currency, and then using those fake gold coins.
Shaving coins.
Clipping the coins,
Yeah.
right?
So with the shades, so when they clipped the coins, right, they then melted it down, got a bit of tin, right, and then with their jewellery skills, they was then with their own engravers made dies. This is in 1200, right, and they then gold plated the tin and made gold coins and was using them gold coins in Europe. Europe then refused to take our currency, and it caused a massive economic problem. So the king rounded up 600 of them that there was evidence all over England, brought them to London, put 600 of them on trial. 300 of them were tried fairly, and 300 of them found guilty, and they were hung, right? We was nice to them. We stopped the hangings during Easter, right? And then carried on with the hangings, right? But the point being, they were corrupt to the core then.
This is great.
But no, and people say to me, you talking about that in our history, you're being anti blah blah, right? Anti small hats. I said, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you the history.
That actually happened. It's not up for debate. That is official mainstream history.
It's Clark World narrative, mate.
Direct from source, which is what I do. I show people the evidence from the archives, from the people that lived at the time, and say there is the evidence of what they were doing, right?
So, Graham, would you class yourself as a historian?
As English what?
As a historian?
No, I class myself as an English constitutionalist and a legal historian. So
a legal historian, okay.
A legal historian means basically someone who concentrates on the law. So if I was to talk about a particular king or a queen, I'm not interested in their illegitimate children or otherwise, who their descendants are or who their brothers and sisters are. I'm only interested in the laws that were passed under their reign. Okay. And then you talk through it and say, well, that's where it come from. This is what it is. So getting back to the conversation around the Constitution, it's not just about the Magna Carta. In fact, there were charters before the Magna Carta, just as important. There were, if you look at the Charter of Liberties, that was a fantastic document, and it all progressed to give us more and more rights. You can add to your rights, but you can't take away from them. And charters was a form of law, and if you was given a royal charter, for example, in other words, it was expressly sealed by the royal family, you created in effect a corporation. Some of these cities, Bristol, Colchester, have got royal charters, and it gave them the ability to govern themselves with the royals' consent, right? So when people understand how our Constitution goes through history, don't forget, America's 250 years old. England, as a single nation, right? So the realms come together, and one nation under God, right? We've been a nation for 1,100 years, and we've got that amount of history. Look at Germany. What is it, 180 years old? I think Italy's 120 years old. And when you tell people that, they go, no, that's not right. You say, no, it is, right? Go and have a look at history. So I read other countries' constitutions. America, Russia, Liberia's a fantastic one. If you want to go and read the Liberian constitution, right? Because it actually states, Liberia, for everyone who don't know, is in Africa. And what does it say in their constitution? It says you cannot be a citizen of Liberia unless you are a Negro, right? Where does it say that in the English constitution? It doesn't. It doesn't mention race at all. The only thing we do mention is religion for a particular reason, because there were certain groups of religions that were attacking us. And by the way, 400 years ago, it wasn't Islam attacking us then, right? It was the Jesuits. And when people understand who the Jesuits are, they don't like that. They come from the Catholic religion. They don't like moderate Catholics as well as Protestants, right? They're just a group of evil people. If anyone's out there, go and read their oath. And
they class themselves as God's assassins.
Yeah.
That's what they class themselves as.
Let me tell you something. They're completely evil. And if you look at the other side of the channel, the Jesuits have set up there. The Jesuits, if you go and have a look at Care for Calais, the Jesuits are on there as saying they're one of the sponsors. If you go and look at the Texas border, and this is people don't realise this, they're on the Texas border bringing in all the migrants, right? So when people need to understand, it isn't just. I always say it's the 3 J's, and they're a similar group. If you really want to get into the technical detail, dark personality. They're 10% of the whole population, and they elevate.
Hold on. You just said 3 J's. I know what the first 2 are, JEWS and Jesuits. Who's the third J?
Jihadists.
Ah.
Yeah.
The holy trinity of J's. I've never thought about that before.
So once you understand, so again, there's something overarching above all of that, which is dark personality. What is dark personality? In psychology, it's called the dark triad. What is the dark triad? It contains 4 groups of people with the same attributes, traits, and listen to this, the tactics. They're the same, right?
Well, hang on a sec, because J is the 10th number in the alphabet, and if you do the gematria on that, that's 1.
It goes down to 1.
It's just 1. It's just the same thing.
Wow. So carry on. The 4 different personality types, the dark attributes. Where are you going with this?
So there's one personality type called dark personality, but people will know them as this. These are the 4 types. And there's a lady out there, a doctor, got a doctorate from Australia. She done a 562-page thesis in January of last year. It's the best I've ever seen, right? And basically, she highlighted in that the 4 types of this, or what you would know them as: psychopaths, narcissists, Machiavellians, and sadists. They all have the same traits, attributes, and tactics. They are the same group mentally all the way through. And she sets it all out so you can easily see them. Once you read it, they jump off the page at you. But what she says is they elevate themselves into certain jobs. Members of Parliament, House of Lords, listen to this, police officers, judges, solicitors, barristers, right? They go for any position of power, including CEOs.
Bankers.
Banking, another fantastic one. But again, if you refer to people like the Rothschilds or other groups of people in banking, people don't understand the banking side of it. This is a clash of the banking systems, because there's 2 groups of people that absolutely forbid usury, interest, right? 2 groups of people. Who are they? Orthodox Christians and Islam.
Yep.
Right? So if there's another group of people, for example, the Jesuits and the funny hat people or the twirlers, right, that rely on usury, what's the best thing you can do? You get the people who religiously object to how you earn your money, right? And you get them fighting each other. That's it.
Yeah.
And if you look, I'm not suggesting in any way that a certain person that run Germany from 1933 to 1940.
Yeah, we're well on board with this concept. We know exactly what you're about to say there, Graham. So I would tend to agree with what you were about to say.
Well,
he was just looking out for his own. At the end of the day, that's what it started with. Anyway, that I'm saying that's what it started with. It started with him looking out for the German nationals.
Best interest for
That's
Germany.
It. That's all we'll say on that.
To combat the Weimar Republic.
We'll move on now.
Agree.
Yeah, that's the forbidden subject.
Yeah, that's what it started
with. If you really look at history, you'll find out the first people to create concentration camps was the British in Africa.
Yes, correct.
Who were the people that Russia was backing up?
The Bolsheviks.
The Boers, right? So
the Boers, right.
The Boers were fighting the British. Not long after that Boer War, what happened? The British created the USSR and took the Tsar out. That's what happened. And then when you look at history and you again, the slow march through the institutions really kicked in the 1800s. And when you know the history of it, you can start to put all the pieces in place. And I believe, getting back to Trump, right? Trump gets it. If you go and have a look at a video of he done at the G7, he was asked, who is your biggest ally? Is it the European Union or is it the British? And he went, England. Let's talk about England and the English. No one talks about England anymore. Why is that? It's very interesting. I had a conversation with Prime Minister Boris Johnson about that. Really? He always puts in little things, and the British went mental because he said the word England, right? And he understands because he took down the North American Free Trade Agreement, which is an exact replica of the British Union, right? And he took it out. He said, you're not doing this. You're not doing it to America like you've done to England, right? From that union, they sucked into, and then America was paying for Canada, paying for Mexico, and then America started coming down economically. He said, we ain't having it, right? What happened? They hit a pair of towers, and they already had prepared something called the Patriot Act. From that, you got Homeland Security. From Homeland Security, what did you get? FEMA regions. The FEMA regions are the same as the English regions that the European Union is put in place in England to destroy England, its counties, its shires, and its structures so it don't exist anymore. They was doing the same thing with America. The difference is Trump is an intelligent 180 IQ, went to a military academy, come out top in strategy, went into business and said that's what they're doing. Unlike Farage, right, who we call Benedict Arnold. Who is Benedict Arnold? He was the man who betrayed George Washington. He took 10,000 guineas off the British to betray his own men and his own country. He's buried in Battersea in South East London in an unmarked grave as a traitor. That's what Farage is.
Right. There's a lot to unpack here,
mate.
Graham.
I've got to say you're on fire tonight, Graham. We're going much deeper than we did last time.
We're enjoying it.
Go on. Do you want to ask this one?
I would like to ask this one, yeah. Just because I'm already the bad
Trump.
One. So, Graham, what would you say to me if I said to you, 97% of Trump's cabinet is either a dual citizen of Israel and a full Zionist or a little hat? What would you say to that?
I would say to you, understand something called game plan. Game planning strategy, you have to put you. So just to make sure you're all aware of this, right? I'm a strategist, right? I don't think like normal people. Trust me, I'm a strategist. It's a different ball game. But let me explain what gameplay is to anyone who understands it from a football perspective, right? If Tottenham was playing Arsenal, but they needed to beat Arsenal to win the 3 leagues, and I'm not into football, let's say they want to win all the titles, they need to take a defender out, right? Well, they can't do it by kicking him off the field, literally, with their boots on. So what they do is they wait for a transfer window to come up, they buy the defender, they sit him on a bench, and they keep him on the bench so it doesn't disillusion the actual team, right? But by doing that, they've took him off the field. That's what Trump is doing. It's called gameplay. And you will never understand the strategy because there's only a handful of people that know that strategy, right? And I'll give you an example of Trump doing it, right? John Bolton, one of the nastiest men that's ever walked this planet, right? He is a warmonger. He is evil to the core, right? Trump don't like war. So why did he bring John Bolton into his administration? So he could sit him on the bench. He didn't have to play against him. You've got to understand one thing. When you take the most dangerous people and put them in your admin, you've then got Secret Service keeping an eye on them. every one of their communications, every bit of their communications is monitored. They're not allowed to do any speeches or do anything. Right?
I get what you're saying. Graham. However, I would counter to you and ask you, do you really think that Israel wouldn't be able to infiltrate some communications, and B, don't you think, for instance, $100 million check for a lobbying fee is very good for the Little Hats, whether you think he's controlling them or not? I would argue $100 million gets you a fair amount of leniency on the leash.
I mean, I've got opinions about Tommy Robinson. I don't believe he should be in prison. It is political, but I believe that the Little Hats need a win because of what's gone on with Palestine and Israel, etc. They need a win, so they need to lock him up, and then the people demand he's released. I believe that what's going to happen is Farage is going to be taken out of the game, and he'll end up being some sort of, I don't know.
But hold on, isn't Tommy Robinson directly funded by the Little Hats?
Yes, he is.
Isn't there a direct paper trail to show that Tommy Robinson, through people like Rebel Media and Ezra Levant, is actually funded by the right wing and Little Hat Media?
So what really did it for me with Tommy Robinson was when live or recorded on Twitter, he said, if you don't support Israel, you're a jihadist. That was it. I went, that's it. Out. I'm not interested.
Okay.
Right? So I don't support Israel. I can 100% tell you I'm not a jihadist. And
Donald Trump said if you don't like Israel, we don't want you in our country.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. He has said that, right?
He also said the vaccines are good.
Careful.
But yeah, I'll be careful with that one. There are other. Listen, I'm not telling you that I've got all the answers. I am telling you that in any war, and we are in a war, right? We're 100%. In a war. It may not be kinetic in the way that people believe. We are in a war. And in strategy and war, you use deception. If you read The Art of War, deception was a key element of it, right? So, and by the way, people, I'm not saying Trump is some sort of angel, right? You don't get billions of dollars and become the president of the United States of America by being a complete and utter angel. But what I do know is that every one of his cabinet meetings, he had his own personal Bible, and they said a prayer before each one of them cabinet meetings, right? So you're never going to understand the strategy. It will come out in the wash sooner or later, but you're not going to see these things start the dominoes going. I mean, I have got a belief in what's going on.
Yeah. Can I just say one thing though, right? With regards to Trump, mate, and this Uber strategy that you're talking about, I 100% hope that you're right. I really do, because obviously that would be the best thing of all. But what I fear is that, I mean, we've covered on our Patreon how Trump in multiple different factions of the Little Hats is being called literally the Messiah, the Messiah. Yeah.
He was given the Torah crown.
He's been awarded the Torah crown.
Which only is awarded to the Messiah.
Yeah.
It's specifically...
So if you are right, Graham, then he has pulled the wool over the eyes of the Little Hats, or we call them the Black Cube organisation, so well that they're literally worshipping him as the Messiah at the moment. We've covered this extensively. And, like I say, I hope you're right, mate, but I have doubts.
So go back to my original comment, right? The original comment roughly on this subject, not completely on it, right? If I talk about the Russian mafia, I'm not talking about all of the Russian people. If I talk about the American mafia, I'm not talking about all of the American people. And the same goes for when I'm talking about the Jewish mafia. I'm not talking about all the Jewish people, right? There are large numbers that don't want anything to do with this. They've got nothing to do with it whatsoever. And some of them people are in his administration. You won't know who is who until it all kicks off, and it's going to kick off, right? But go back and look at what's actually going on, right? They needed to reset the borders, right? Look at how America was originally constructed. It bought Florida from the Spanish. It bought Alaska from the Russians. It bought Louisiana from the French, right? There was whole elements of this where they've purchased. They don't go to war. America never used to go to war, right? If you want to know how the Little Hats influence come, go back to the late 1800s, early 1900s. Go and read Hansard, and you will see.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
From Eastern Europe, right? They started flooding the country. The Little Hats from this country went over there and said, "Stop it!" Right? Don't send them here. We don't want them. That was their own people, right? So there was people looking after our interests, right? From the Little Hats. What happened? They come from Dover, sent them straight up to Liverpool. From Liverpool, they went to America, right? And if you really want to know, there's something that people need to understand. All roads lead to Rome. And when people understand what that phrase actually means, the communist system is Roman, right? They had two groups of people. One was the patriots, I think they was called, and the others were plebeians, right? And then they had an underclass called slaves. They used to flail people. The system was evil in its intent, right? Where did constitutions come from and confederacies? From the Greeks. Who was it who went to the Greeks and got turfed out? Little Hats. Where did they go? To the Romans. They financed a lot of them campaigns, right? The Roman campaigns. It's been there for a long time, but it isn't all of them. So there's this group of really evil people that need to be taken out of the game. The game is so complex.
You're right.
Fifth generation warfare. But we're in a situation now where the weaponry is so advanced, you need a lot cleverer people. So getting back to the strategy, they need to reset. How do they do that? Well, Russia needs to go back to the reset position of prior to the war, right? And prior to the USSR and Stalin and others and Lenin in particular, creating Ukraine as an independent nation. It's never been a unit. It's always been called Little Russia. The Crimea was part of Russia before America even existed, right? So you can see a reset position there, right? Where they're taking back what they need to come to reset Russia as Russia. It's already the biggest landmass in the world, right?
Well, Graham, can I just stop you there? Graham, can I just stop you there for 2 seconds? Right. Just because otherwise you're saying a lot of stuff. And by the time you get to the time you're going to take a break, there's going to be like 10 things in between what I'm about to say. So you're talking about Ukraine being little Russia and Russia needing to be whole again as wider Russia, let's call it. Right?
Belarus, Crimea, Georgia.
Yeah. So, I mean, in my research into what the Little Hats are trying to do in Israel, the Talmudic community, they are trying to take Ukraine for themselves, the tip of Iran, a bit of Georgia, and Syria, and a little bit of Lebanon. They want to actually take Ukraine for themselves because they view that as Greater Israel. And that's what's actually on their badge, which some of the soldiers are fighting with it on their badge. They've got a badge of Greater Israel, not just Israel.
So again, I'm not disputing what you're saying, right? There are a lot of people that believe that the Ukraine is going to be taken for
because there's another thing, because the original Ashkenazis,
the Khazarians, that's where ancient Khazaria
was right in Ukraine. So it makes sense to me that fundamental Zionists would want to take that back.
Like the second
Israel. And on the show, Graham, we've speculated that we call them the Black Cube organisation, the people that wear the little hats. But there's warring factors within the Black Cube organisation. For all we know, the Israelites might be trying to take Ukraine, the Ashkenazi region, back against the Bolsheviks, which are obviously Russia.
We're going
but
so deep
but
tonight.
the whole thing is Trump's fucking in with both of them.
Yeah, this is our concern, Graham, because it's like it seems like
Trump's about America. The only thing. So you've already hit on something. You hope I'm right. Well, I've got to tell you something, people. Everyone wants to hope I'm right, or there is a bigger plan going on here. Because if there aren't, we're all banging trouble. I mean, in a big way, and especially with weaponry that we've got now, we're all gonna be sold out as slaves, or it's all gonna kick off, or there is a group of people planning in the background. So getting back to China, Taiwan will become part of China. America is going to take back the Panama Canal. It's taking Greenland. It ain't doing it by force. It's saying sell it to us, just like we did with Florida, just like we did with Alaska. But why does it want Greenland? One, to protect its own shores, but two, because it's got the largest amount of the freshest mineral water, drinking water in the world. The largest reserve in one place is there, and they want it, right? So if you look at the protection mechanisms that Trump, as a strategist, is putting in place, so it almost looks like President Xi, President Putin, President Trump have had a conversation about this, and for this to work, they have to show the American people how bad it could get, right? And the world, how bad it could get.
We have speculated this on the show.
Yeah. Now, I'm glad you've mentioned Greenland. I'm just going to put something on the screen, Graham, right? Because obviously this is a huge story at the moment. Why does Trump want Greenland? Russia keeping a close eye on Trump's claim to Greenland. Why do Greenlanders make of Donald Trump advances headlines all over the shop? You're absolutely right. Greenland is very rich in minerals and all types of resources under the ground, and it has very little infrastructure to currently mine it. That's why it's not being mined. Can I just put this on the table? This person on Facebook called Jar Fatite, they claim to be an ex-Illuminated secret society member. They're saying that the Trump administration is going to continue the plans for global governance. Example, to suggest the annexation of Canada and Greenland is just creating the solid North American Union. Papal Knight, Illuminized Freemason Trump, part of the Jesuit agenda. When the New World Order for Rome is complete, there will be 10 unions that the final Roman Emperor, Pope, Antichrist will control from the Dome of the Rock on Temple Mount in Jerusalem. This is what the Jesuits have planned. What do you say to that?
I would say, and obviously in jest, as long as America doesn't evict Father Christmas, I'm happy with it.
Bearing in mind, if you look, I'm just trying to look for it now, but there's so many, that there's a map directly from the Club of Rome, right, which has a unified United States of America, Canada, and Greenland, and this was out decades ago.
Yeah. Well, I think that's
right.
the diagram.
And now all of a sudden, Trump's talking about, but this is directly from the
Club of Rome.
From the Club of Rome, yeah. And now all of a sudden, at the same time, you've got Trump talking about Canada would be great as the 51st state, and he's sending his fucking son to Greenland.
The Panama Canal. He's after the Panama Canal.
Yeah. And this is in the Club of Rome's own documents. This is all the stuff that we're worried about with Trump, and the whole thing as well is it all sounds a bit QAnon-esque to us.
So again, this is a highly complex situation. I remember reading 20 years ago a scientific report about fresh water, and they all said the same thing. It won't be oil or gas that causes the next.
I've seen documents here. Yeah.
Right. There's one thing that all human beings need. And technically, you can fast for weeks and weeks and weeks and survive. What you can't survive without is water and fresh water. And Greenland holds one of the biggest reservoirs of mineralized fresh water anywhere in the world, right? So that's part of it. You can also use that for irrigation and remineralizing the soil, right? Which is crucially important because of the way that they've farmed the land, not just in America, but everywhere in the world, and ignored the fact that the soil needs to be remineralized. Otherwise, it's not in the plant. If it's not in the plant, you're not eating it, right? So there are lots of reasons why strategically Greenland is important. And just to make sure, I just want to correct something you said. It was more your phrasing that Trump's just started talking about Greenland. He has been talking about this for a very long.
No. Beg your pardon.
For years.
What I will say, sorry, Graham, I will take that back. I'll say it's become prominent in the mainstream media
again
at the same time as him. At the same time as him talking about Canada being the 51st state. That was my point. That it's come up at the same time as he's talking about Canada. That was my point.
All it does is show me that whoever these people are, and if the mainstream media is going into panic over it, there's a reason for that, and especially when you consider who the people are that control the media, right, and the film industries and Hollywood, right.
I'd argue they all wear little hats.
They all wear little hats. So, but I'm not suggesting, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this, that they're all like that. I believe that some very, very good and clever people that are technically wearing the little hats.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. Yeah. Right, yeah, no, I agree. That's what I said earlier, Graham, that we speculate here on the show that there are warring factions between the Black Cube organisation as a whole.
Exactly.
But I'm still not waiting for little white hats to save me.
No. There's no white hats coming. And if they are white hats coming to save you, then I'm sure they're going to be little.
While we're on the subject of Trump, Graham, while we've still got you here, I just want to put something else on the screen. And this is a meme, but obviously a meme speaks 1,000 words. What do you think of this? The relationship between the Orange Messiah and Enki Musk, the ancient Sumerian tech lord. Because from where we're sitting, it seems like this unholy trinity of the Orange Messiah, Enki Musk, and Peter Thiel are basically also going to be ushering in the fourth industrial revolution, transhumanism, global AI governance. What do you say to people with that concern, mate?
Right. So the easiest way for me to explain this is to give you another scenario, right? And real history, rather than, anything that goes into the deep conspiracy world. This isn't about a conspiracy, right? I want to make sure people understand this, right? So I'll ask you, what date was the election held here in Great Britain? What date was it?
Sorry, say that again.
What date was the election in this country, meaning the United Kingdom, what date was the election last year?
Was it July the 4th?
Right. What is July the 4th?
Will Smith, Independence Day.
It's Independence Day.
Yeah.
When was Trump elected? What day?
I can see where you're going. Guy Fawkes, bonfire
5th of
night.
November.
5th of November. Remember.
Right. Now I'm going to ask a question that most people get wrong. Right. I don't expect you to get it right. What is 5th of November to you?
Well, I believe that's the day when they burnt Guy Fawkes at the stake for trying to blow up Parliament.
Right. So you understand that they call Trump Orange Man bad?
Yeah, the Orange Messiah, Orange Man bad, yeah.
What day did the Prince of Orange, the Dutch king that was invited to England to take back control for the Protestants, what day did he land in Brixham in Devon in 1688, who created the Declaration of Reasons, the Declaration of Rights, and the Bill of Rights that gave us the massive part of our constitution that protected the Magna Carta, that done all these things? What day did his feet touch the ground of England?
I'm going to guess it was either July 4th or November 5th.
November the 5th.
November the 5th again.
So think of the Prince of Orange and what he did positively for us, and then think of Orange Man bad. And then think that all of these dates are not connected. People need to see they're trying to show you and telling you, people to calm down. We've got this, right? And I believe that's going to happen. I do believe that Jesuits, certain types of other groups of people, the little hats, and the jihadists are all going to get their asses smacked.
By
And I
who?
don't know how.
But apart from them, who is
end.
there? Who is left after we take away the 3 J's?
The Christian Reich.
Yeah,
That's it. So,
Well,
so
I'm
we,
just saying,
what we call it here on the show, Graham, we call at the moment we call it what's happening in the clown world is there's a rise of the Christian Reich. That's what we're calling it, and
reactionary right wing anti-Islamic Christianity.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, anti-Islamic Christianity. Yeah.
There is something on Tucker Carlson by a Christian
a member of
leader
the
in
Christian Reich,
America, and it's called Christian Nationalism. And people should go and watch that episode. Christian nationalism, and you will see what, how, and what it all means. And then you will see the rise of those. So let me just make sure I'm clear on this, yeah? I'm not a Bible basher. I believe in the 10 Commandments. I believe in the word of Jesus Christ. Christianity has been hijacked, right? And it has been for hundreds of years. But when you actually look at the word of Jesus and what he did, right? He was a warrior, and a warrior against the Roman Empire. He was a warrior against usury. He was a warrior against everything that we are fighting for. And the number one social justice system in the world, bar none, is the English common law and the English Constitution. We exported it to America. That is what's going to take our countries back. And people are going to see there's a big difference in America. You've got to understand this. They still believe in God.
Yeah, and they're
They
all
are
armed.
God's country. And let me just make sure everyone's clear on this. When they take an oath, they mean it. And they take an oath to their constitution and to their country. And that's what we need to be doing. We've got, if anyone in this country purges their oath, it's under common law, it's the equivalent to treason, and they are executed. One of our kings executed 42 judges because they perjured their oaths, right? When we start with the retribution as Christians that is needed, right? Because if there is no enforcement of our laws, then you will see what you've got today, right? Which is absolute chaos.
This is a holographic construct.
Sorry, carry on, mate. We just press buttons every now and then.
No, that's all I'm saying to people. So people need to understand, right? The religion has been hijacked, right? And the people who did that are the Roman Catholics. All roads lead to Rome. Go and have a look at the Swiss Civil War in 1848. Who was it the Swiss kicked out of their country? The Jesuits, right? Who was it that England kicked out of this country? The Jesuits. The Bill of Rights stated it. The Declaration of Reasons told you that they will not educate people about it. Everything under the sun has already happened, and our ancestors gave us the solution, and the solution is the English Constitution. Return to it.
The thing is, Graham, the thing is, with the most people in history who have ever been thrown out of any country, more countries than anyone in all of recorded history, are the little hats. And there has to be a reason for that. And from what we can see here on the show at the moment, when you lay out everything that's going on currently in Clown World, from the COVID-19 PSYOP to the creation and who's funding the research for the gain function and everything that's going on at the moment. We have nailed it down to the little hats who are fully in control at the moment, and they are going nowhere.
I guess what Andy's saying is we're finding it hard to believe that any sort of characters or factions on the world stage have actually managed to put their head above the parapet of this unilateral left and right hand control that seems to have been happening for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
I agree. But one other thing I want to say to you, because you brought up a really fantastic point, and I'd love to debate it at length, right? You've brought up the jibby jabby and COVID, right? And but also a reference to the little hats. Do you understand that Anthony Fauci is a Catholic and was given an award by the Jesuits for what he did?
Yes, I know that. And the thing is, with the Catholic Church, they still wear little hats.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah, the Pope wears a little hat.
They wear a little hat.
And I don't dispute that. My personal feelings on it, all roads lead to Rome. But I will say to people this, and I've already said it once on this show, and especially to do usury and interest, right? The two groups of people that forbid usury, and by the way, there's a completely other way of dealing with finance, right? The two main religions that object and say it is religiously unlawful are Orthodox Christians and Islam. If you was the Jesuits that rely on that, or the Roman Catholic Church, and you was the little hats, and that was where all your bread and butters come from, that you had economically enslaved people through it, what two groups of people would you get fighting against each other?
I 100% agree with that notion of what you're saying.
Let me just interject. I'm really glad that you brought up the term of usury, right? Because obviously in the mainstream media and in consensus thought, Islam is under attack and gets a bit of a bad rap at the moment for some valid reasons. But I've always said that the great thing about Islam is at least it recognises the enemy by banning its number one method of control. Yeah. Sometimes the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Yes, yeah. Michael, thank you. Yes.
But
and that is why I think personally that our man, the Orange Messiah, Donald Trump, is teaming up with one faction of the little hats who are actually fighting another and maybe orchestrating this Islamic Christian fight. Maybe I don't know.
Well, that's what the letter from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini said.
Yes,
about fomenting the final world war between political Zionism and the Christian world.
Let's look at a well-known fact about World War II. The Russians and the Americans teamed up and be like, right, okay, let's join up, even though we hate each other, fuck the Nazis over, and then we'll take the spoils and sort out our differences afterwards. Then we'll fight each other. So maybe that's kind of things going on here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot more complex than even we're alluding to, I think.
No,
you've brought up, Graham, you've brought up some very interesting points tonight, and I don't mean to be almost combative in my questioning of you.
I just,
absolutely, yeah. But you have brought up some very interesting points, and there's some things I'm going to listen back to our chat tonight, tomorrow, the next day, and look into some of the things you've been talking about, because you've said a lot tonight that I wasn't aware of.
But what are your thoughts on Islam? Is it getting a bad rap? Is it being weaponized by the little hats? How does that really fit into all this?
So let me just make sure I'm clear with telling everyone this. Sharia is unlawful under the English Constitution, right? Yet the British don't mention it because they don't want you to know you've got an English Constitution. The little hats religious system, and they have religious cults, right, in this country, is unlawful under the English Constitution, right? Just to make sure it's enshrined in our Constitution that those types of cults are unlawful. You cannot have them under English constitutional law. Full stop. If you don't like it, go somewhere else, right? But I want to make sure everyone understands this. The people that created ISIS, but the people who created Wahhabism in the 1800s were the British, right? And when you understand that, you'll understand this whole thing. Now, I am not suggesting it wasn't being led because the British intelligence didn't exist until 1873, right? But after that point, those tied up, because, let me just make sure, the little hats, right, always latch on to the biggest military. They did it with the Romans. They've done it with different people. They've done it with the British Empire. They've done it with the Russian Empire. They've now done it with the American Empire. People need to understand the way these people think, right? From the strategic element, they will get you to fight their battles for them, right? And they love the death and destruction. It's what they thrive on. It's like me turning around to someone and saying, listen, there is no logic in having a certain type of electric car, right? Let's say Mr. Musk's vehicle. There's no point. It's an illogical vehicle in the way that it operates.
Correct.
And then I said to everyone, unless, of course, your military going to use it as some sort of mobile bomb, right? And everyone says, you're a conspiracist, Graham. You're a conspiracist. What happened next? A load of pages went bang in people's faces in Lebanon. And I said, so am I a conspiracist now? Right? So once people understand that technology can be used for good or bad, nuclear weapons or nuclear power, right? It depends who's got control of it and who's using it. It's the same as a firearm, right? The good guys can have them and the bad guys can have them. You can use it for good or use it for bad. But it's the rule of law that is important to this. Remember, the British are the people that created all these places. They created all this, and when it was under the control of another group of people. And I'm not suggesting they haven't got control now, but I think they're losing control in a big way. And Russia in particular and China in particular have turned around to someone with big pants on and a very big brain and said, listen, you're a strategy man. If we don't come together and sort this out, this is what's going to happen to the planet. Do you want it or not? And they sat down. Don't forget, Trump was the only person ever to be invited into the secret city in China, and people don't realize how important that meeting was. It's the only place in China that's not bugged. The only place in China that's not bugged. And there was a conversation in there. They weren't just feeding the fish.
So let's wrap this up on a positive note. Are you saying that the reason we're looking out at the world and all of the agendas seem to be going at 100 miles an hour, the illnesses, the financial collapse, transhumanism, AI, terrorism, is the reason that all of this seems to be coming to a head is because the current administration of the Black Cube guys are actually losing power? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
No shit, right? Because in Jason Archaic's recent, I'm not sure if you're aware of an author and a YouTuber guy called Jason Brashears. He's got a channel called Archaic, so I encourage you to check it out, Graham. Yeah. He made a prediction video for 2025 based on calendrical evidence from his research, and he has suggested that there will be a loss of Jewish power coming in 2025.
Well, he says that's why there's the rise in acceptable anti-Semitism on mainstream media, in social media.
I mean, it's almost encouraged on my feeds.
Yeah, the algorithm has definitely changed. Like we said, Graham, that was an absolute onslaught of information.
Great guest for our first show back this year, Graham.
I want to say thank you very much for joining us, but we're going to let you go and we're going to have a short break. We've got a lot more stuff to talk about with regards to the fires and stuff like that.
We'd love to have you back on, Graham, sometime.
Yeah,
no problem.
Maybe in 6 months, a year, and we can come back on, together, and maybe we can have a little catch up and see, how things have transpired. Because what we don't want to do is always speak with people that agree with us about everything. It's important to have that debate, to be, jumping off each other like that. So I want to say thank you very much, Daddy Dragon. How can people get hold of your work? Have you got a website?
Well, so we've got the EnglishConstitutionSociety.com. We've got the EnglishConstitutionParty.com, and I've got daddydragon.co.uk. But the only platform that has allowed me to survive, even Twitter took down my last 2 accounts, and those quite large accounts. YouTube's took me down 3 times. Facebook took me down 5 years ago because I was telling people the truth, right? They only do it to truth tellers. So the only place I reside in this format, except you won't see any self-censorship, right? I'll tell you exactly how it is Rumble. And the person who told me to go to Rumble 3 years ago was a guy called Devin Nunes, who is the guy that now runs Truth Social, and the guy that is now been pulled in to their administration to run the security and the investigations into the security. So he said, go to Rumble. The channel's now got 7,000 subscribers, etc. But if anyone wants to come, what happens is everything I read, I show you the evidence, I show you analyst reports, real analysts of real military intelligence. We've got lots of members that are in the military that understand that the British are the problem, right? And regard themselves as either English, Scottish, Irish, or Welsh. So just, if you want to hear a real conversation about a brotherhood of nations, not a political union, right? Then the Full English Show on Rumble or Daddy Dragon channel on Rumble. It's the same thing. It'll take you to the same place. But if you put in the Full English Show on Rumble, it will bring us straight up.
We've got the link on the screen right now. So that is how you can get more of Graham, aka Daddy Dragon. And I also want to say a big thank you to all of your viewers. There must be at least 100 of them that have come over and are watching us live right now. We've got some really positive comments in the live chat there. And guys, if you're new to Rise Above, and you'll come over from Daddy Dragon, please don't forget to sub to us too. We go live every other Friday. We broadcast every week.
Plus, you might want to stick around. We've got a couple more hours to go.
We've got a lot more subjects to get through.
This is our first show back in 2025. We've got loads of news to cover and lots of laughs to have.
Yeah, so we've got Daddy Dragon's Rumble channel on the screen right now. We want to say, Graham, thank you once again, and let's catch up in 6 months or 12 months, I think.
Definitely. And just to let your audience know, I'm live every night, 8 p.m, and I have been for at least 10 years, every single night. Other people have gone, fell by the wayside. I'm out there telling you the truth, and that's it. And I'm not being disrespectful to anyone. All I'm saying to you is some people can do this and some people can't. If you've got a passion and a love for your country and your constitution and for justice, then you need to start talking about England and the English constitution. That's it.
Awesome,
thank you, fellas.
That's great.
Thank
we
you
tip
all.
our little hat to you, Graham.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. Rise above.
No worries.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Holy potato.
That was fucking wild.
That was wild.
I
hope
sure. He didn't think I was a dick.
No, listen, we had some really good comments. It's great that people can disagree and have a debate while still remaining really respectful. Mate, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a strike off some of that stuff tomorrow. I mean, but if anything dodgy was said about jabs or anything there, we have to remember to everyone that when we talk about these conspiracy theories, we always recommend that you go to the World Health Organization website or to the CDC or to the English equivalent to get your good advice. Right, we are going to have literally a micro break coming up. A micro break. We've got Muslimic ray guns, Enki Musk.
Did you say Muslimic ray guns?
Yes, Muslimic ray guns, Enki Musk, fact checkers. We've already and a few other bits and pieces as well. Shit, LA on fire. That's the big one, isn't it? We've got like 20. We're going to go all into the LA fires. We played it earlier on. It's so good. We're going to play it again. This is Birdseye Baby Mums from Inspector Veg. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Deserve these buggies, they make me sick. Cause they gon' get a whole week shopping in Iceland for like 25 quid. Fizzy sweets and chocolates, no fresh fruit herbs or veg, just processed meals all packed in boxes. It's for my bird's eye bitches, dirty skirting balls, dirty ovens and dirty fridges. No long ting beans on a hob oven, 15 minutes. Bird's eye mums, raising bird's eye daughters and bird's eye sons. The only time you eat fishes when you eat fish fingers. You don't eat fish without breadcrumbs. These bird's eye baby mums are like cooking, they're always in a rush. Chips in the oven, put the Benson down, the Tesco, Sainsbury's, these kind of places. Chicken dippers, baked beans, spaghetti hoops, smiley faces. Yo, it's my bird's eye bitches. Dirty skirting balls, dirty ovens and dirty fridges. No long ting bings on a hob oven, 15 minutes. It's the alkaline geezer. I'm not the bird's eye baby mum, please come to your crib. You know what it is, I'm checking out your fridge, I'm checking out your freezer. Freezer, freezer, freezer. I'm checking out your fridge, I'm checking out your freezer. Freezer, freezer, freezer. These bird's eye baby mums don't deserve these buggies, they make me sick. Cause they're gonna get a whole week shopping in Iceland for like 25 quid. Yo, 25 quid. Yo, 25 quid. These bird's eye baby mums don't deserve these buggies, they make me sick. Cause they're gonna get a whole week shopping in Iceland for like 25 quid. Yo, 25 quid. Yo, 25 quid.
I tell you what, right? What a show so far. What a show so far.
All I can say is,
oh, Michael. Let's get the. We've mucked up the graphics here. Let's just get everything. That's better. That's better. That's what Rise Above looks like. I'll tell you what, PG. We've carried on that Dragon 2020 energy for tonight.
yeah, mate. It's the MAGA energy, mate.
It's the MAGA energy.
Yeah. Shout out to Neil. He's just bought us a coffee.
Oh, thank you very much. Right, before we get down to the other subjects tonight, and there are still quite a few more things to go, these are the ways you can support Rise Above. As you can see, we have very high production standards around here.
You can buy us coffee or a cider.
And they're only going to increase as we always up the game around these parts. The way you can help us pay for all of this stuff and our software costs and our running costs, which are quite extensive, is to buy us a coffee. If you just want to spend a couple of quid, scan the QR code here. An even better way to support us is to buy merchandise. We have a whole range of hoodies, T-shirts, beanies, and it's actually really dope.
We got all the shit, guys.
We're wearing it right now. You can scan the QR
What have I got
code.
on here? I'm double sigilled here.
I've got double sigil.
Of course.
Let's have go bigger. Let's have a look. What we got? Oh, so you've got the Rise Above Ra Perel design with the 33.
33 there.
I'm doing the original. I tried to copy the Adidas logo.
I nearly picked up my red with yellow Ramesh sigil on earlier, so I'm glad I opted for the white.
Okay, so yeah, merch. But by far, the number one way to support Rise Above is to go onto Patreon. It's only £3 a month. And if you think that chat that we just had with Graham was spicy, comrades, you need to come over to Peasantron. We put it, usually 2 videos a week. You get discounts on entry to events. You get 10% off everything on the website. And also, if you sign up to Patreon before next week's show on the 17th, you go into a competition to potentially win a copy. And I've got roughly 8 to 10 of these books. New Age Blood Libel in Houston, The Devil in Houston by D.R. Gora, and there is a massive
I've got a copy at home to read a bit of it. It sounds fucked up.
We're going to be discussing this book next week. It's got satanic ritual abuse, demonic possession, and it's a first account from the author. So again, if you want to win this book, sign up to Patreon. We've got 10 copies to give away. Look at Juicy and Lucy. Raw Patreon is on fire.
It is correct.
It is hot off the press.
It is. Wait. Where's
as soon as things happen, I call PG round here and we do a Peasantron video.
It's clearly racist.
Thank you very much, Queer Darling. Right. So I think the only other thing we need to mention very, very quickly is the fact that if you want to come and meet us,
I'm hearing rumors that you're locking people up for posting memes.
That we've been missing that one tonight. The other thing.
Listen, I'm going to stick my foot far right up your ass.
We don't use that one enough either.
Far right fucks.
Come and see us March the 8th in Bournemouth. We've booked out a whole hotel. We've already sold over 200 tickets. It's going to be a blast. Sheep Farm and Mark Devlin are there too. All right. That's enough.
Boom ting, yeah.
Boom, mate. It's going to be dope.
You have stolen my childhood.
Not yet. We haven't. What's coming
She's
up
anti-Semitic now, Greta.
Yeah.
Over the Christmas period, she's turned anti-Semitic.
Anti-little hat,
since the Christmas break, she
doesn't care about global
full anti-Semitic
boiling change anymore.
No. Her and her octopus.
Right, let's see what's next on our Schwabery. Let's go to the Schwab board.
Raw.
Right. Muslimic ray guns. Oh no! I've got a few subjects before that. Let's get rid of that and go back. So I'm getting quite carried away here. Right. Share the screen. What else has been going on in clown world? Elon Musk, Enki Musk, the ancient Sumerian tech lord who's trying to trick us into a simulation within a simulation, chatting in like Gandalf, like Trump's ear here, right? Enki Musk. Shit. No, I've gone too far. Here it is. We made a whole Peasantron video about this. Enki Musk, on the 31st of December, changed his name on Twitter, his own platform, his own social media platform that he owns. He changed his handle to what?
Keck.
Not just Keck.
Keck Maximus, Michael.
Keckius Maximus. Now, for anyone that doesn't know the legend of Kekistan...
It's an ancient... Well,
Kekistan. Kekistan is the... Oh, no, that's the new thing.
It's
Basically, there are deep occult and esoteric things going on with this Kek stuff.
It's an ancient Egyptian god, Kek.
An ancient meme god.
Yeah.
Now, it represents chaos. If you want us to hear us talk about this, there is a video on Patreon where we talk about this in detail, and we play this clip with Jordan Peterstein and Joe Rogan talking about this.
That's an ancient video.
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 years ago.
Jordan Peterstein looked at better condition.
It's actually before he turned into Jordan Peterstein, when he was just
It was before the black cube had wrapped around him.
Yeah.
It
So-
encased him within itself.
What else have we got here for Enki Musk? I wasn't sure on this meme to the right. Any memesters, can you tell me who is the character?
This is from... I think this is from Blade.
No, it's from Total Recall.
It's Total Recall, sorry.
It's
Total Recall.
Quaid and the other one,
that's
right?
it.
But what I'm saying is, obviously, something's bursting out of Enki Musk's stomach. But the real controller, like, that's who's behind him. But who is that? Who is the little guy here? Can anyone in the comments tell me? Cheap labour, implant brain chips. You know, he goes, oh, you know the very famous drum and bass sample?
I remember this.
Open your mind.
Yeah. Because he's like he's gasping for air. He's
Open
like,
your mind. Yeah, it's a big sample. Cheap labour, implant brain chips, sell excess user data to the feds, make more money for the military industrial complex with fake X. I just don't know who the little guy's face is. Can someone tell us?
It's probably called Malachi.
Right. What else has been going on? We've seen a number of terrorist attacks or supposed terrorist attacks. I think all 3 of them are in the US. And they're all linked to Fort Bragg. One of them was the burning Tesla, which happened, and that's the link to the Keckius Maximus thing. I think this was the day before Musk changed his name to Keckius Maximus, a burning Cybertruck outside of Trump Towers, right? And the funny thing is, nobody knew if it was actually a terrorist attack or it's just a normal Musk, mobile bomb. The battery failed and it went off, because you know about all the fires.
Yeah. Or it was Netanyahu.
Yeah, or it's Netanyahu. Burnt beyond recognition, but a paper passport and a plastic military ID survives intact. So we've got like 9/11 vibes here, where the guy is engulfed in a ball of lithium-ion flames at like 33,000 degrees, burnt to a crisp inside his Tesla wagon, but his passport and his ID...
He rented it.
Oh, he rented it?
It's a rental, yeah.
Definitely wasn't like symbolic, like Enki Musk, Orange Messiah, day before Keckius Maximus is drawn out to bring chaos. Look at all the chaos that has followed.
Burning. All the flames that have come.
So what does this say? The media found a charred passport in the burnt out Tesla. People who've been
That's
talking
so
about
2001.
Yeah, people who've been talking about 9/11 passports for the last 20 years. Eddie Murphy face. The suspects in yesterday's attacks in Bourbon Street in New Orleans and the Trump Tower in Las Vegas both served at Fort Bragg, the same military base Ryan Ruth visited over 100 times before attempting to take Donald Trump's life. And then we've got these 3 articles here. Fort Bragg. It seems like basically of the unholy trinity of Jays, the jihadists that Graham was talking about, a lot of them are actually being trained and radicalised at Fort Bragg. And 2 of them aren't even Muslims or Asian.
No.
So, yeah, this was obviously a sort of triadic psyop that was going on in the US. What are the dates here?
Talmudic, triadic.
December, yeah. Talmudic, triadic psyop. Going on December the 21st. So this isn't sort of the same time frame as the drones in the sky. Interesting. Any links?
Fog.
Yeah, well, this is a little bit before the fog, as far as I can see.
Pre-fog.
Let me just get the chat back
vid.
on the screen so we can see what people are saying here.
Pre-fog vid.
Congratulations to Elon Musk for making cars so bad that no one can tell if a car bomb has just happened or if the car just did that.
That is a very good point.
That is a very
good point.
Yeah, we like that one. Let me see if I can just get a better view.
Did you say better Jew?
No, I said view. I said view. This is not Patreon. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, and I'll just get the chat back as well. So, right. The next subject is Muslimic ray guns. Now, what am I talking about, Muslimic ray guns? I'm actually using...
You talking about the breakdancer?
No, it's not ray gun. This is to do with the Islamic rape gangs. Now, the reason I'm saying Muslimic ray guns, and I'm just going to refresh everyone's memory, right, from the UK. Do you know what I'm talking about here?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
So, 13 years ago, what I can see now as a piece of pre-prediction, pre-cognitive parasite propaganda to set into the mind of everyone that even mentioning grooming, industrialized grooming gangs, which happen to be of one ethnic group and religion, is the subject of knuckle-dragging, tooth-missing dullards, basically, right?
Goat peasants.
I'm going to play something, and it's quite funny. It's called Muslimic ray guns.
People are angry, but they can't explain why.
Hello, sir, and why are you here today?
I'm here to protest. Right, I'm going on a march. So I want Britain to be back British. I want Britain to be back British. I'm going on a march. So I want Britain to be back British. I want Britain to be back British. Got interracial law and the Muslimic infidel. They're trying to get their law over our country, and it's happening. It's happening in other countries. It's happening in every country. It's like you got Muslimic ray gangs, Muslimic ray gangs. You got Muslimic ray gangs, ray gangs. You got Muslimic ray gangs, Muslimic ray gangs. You got Muslimic ray gangs, ray gangs.
Now, obviously, that is quite funny, all right?
I'd say they would definitely...
Far right thugs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that kid is obviously a complete brain-dead idiot.
Yeah, fucking retard, mate. Wait, where's Mark Passio?
And that was on it for anyone that's not familiar with that.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
If you're not from the UK, that was from an EDL march, the English Defence League, about 13, 14, 15 years ago.
Shout out to Tommy Robinson.
And this is when the subject of the grooming gangs of mainly Pakistani or Islamic descent became first talked about in the UK.
No, Michael.
What?
I'm going to correct you there.
Go on.
Shout out to my far right brethren, Nick Griffin.
You just picked up Nick Griffin.
Shout out to Nick Griffin back in 2002 when he was talking about this stuff.
Oh, right. So,
Thank you very much.
So he's like the original Tommy Robinson.
He is the founder.
Was he from the National Front or the BNP?
He's
British National
so
Party.
far right that it's left.
But you know now, he doesn't talk about Muslims anymore. Do you know who he complains about now? Little Hats.
He does, yeah. And do you know why? That's how I found out that my homeboy, my favourite researcher, next to Jason Arquette and obviously Double LMC, David Irving, is in good health.
Wow, I've been put up there with
you're in the top
Jason
three.
Arquette
You're in top three.
David Irving.
David Irving is in good health, although, however, he is alive, but he is not. He is now unable to continue his great work.
Let's have a take of that.
And
now,
he is my idol.
I think that this problem has actually been going on for almost 50 years in the UK, right? So you're saying Nick Griffin was talking about in 2002.
2002.
This is from, say, 2010. The reason I just played that, and obviously they've auto-tuned it, they made a funny song out about it, but he meant to say Islamic rape gangs, and he called it a Muslimic...
ray gun.
It sounded like ray gun.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I believe that became so viral and was pushed out there is because it is a perfect piece of, like, predictive peasant pacification propaganda.
Yeah, to make you think, who are these fucking retards?
So any time after that went viral, for many normies and NPCs, any time that the subject of the industrialised rape of young girls, mainly in the north of England, by these Islamic gangs, was only to be talked about by people like that. Can you see what I'm saying here? It's very, very obvious to me. So why did I just play that? Why has this suddenly become talked about again? Well, I'm not sure whether a new report has been released or there have been more information coming to light about. Well, let's have a look here. What's it saying? Let's get rid of some of this so I can see a little.
Greetings to our Australian customers.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody down under. Shocking revelations in British Parliament. Malcolm Pearson said that more than 250,000 white girls have been raped, largely by Muslim men, in the last 25 years alone. The entire British Parliament was stunned by the report. Malcolm said many people don't report these incidents because they're afraid of being called Islamophobic. Now, for anyone that's not from the UK or not familiar with this story, this isn't just the fact that men that were Islamic or Pakistani were raping young girls. It's the fact that what's so alarming about it, apart from the fact it's been swept under the carpet and hidden, is that it's actually highly organised, industrialised, and it is racially targeted. Not just to white girls, I add. Bengali
Asian
and Sikh girls have been targeted exactly the same by these men, 80-90% from this one demographic. The other shocking thing about it is that not only was it ludicrously widespread, it wasn't just being swept under the carpet. Some of these reports coming out are almost suggesting that the police were actually fully complicit with actually allowing it to happen. There are stories of 12-year-olds getting raped by hundreds of dudes, going to the police station, getting arrested for prostitution, and then getting handed over directly back to the perpetrators of the first crime.
Listen,
it's really fucking bad.
You want to hear something really bad that was going on? You want to hear something really bad that was going on? Uncensored, fully like Pizzagate style shit. If you've got kids listening, I suggest you don't let them listen to this. Have you just given
a trigger warning on Rise Above?
A trigger warning on Rise Above Live, right? In these gangs, right, there was reports, that they were stretching a young, like under 12-year-old's anus, so multiple Islamic Pakistani men could rape her at the same time, with using tools to stretch her anus. That's documented, went to court, read out in court.
This is really nasty stuff, guys. And
that's like some sadistic shit right there.
And obviously, for people that aren't in the UK or familiar with this, you would have to not be from the UK to be familiar with this. It's a big bone of contention, and for a good portion of this country, even mentioning that this is a phenomenon and not just propaganda from the media is considered actually racist, right-wing, bigoted, and it's like, people would be shunned for it. Obviously, we're just about telling the truth here, and the fact is that now, what has previously, right up to this point for the last 20 years, been almost a taboo to even mention, in the last couple of weeks, it seems that this evidence has come to light to actually prove it was worse even than people like Tommy Robinson or Nick Griffin were saying. The testimonies from these girls about how organised, how widespread this was, have all come to light. Now, that is obviously alarming and shocking, but not surprising, because if you study what we've been saying in this show for a long time, weaponised migration is just one tool of the Black Cube organisation to destabilise countries and to terrorise populations.
It's just one in the quiver.
But what is also really important about this topic at the moment is the response that it's been getting and the use of it by certain individuals. Now, let me just point out, this has been happening in a number of northern towns and cities, namely Bradford and Rotherham. Am I wrong?
I think Rotherham and was Telford and Rotherham were the most prominent. But I believe Tommy Robinson grew up in Luton.
Yeah, and it was happening there too.
I don't know whether this is true or not, but I'm not sure if it was his sister or
I believe it was his cousin.
A young girl who was very close to him in some way was, used by these gangs in whatever way. I don't know. They were drugging people. They were sometimes they were just trying to recruit women, so to speak, little young girls and teenagers,
Getting them
whatever,
hooked on heroin and crack
but
and
they
stuff.
were just doing innocent stuff like buying them cigarettes, and if they owned a shop, they would give them free tobacco and booze and stuff like that, just to try and lure them in. So they had all the bases covered. Like they could give someone fucking inject him with smack, give him some meth, or buy him a pack of 10 Sovereign, and to reel him in that way.
Pardon
Bless
me.
you, Michael.
Just
Bless
took
you.
that rocket fuel, it made me sneeze. Right, so picture the scene. For 30, 40, 50 years, all across these northern towns, hundreds of thousands of girls have been systematically raped on an industrial scale in a highly organised manner, and it's been covered up, shunned, and even people in the institutions that should be stopping it from happening may be involved as well. Okay, so if we take that...
Rochdale as well, and Halifax has been mentioned here in the comments.
But Rotherham and Bradford were also in there too. The reason I'm bringing those two places up is because this. UK City of Culture 2025 is being given to Bradford. Now, for anyone, no offence to anyone from Bradford, right? But anyone from that's ever been there or knows about it, this is not a nice place in the UK to live.
It's a fucking shithole, man.
It's one of the worst places in the UK to live, apart from what we've just been talking about. And the culture that comes out of Bradford isn't really known to be anything at all. So also there's this. Bradford has the lowest IQ in the UK.
By far.
And it also
By far right.
And it also has over twice the national average of birth defects. So the city with the lowest IQ and the most birth defects has been granted City of Culture 2025. Basically, what else would you expect in Clown World? But even more, even worse, a massive kick in the teeth to all of those young girls that were systematically raped over the years. Rotherham has been given Children's Capital of Culture 2025. That deserves a button.
Let me tell you. Unbelievable.
That was the best button you could put. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You have stolen my childhood.
Someone in the chat, I'm not reaching here. Is this a deliberate kick in the teeth? Is this deliberate
I'll tell you exactly
baiting?
what this is, Michael. This is to enrage the Christian Reich. This is to rise like a fucking hard-on.
Yes.
Coming at you.
You're absolutely right. I mean,
with a crucifix.
What could be more?
This is a hard-on in the shape of a crucifix coming at you. That's what it is.
Straight towards your sphincter, you Christian.
Directly to Mecca is what it is.
Blast off our borough. Welcome to Rotherham, Children's Capital of Culture 2025, created by children and young people for everyone, right here in Rotherham. Kyle Greaves, bless him, brought this to my attention. Our favourite right-wing combat sports MC.
Oh, it's funny as fuck. Did you see his T-shirt the other day at Muay Thai?
He
Transgenders for Trump.
He went to
Muay Thai training in
Wow.
a Transgenders for Trump T-shirt.
So, yeah, this is not the only aspect of the story with regards to the grooming gangs. Let's go a little bit deeper.
Because there's some great comments tonight, honestly.
Yeah, guys, welcome back. Welcome back.
I am
That's
reading
all I can
this.
say.
It's really, really good.
We're feeling really good here in the studio. It's our first show of 2025.
Also, can I take this opportunity to give a shout out to our wonderful moderators who put up links, share stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, especially Pamela Swan.
Pamela
your
Swan,
she is
Delta
on it.
Dawn, Dirt Road Farms.
They're all on it. Really, really good guys.
And if you do, that's a good shout. If you do fancy helping us out with Rise Above, you want to be a moderator, you can edit some videos for me. I'm just going to put the email address on the bottom.
Lance
of the
needs
screen.
help with that shit because I can't do that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's do a call out right now. If you can edit videos and you want to work for Rise Above, you'll get lifetime free Patreon. You'll get merch. You'll get stickers. I can't actually pay you, I'm afraid.
Free tickets to events,
yeah,
guys.
free tickets to events.
With
We can
free
do that.
drinks for the weekend.
But we need someone to start making some more bite-sized Rise Above because Slick Rick has done a great job, but I think he burnt out. He's dropped off the radar. And if you want to be a moderator, you can email us. You want to edit some videos for us, email us, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com.
So back to it. Thomas, cool name, in the comments is saying we're being trolled by this stuff.
Totally agree.
100%.
Tom Thomas, I think this is peasant baiting. This is trolling.
Peasant bait, nice.
Yeah, it's definitely
peasant bait.
It's peasant bait.
Peasant bait.
It's Christian Reich peasant bait. So, While this is going on, we've noticed a change in the algorithm, and the mainstream media seems to be telling the truth a little bit more, or baiting us. Hard to tell the difference.
Is that MAGA effect? The MAGA magic?
I think it is.
Is
Someone
it
turned
on the mainstream media?
Turned on the red MAGA
Yeah,
switch.
they've turned the blue dial a little bit more red.
More anti-Semitism, more truth about Islamic ray guns. Right, so rape classes introduced to explain to migrants Western women are not rape targets. This photo of a young woman in a short skirt and heels sitting with her legs apart.
This was mine. I found this was mine that I found this. Yeah. This was like they're actually doing classes. You get an instruction manual about how to not rape Western white women.
I'm just going to check this video. Yeah, this is the video I thought.
Do the RNLI dish that out when on the boat, or do you have to? Do you get a class at the hotel?
But like,
what happens? Yeah,
whether this is real or not. I mean, let's assume it's not real.
No, this is legit.
You reckon?
Yeah, 100%. This is legit. This was a screenshot of a whole article. I just took the top of it.
Let me put it. No, I mean, I'm not saying a legit article. I'm saying, is it really happening in real life? Are they really sitting a load of boatmen down in a room and showing them a video, telling them not to rape
maybe
people?
not at the start, but if this has become a problem to the fact it's coming out in the mainstream.
But
then
it's
I'd
obviously
say
not a problem.
potentially,
It's not
yes.
a problem to the parasite. It's the desired outcome, isn't it?
Yeah, but look who's in charge of the parasitical everything at the moment. It's Keir Starmer, who I would argue is responsible for a lot of this shit.
Absolutely. But it's great peasant baiting as well. So let's look at this video, some more peasant baiting. This is from the Welsh Refugee Council, and it's an advert going out to migrants.
Enlarge it, Michael. Enlarge it.
No, it's a video.
Hello,
Watch this.
and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is
Michael,
difficult,
get rid of
but
this.
Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you. You can contact them here. Wales is seen as a nation of sanctuary. We welcome anyone and everyone. We recognise your skills and talent. The Welsh Refugee Council offers a lot to support, including
ESOL classes, which means English for Speakers for Other Languages. It may be hard to learn our language, so we offer support. Employment. You may feel stressed about employment, but we can help. They help you to apply for bank accounts, child benefits, and they can help with housing. It's very important to have a warm place that you can call home. Education. Children have the right to education. Play for children. We know how important it is for children to socialise. Help finding doctors. It's extremely important to have healthcare.
Not only this, but Wales offers free education and
One sec. Yeah, we're back.
Right,
We're back.
Can we play that again in a second? Right, we're just going to have a little chat about this briefly, and then we're going to play it again from the start. Right.
Okay.
Notice, it's all young, like underage girls that are talking about this. Right. Notice what multiple girls are wearing on their lower half. Okay. And it's like not knee length. You know, what would maybe some people would deem inappropriate
In the Islamic world, that would be deemed as basically underwear.
Thank you. Yeah. Just play it again.
Yeah, someone just pointed out the production quality of this is shocking. It was probably made by kids and sent in, and then they actually played it to him.
It doesn't matter. You got to look at the content.
we understand being a refugee.
Get rid of this at the bottom,
They
Lance.
go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you. You can contact them here. Wales is seen as a nation of sanctuary. We welcome anyone and everyone. We recognise your skills and talent. The Welsh Refugee Council offers a lot to support, including
ESOL classes, which means English for Speakers for Other Languages. It may be hard to learn our language, so we offer support. Employment. You may feel stressed about employment, but we can help. They help you to apply for bank accounts, child benefits, and they can help with housing. It's very important to have a warm place that you can call home. Education. Children have the right to education. Play for children. We know how important it is for children to socialise. Help finding doctors. It's extremely important to have healthcare.
not only this, but Wales offers free education and healthcare.
There are many job opportunities here in Wales. IKEA works closely with the Welsh Refugee Council, providing jobs for refugees that come from all over the world.
On the screen now are some basic Welsh phrases.
Shemai.
Hello.
Borda.
Good morning.
Prenanda.
Good afternoon.
Nosta.
Good night.
Sut wyt ti?
How are you?
We
We understand that you have been through a lot, and that is why the Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Thank you for listening.
I'm not being funny, but like the girls that young usually wear skirts
Right,
that short at
right.
school.
Bearing in mind, I haven't got kids, nor have you. But if I did, I wouldn't want my young teenage daughter, barely teenage daughter, to be wearing almost a mini skirt, doing a video for predominantly Islamic men that are being
boatmen.
brought into the country.
Young boatmen
from Wales. Would you?
That was like some of the comments were like, "Oh my god, I cannot believe this." That look, Bruce Townsley saying that was fucked up.
Now, shout out to Becky S Investigates, because she's the one that brought this to our
Thanks,
attention
Becky.
at Rise Above. And I've been thinking about this. She only showed me this today, and I said, fucking get that on the group. And I've been thinking about this on the way here, right? This is the way they're going to swing this when people do inevitably complain about it. They're going to say it's aimed at the children that are coming over. That's what they're going to swing it as. It's aimed at the kids.
That's actually a great find,
and that's the way they're going to swing it.
That's
but we all know it's
fucked up.
Do you know what I mean?
So I think some of the people in the comments that are most surprised are maybe not UK people, because if you live in the UK, you might be used to this level of like peasant baiting and clownery by now. Yeah, pretty shocking stuff. Okay, so here's some more mainstream media clips. Sorry, not clips, but rather headlines. Let's have a look. It's almost like there's more peasant baiting going on here. So this is from the Telegraph. This is a broadsheet, like 5th of January this week. Foreigners 3 times as likely to be arrested for sex offences as British citizens.
That is fucking racist, Lance.
Crime. This is from the mainstream media. Crime League's tables puts Albanians as nationality most likely to be arrested, followed by Afghans, Iraqis, Algerians, Moroccans, and Somalians. Now, the reason I'm showing this is because even just
notice Pakistani males aren't on there.
Yeah, I didn't notice that actually. Now.
Because don't forget, Michael, read the wording. Most likely, did you say? Is it most
to be arrested?
So likely, because if they're covering up the Pakistani pedo gangs, of course they're not likely to get arrested.
Yeah, they won't arrest. Yeah.
They're
So
not
they're just
likely
going to arrest
to
everybody else.
Yeah,
That looks the same.
they're not likely to get arrested, are they?
Yeah,
if it's a cover up.
It's very important also to point out that. Look at the name. Let me just get rid of the graphics here. You're going to love this one. They're talking about all of these men from Islamic countries. What's the name? Charles Hamas.
Hamas. Hamas.
Home Affairs editor Charles Hamas.
Hamas.
Once again, not very long ago, even suggesting that statistically, men from certain countries are more likely to commit rapes in the UK
That is
domestic
such
men.
a far right thing to
Literally
say.
a
honestly.
racist, far right talking point.
It's clearly racist.
Thank you, Keir Starmer.
But now something has changed. The algorithm has changed. The MAGA switch has been turned on, and now
We're going full red, Michael.
This isn't the Daily Mail. This ain't the Daily Star. It's not the Sun. This is the Telegraph admitting this stuff.
Now, because if you subscribe to the peasant politics, then you would know that if you are far right and you would be a red colour, you've been oppressed for the last few years, whereas now the blue side is being oppressed. I would say, is that right?
I think so. I think it looks like 2025 is the year, at least in the UK, certainly in America too.
When the sun turns red.
The pendulum has swung so far to the left.
Yeah, the pendulum's gone so far to the left.
It can't go any
far right.
It can't go any further.
Yeah.
So now it's going to swing back, but because it's gone so far to the left, with the open borders, with the Clown World promotion, with the rainbow programming, etc., etc., etc. When it swings back, it's going to have so much momentum.
No, Michael,
it's going to swing back really hard.
I would argue, Michael, that the pendulum swung so far left that it's now just gone full circle, and now you've got people who were left who are now far right.
Yeah,
like Donald Trump, Elon Musk. They were like Joe Rogan, all of these, the Christian Reich. They were all liberals at one point and all Democrats. Now we've gone full circle because they're now classed as the far right.
So look what Dimebar is saying here. Is the Telegraph far right or far left? Or does that depend on the week? Great point. LBC, many people would argue this was a very left-leaning channel station publication. NHS giving asylum seekers priority care to address inequalities as the waiting list pile up. So I'm sure that is actually probably true. Again, that's not necessarily a far right thing. Maybe that's just far left peasant baiting, saying, well, why shouldn't they? They're asylum seekers. They should go before you because you've been in this country all these years paying this tax since you were like 18 years old.
Yeah,
etc.
give them your money, peasant.
Yeah. Why shouldn't you? So, right. Yeah, this is some more of the grisly details about how this is being played out in the media, and we're also showing some memes here. So, Hunter Ash says, white girls matter the least is an official UK court precedent. A child molester who abused 2 Asian girls was rightly given a longer sentence than if his victims had been white, because Asian sex crimes suffer more, a leading judge has ruled. Mr. Justice Walker said it was proper for paedophile Jamal Mohammed Rahim Ul-Nazir to have been given a tougher sentence than normal because his victims were Asian.
That is fucking racist.
But that's mental.
That is quite literally the definition of racist.
Absolutely, literally the definition of racism.
You couldn't define it with a better example of being racist towards one minority.
Well, it's being racist towards this clearly Asian chap. Let's guess he's a Muslim as well with a middle name like Mohammed.
Fuck me, look at the length of the name.
So
does that fit on the driving license?
So this is on one hand, we've got this narrative now saying that even though you're Asian, you're going to get a tougher sentence than you for raping other Asian girls.
Because you're Asian.
But no, not because you're Asian, but because they are Asian. Because the girls are Asian.
Yeah, because the sex...
even though they're your same race, we're going to apply this racist sort of like modus operandi.
But because what they're saying, because Asian sex crimes suffer more. That is, again, that's like stereotyping as well as racial profiling.
So it's racially profiling Asians, stereotyping Asians. But what's it also doing? It's also devaluing the experience of a white girl being raped, saying that it's worse. So you see how this is doing both.
Yeah, multiple stones. They're killing 33 stones in one shot.
Exactly. So Charles Veach, a guy who I don't really like or agree with, I think he's a bit of a weirdo, this Charlie Veach guy in his YouTube videos. This meme, I think, is very salient. He says, keep the pressure on. This is unforgivable. King Charles needs to dissolve Parliament. Sounds a bit like Daddy Dragon there. Migrant rape gangs and the UK offering up its children.
Apparently, King Charles, the king, hasn't even got the power to dissolve the Parliament.
I don't think so.
It's written into English peasant legislation.
This peasant baiting is going both ways. It's working on both sides. It's inflaming everybody all at the same time. Right, now this is...
But it's the common denominator is it's all Christian baiting.
Well, you could say that...
Because predominantly it's white Christians.
But you could say that this is baiting Muslims and Islamic people too.
Yeah, but I'm saying against each other. The Christian right against the...
So let's throw Queer Stalin into the mix. Where does he come into this Islamic rape gang scenario, right? Keir Starmer just claimed people who want a full inquiry into Britain's rape gangs are jumping on, get the button ready, on a bandwagon of the far right.
It's clearly racist.
Where's the far right thugs button, Ali Peachy? Wanting justice for thousands of British girls raped by Pakistani gangs is far right. Is this Starmer's biggest mistake yet? And this is recent. He's been saying that this week. And we've got, let me just get this a little bit bigger so we can appreciate this clownery. A word used for anyone who wants justice for gang-raped children. Dictionary definition of far right, according to Queer Stalin. Looks a lot like Nigel Watson there. Got to get that beard back, Nigel. So it goes a little bit deeper than even this, because it's not just this week that Queer Stalin has been coming out with these ludicrous accusations of anybody that talks about Islamic rape gangs, when a report has come out like with graphic detail about Islamic rape gangs, calling them far right. It's just pure clownery. It's pure inflammation of the peasant populace, because everyone can see that's paying attention that there are two hands here. One of them is saying, look how bad the Islamic rape gangs are. And then the other hand is telling you that anyone that even talks about it is far right. Although the Telegraph, let me go back. The Telegraph is telling us here foreigners 3 times as likely to be arrested for British sexes as British sex offences as British citizens. And then you've got Queer Stalin saying anyone that wants justice for gang rape children is the far right. And we're not finished with this subject yet because we've still got to talk about Enki Musk, the ancient Sumerian tech lord. Musk's posts on X are far worse than the rape gangs, says an army of unquestioning NPCs.
I'm hearing rumors that you're locking people up for posting memes.
Do you know what? I need to go to the toilet as well. Can you just talk about Peasantron for a minute and hold the fort?
Hold the fort. Talk about Peasantron. How should we play a video, Lance?
Yeah.
Which one we got?
Well, that's going on to the wildfires, which we haven't got onto yet. If you press plus down there.
Go on.
And go to video storage. And then if you just scroll right to the bottom. Yo, sorry about that. We're back. I had to get something to eat and go to the toilet. Right. Islamic ray guns, Enki Musk, Queer Stalin, and the Switch.
What a myriad of subjects we're currently covering.
Let's just go back to the Schwab board and see how we're doing. We go back to the Schwabers board. I think we're sort of done with Islamic ray guns. We need to sort of come on.
Can we tick that off?
Yeah. We need to come on.
How many over time here? 11:01, Lance.
Well, we're going to go to midnight tonight. It's going to be a 4-hour special. Make some noise. Give us some flames in the chat if you're enjoying the show tonight.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Far right fucks.
And by the way, do you know what the funny thing is? That only comes out of the left ear. That's the only jingle that's not
that comes out of the left. That's so funny.
It's funny
that he's far left as well.
That last little clip we showed with all the right above stickers on that red thing, that's the Rarchive.
That went into some kind of weird clown loop.
And the Rarchive is the entire backlog of Rise Above, every live show ever, including all the ones that were banned off YouTube. It's basically all of the videos we've ever created ever, all the music videos, all the memes, everything. And it can be yours. You have to email me at riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. That's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. It's over a terabyte of rabbit. We literally give you everything. Can you just shut the door there? Because it's actually showing on the camera.
Fucking left it open, Michael.
Yeah, it's my fault. I did it. So yeah, it's £100 plus postage, which is about £6 or £7. All right, and that's how you can get the RAR drive. Right. What else? No, I think we need to also mention what Queer Stalin has been doing. So as well as overseeing Jimmy Savile being let off by 5 different police forces when he was the chief prosecutor of the Crown, as well as hiding the Islamic ray guns on multiple occasions and telling everyone they're far right, for even talking about Islamic ray guns. Queer Stalin is also worked on the Rudaka Banner asylum case, and Rudaka Banner is the guy that murdered all the little girls up north in Oldham. No,
Stockholm, Southport.
Southport.
However, no, that was the father of the kid who did it.
Yeah, but well, the same surname.
So, yeah. So if the dude who Keir Starmer fought to stay in the country didn't stay in the country, the dude who did it wouldn't be here.
The dude that he fought to get into the country is the perpetrator's dad, who was basically a Rwandan machete warlord who was obviously responsible for genocide. Queer Stalin works on the case.
Interesting choice of weapon for genocide, a machete. Seems long-winded.
Well, if you haven't got any guns, that's what you could.
Seems
you want to
long-winded,
kill
man.
loads of people.
Yeah,
if you haven't got any
yeah.
guns, you just get a machete and chop them to pieces. I
It's
guess.
like waving that around. Man,
Well,
the
if
jungle.
you've got, it takes a lot of manpower to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not
That's
looking-
commitment.
A source within the senior office of the British government has stated that yes, Prime Minister Queer Stalin had encountered Rudaka Kubana family before the events which took place in Southport on the 29th of July 2024, and this is the event that caused the far right quote marks
The rise of the far right.
and the race riots that happened in the UK last year. He is said to have had his role in the family's asylum case. In order to present this allegation to the public, I've spent 6 weeks in deep research attempting to corroborate this allegation. Here's what I discovered. Obviously, I'm not going to show you it all, but if you want to go to Charlie Bentley Astor, at Astor_Charlie on X, she shows you everything that she's found. Obviously, it's true. You know it's going to be true. It's Clown World.
It's fairly old news now.
Yeah,
to be
it's
fair.
clear.
Obviously, just on a side note here, before we go on to anything else, Juicy and Lucy have offered to help us out with some editing for videos.
That would be much appreciated.
Sick.
Thank you very much. So, I actually meant to show this slide a little bit later. We'll come back to that.
Are we in the wrong order here, lot?
Yeah, there is. Mate, there was so much information this week.
Yeah.
Labour blocks grooming gang inquiry into Starmer's conduct as the CPS head. So when he was the head of the CPS, not only did he let off Grandmaster Ginny on multiple occasions, he also was historically covering the grooming gangs. Not just in the last week, not just in the last year.
He was into it, mate.
Has he been saying, you can't talk about that, you're far right? This has been going on for years, and he's been involved in it for years.
Let's not forget. There's plenty of evidence, hard evidence. It's not even questionable. It's not conspiracy theory that Queer Stalin has accepted multiple very big donations and gifts. Let's call it that, from the Islamic world. So, you know, it's no surprise this guy doesn't want an investigation into anything which is even related to Pakistani rape gangs or basically anyone from the Muslim community, Middle East or Islam.
He wants the halal vote.
Yeah, he wants the halal vote. Yeah, so he wants it clean and halal.
Obviously, the other side of the political parasite divide in the UK, the Tories are making
which
use
is
of this.
I'm sorry, just to carry on my point. Which is quite ironic, considering they would be the first people to sacrifice a fag.
Yeah, they
Do you
throw
know what
him
I
off
mean?
a building.
Like, especially a fake fag, you know.
Yeah, first to be lined up against the wall. The ex-police officer Dion Miller stated that former Prime Minister Gordon Brown sent a letter to all police forces regarding the grooming gangs. They were told not to get involved. So, multiple different angles to this. Stalin went to 21 meetings of the Sentencing Council. It decided not all child sex offenders should go to prison. Just imagine coming out of that.
That's what I'm talking
not
about.
Not all child sex offenders
This
should go to
guy
prison.
needs no mercy, leniency whatsoever. He is in it. Up to his balls.
Yeah, Queer Stalin. So, also another person in this melee is the hideous Labour MP Jess Phillips. She's absolutely hideous, and not just visually either. She is a hideous person. MP for Birmingham Yardley, a 21 Pakistani electorate, 15,400 Pakistani votes. She's been shilling hard for the Islamic grey guns as well. Musk's disinformation is endangering me, says Phillips. Jess Phillips speaks to BBC Newsnight in the wake of Elon Musk's tweets going on about grooming gangs.
Is it me, or does she look very Jacinda Horseface-esque?
Yeah, she's. I
That
guarantee.
same kind of bloodline.
I guarantee she's from ancient Khazaria. She looks like a horse, just like Jacinda Ardern, who is also from ancient Khazaria.
Yeah.
On the left, here is a list of all the MPs who voted against deporting foreign rapists. Look at how many MPs are on that list, and I can see Sir Keir Starlin straight away. Obviously, he's been knighted for his service to the Black Cube organisation.
Absolutely.
So, Jess Phillips is saying that Enki Musk, the ancient Sumerian tech lord, is endangering her with his tweets. What's he been tweeting? We'll get to that in just a sec. Keir Starlin will block national inquiry into grooming gangs. He's even going to block an inquiry. You can't even look into it.
No. He's absolutely not, Michael.
You can't even look into it. Right. Enki Musk has been super vocal.
Let's look at what's going on just quickly before we get into Musk, because I would argue he is on the cuboid side of Trump. You've got Donald Trump, which is funded heavily by Israel and the Black Cube organization's sect of the Jewish community. Then you've got you've got Keir Starlin, who is ideologically opposed to Trump, which is funded by the Arab sect.
Married to a Cubes.
Married to a Cubes, but he's also funded by the Arabic side of the Black Cube.
So he's working with at least two of the J's of the unholy. I tell you what, that's the main thing to take from what Danny Dragon said: the unholy trinity of J's.
Unholy,
Jesuits, Jews, and jihadists.
Yeah, it's great. That was. I've never heard it put it like that.
I'm going to be listening to that tomorrow morning at the gym, I think.
But and so now we move on to Enki Musk. That is, he's fully on board with the Trump side of the cube.
Yeah, but remember, a cube has four sides, not three. No. We need to remember that.
And a centre.
Yeah. Oh, and Graham would suggest there is five sides, i.e. this 5D war that's going on. There has to be a fifth side.
No. A square has got four sides. A cube has got six sides.
You're right. That's only in 3D. A 2D cube has...
But a cube is 3D. Yeah.
Right.
Come on, Michael.
It's okay. I'm just being silly now. Richard Coles, who appears to be sort of an honorary little hat with his stupid little white collar there. He's a Christian minister or priest. He says Elon Musk commenting on Muslimic ray guns is like Kim Kardashian doing the country file weather. And Saskia, whoever she is, says, and church officials commenting on paedophilia is like Fred West donating £1 to the NSPCC.
What strange analogies they're coming out with here.
I reckon I could have nailed some better analogies there.
Yeah.
So what the fuck has Enki Musk, been saying? He's saying, I'm starting to wonder how anyone made it through childhood in Britain without severe trauma, commenting on the Archbishop of Canterbury quitting over John Smythe, the predatory Jimmy Savile-esque paedophile priest, which he covered for years. We covered this in the show last time, I think.
Also note on that, none of us did make it through childhood without any trauma.
Look underneath here. Someone has tagged Ken O'Keefe.
Yeah, nice.
Since Elon Musk is now tweeting videos, now is a good time for me to show him talking about Europa. And I think that Europa documentary is praising the Austrian painter, Hitman. So, very interesting. But we're not finished with Enki Musk. What else has he been saying? Here's a little poll he's got. Should America liberate the people of Britain from their tyrannical government? 58% of people said yes. Enki Musk says 2025 is looking good. Trump won, Trudeau resigned, and Keir Starlin got exposed. This is deep.
Michael, he's going at it. However, there's a deeper thing going on.
Oh, yeah,
here.
I'm sure. I'm talking about surface peasant level. What you would expect to be able to ingest in Clown World media. A floodgate
There's
is
a
opened.
nice 33 right in the middle of Enki Musk's
I saw that,
thing there. And don't forget, this has got, with talk of America and Canada schwabbing together, with possibly Greenland, why not just spill over and just take the UK as well? To liberate it and it's just got New World Order step forward all the way on it, like world government, world government. All like it just
that map
reeks
that
of
we
it.
showed earlier on, which is apparently an NWO plan, had 10 different regions for the Earth. I've seen one with 3 different regions or 4.
Yeah,
different
I have.
regions.
That's the one
so
I've
that's
seen.
like
Yeah,
a couple
yeah,
of stages
yeah.
after that.
That's
you've
that's
schwabbed
Endgame.
it all together a little
Yeah,
bit more.
yeah.
So, just like the Telegraph earlier on, that was admitting that certain demographics of these boatmen that are living in hotels are much more likely to rape people than domestic men of the UK. Enki Musk shared this. I think this is a study from Sweden, judging by the text. Studies show that men of non-European origin commit 84% of rapes, despite only making up 10% of the population. And
Wow, that is a statistic.
That, like, it's not just if they were half of the population, they're doing 84%. 10% is doing 84% of the rapes, according to this screenshot.
Now, so, right, hang on. Before we go any further, how is that racist or far right to point out those numbers? Because that's what you would be deemed in Britain now, or in England. Sorry, that's for you, Graham.
Nova Flip would have a fucking field day.
He would, absolutely.
Far right, racist, white supremacist. But the fact is, if this is really taken from actual studies, then numbers don't lie.
No, yeah, but how can they still justify calling you a racist bigot for pointing that out?
Because but that's the thing.
You've surely got to be a retard.
But that's the thing. If you're completely ideologically retarded, when you're shown authentic information that shows that something is the case, if your programming goes against it, you can't even see the information, let alone take it in or understand it or analyze it properly.
Like the moon landing.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what was the Russian KGB guy said? Yuri Bezmenov.
Bezmenov.
He said he said, Conrad, once the demoralization
20 years
is complete, the peasants, you'll be able to show them even authentic information to show them what's really happening, and they won't be able to look at it because of their programming.
Imagine the UK ended up being the 51st state and Canada was let off the hook.
It can't really be any worse, and it can't, like, having like queer Stalin like leading us. Like, you know, I know that this is all a game and that stuff, but if I woke up tomorrow and it said Trump is taking over the UK, I would probably be like, sweet.
However, you would in the short term, but then that is your step closer to one world government, isn't it? So you would be it might be good for a while. Let's not forget the cult indoctrination tactics.
Oh yeah,
Michael.
yeah. Two things
They'll
can
give
be
it
right
to
at
you
the same time.
good for a while, for a few years, and you'll love it. And then all of a sudden, they'll take a big dump right on your forehead.
So the fact that the leader of the free world, Enki Musk, the owner of Twitter, is like posting stuff like this and just saying, "Wow, I think this is like a landmark moment."
Quickly, before we go further,
Yeah.
just imagine that did happen. The UK did become the 51st state. We have got the same amount, bearing in mind the size of the UK and the population we've got, the numbers, we've got the same Islamic/Muslim population as the US, bearing in mind percentage-wise, as their, numbers-wise. Not percentage-wise.
So we have a higher percentage, which would equate
massively
with
higher.
Yeah, because
so,
yeah.
if we did actually schwab together with the states, imagine that would even it out because all the Muslims and Islam, they'd all schwab into the states.
So what you're saying is, although the America has far more people in the UK, the percentage of Muslims is lower.
Much lower, massively lower, 10 times lower.
Yeah,
Michael.
they have a very
10
different
times
demographic
lower.
in the US.
10 times lower.
So, yeah, Enki Musk is firing with both barrels. Ed Davey, I think ex-Labour, people have had enough of Enki Musk interfering with our country's democracy when he clearly knows nothing about Britain. It's time to summon the US ambassador to ask why an incoming US official is suggesting the UK government should be overthrown. So let me just make it big so you can properly see.
There we go.
And
now we've got a T-shirt in the way.
Enki Musk says, do you want to read it out? I'll just get rid of this T-shirt.
What exactly do I fail to understand about your failures to stop the mass rape of the little girls in Britain, you snivelling cretin?
This is amazing. And then on the left-hand side, we've got quite a funny meme here. Elon Musk is calling out Queer Stalin, calling him a pedo. Queer Stalin is just tweeting about the darts.
I would tend to agree. I would agree with that.
He probably is.
Yeah.
So, we've been talking sorry, let's go back to the Schwaber's board because I think we've actually finished the subject there. Let's get the Schwaber's board up.
How's the list, Lance?
We'll slowly...
the Schwaber's board.
Slowly but surely, we can cross off Enki Musk. We've done Muslimic ray guns. But the next one is fact checkers, okay? Now, I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about here.
We've got Zuckerfuck with his his new curly Jew hair.
Or twirlers,
come
as
out. Yeah, he's
Graham Moore
twirlers.
called it.
He's bringing him out to make himself look more human and less like a fucking Tesla robot.
So we've called
to gain more trust.
We've called it an Al Gore switch. We've said like a filter has been lifted. We've said maybe someone's turned the MAGA switch.
His DNA's been updated with the latest vaccine so that he can now get some sun, and he's not literally fucking plastic white.
I think this is part of what we were talking about. I think this is what's going on here with this huge announcement from Sugar Mountain or
Still got that lizard neck though.
Zuckerberg. That fact checkers have now had their day. Meta pneumovirus, Meta to get rid of fact checkers and recommend more political content.
Think about it though, Michael. Think about what's going on here. You've got Jewish Zuckerfuck now teaming up with Trump. He kissed the ring at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Mar-a-Lago, sorry. Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago.
He kissed the ring at Mar-a-Lago, and now he's a tech god, same as Enki Musk. He's kissed the ring at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
This is transhumanism, in my opinion, coming together as one.
They're all
funded by Israel. He's a Jew.
They're all getting
Trump's
ready to
funded by
bow down
Israel.
to the ancient
That is-
Sumerian
yeah,
tech lord.
Here we go.
So, Mark Sugar Mountain Zuckerberg says company will dramatically reduce censorship across Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. What? Does that mean it's going to happen to YouTube as well, do you think?
100%. 100%, Michael.
Fucking hell. Imagine
Mate,
if that
it's going
happens.
to happen to MySpace if it's still alive.
Imagine if that happens and then we can say what we want on YouTube. What are we going to do with Patreon? We'll have to go super extreme.
That's all right. Shout out to my man David Irving. There's plenty to cover, guys. I'm telling you now, you've got no idea
Don't
what
forget,
I found out.
if you haven't subbed to our Patreon already, you are seriously missing out. If you think tonight was spicy, let's have a little take on that. Patreon is double heat.
Double heat, Michael. This is like triple jalapeno. Right in your face.
We say things, we say words, we speak about subjects on Peasantron that we can't do on you know who tube. So fact checkers are out, community notes are in, but I thought this was a fucking meme, but it's not. It's really true. Dana White, the head of the UFC, is being brought onto the board of Facebook or Meta. Promises to make it similar to X. Elon Musk is like, Enki Musk, sorry, is like, this is cool. Like, what?
Right, let's talk about Dana White. Dana White, okay?
Go on.
For starters, the guy is not a good person.
No, but he's a right dick.
This guy is a fucking dark occultist. For fuck's sake, he owns the UFC. They fight in I said this on Peasantron last week. They fight in an octagon, which is a cube within a cube. It's a fucking tesseract. It's an infinite cube. It's black. Everything's black about it. This isn't a good person.
What's the main
to
sponsor?
be bringing
What's the
on
big symbol in the middle of the octagon as well?
Yeah.
It's the fucking monster 666.
Yeah,
isn't it?
precisely. Do the Jewish gematria on that, and it works out as 666.
So
in Jewish gematria.
I've got a feeling we're
this motherfucker is so pro-Israel.
Oh,
Israel,
I bet
right?
he is.
Like, come on.
I bet
Come
he
on.
is.
This is nothing to get excited about, guys.
No,
this is something to be very worried about.
But
It's bringing this powerful individual who knows how to fight, by the way.
No, what we're talking about here is opening the floodgate, changing the algorithm, opening the dialogue to what is being labelled by Queer Stalin as the far right. Because to Queer Stalin, Enki Musk is far right.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tommy Rubenstein is far right.
Rubenstein? Michael.
That's awesome.
Thramus Rubenstein. Obviously, Dana White is far right.
Thramus. Thramus Rubenstein. That is fucking brilliant.
Okay,
that's the best part of the show for me so far.
We've got some new ones tonight.
2322, Lance.
Oh, really? Really?
11:22, guys.
So what else is happening here? Meta appoints UFC president Dana White to its board. So yeah, a lot is going on. This is really from the Orange Messiah himself. Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits and subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this and resigned. If Canada merged with the US, there would be no tariffs, taxes would go way down, and they'd be totally secure from the threat of Russian and Chinese ships that are constantly surrounding them. Together, what a great nation it would be. And look at the comment down here. Joe Rogan says, "I say we get Mexico in too."
This was my point. That why I put it up in our group for the show, because Joe Rogan, member of the Christian right, forthcoming, is fully on board with the trans schwabing of all the countries. I've got a comment here from.
Yeah, we have been neglecting these comments. Actually.
No. I've been reading them, mate. I've been reading them. We've got a comment here from Andrew Salmon. He says, Andy PG, you need to check out Ernst Zudel. Well, I will do that, Andrew. I 100% will. And but I fear I won't be able to give my report judged by the name on YouTube.
We'll definitely be talking about that on Peasantron. Yeah, so once again, get on the Patreon. Let me just put a little ticker up to remind you the best way to support Rise Above is patreon.com/.
So yeah, Joe Rugenstein is fully on board with
So great one here.
Joseph Rugenstein.
Jacob Rugenstein.
Jacob
Fact checkers are lying in a shallow grave, while memers are alive and kicking and throwing up the peace sign.
Have you noticed, Michael, in the run up to the American election, right? The what would be classed as the far right memes are funny as fuck,
Well,
and the far left are shit.
Well, when they say the left can't meme,
they
the
can't.
truest thing ever.
They can't meme.
Because people that have that far left SJW mentality, they're incapable of being like
creators, Michael.
Risque. They can't.
It's got to be politically correct.
It's got to be edgy to be funny. So, breaking fact checkers claim they were blindsided by Meta's decision to end their partnerships and reportedly fear they won't be able to secure new business to fill the void, potentially putting them at risk of going out of business, according to Wired. Think about it. Apart from Meta, who the fuck is going to employ fact checkers? Where is the market? Where is the industry for huge offices filled of people that are allegedly doing fact checking?
Currently, YouTube.
Yeah, I suppose that's the only place, and maybe all the work is going to dry up for them. It's going to be. Listen, this is very interesting.
Dry up like the Californian forests.
Yeah. Right. Moving on swiftly. Let's go back to the Schwaber's board, because I like doing this. It keeps everything methodical. Fact checkers. Now, the next one is Trump and Greenland. We kind of spoke about this with Daddy Dragon. Obviously, he had slightly different opinions to us about what this was all about. But Trump has been going about Greenland for a long time. I'm afraid I'm going to fall with Jar Fatite here.
Okay.
And say that I actually think that he's right about this. That actually, this is what Daddy Dragon was saying, because he's saying it's not really about the little hats. It's actually about the Jesuits. The Jesuits are going to have their final emperor sat on the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. So they're not. So again, they are little hats, but they're Jesuit little hats. And this is the world.
So again, guys, it's just a different side of the cube.
A different side of the cube. So, I mean, we read this out earlier on. I don't think we need to go into much more detail about this, because we actually did thrash this out with Graham.
Maybe there is still just 3 warring factors, and that's they each occupy 2 sides of the cube.
Well, if that was true,
if there's 6 sides,
then
they 2 each.
In a perverse way, the best that we can hope for is they constantly carry on battling with each other, and one of them doesn't completely take control and fulfill their plans.
Yeah. Because all of the plans are fucked.
Yeah, because as long as they're fighting each other,
no plan is being fulfilled. Yeah, for sure.
So I don't know. Maybe that's a positive.
Are you actually promoting religious hatred, Lance, and religious division?
No, I mean
for the ongoing infinite future. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying
I think that is what you are suggesting.
That maybe we should, if there are really different factions of the Black Cube organisation that are vying for power and fighting each other, maybe we should actually be thankful for that, rather than the fact that there isn't just one unilateral control system that's able to do whatever it wants. Because surely, if that was the case, it would have already done it.
Sure.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves us with the final subject of tonight's show, which we've got half an hour to cover. while all of this has been going on, and we've gone from the drones, the fog, Pandemic 2.0, the rape gangs, the switch on the algorithm. There's a lot going on
Lance's
here.
mushroom trip.
Lance's mushroom trip. While all that's going on, there's been another, let's face it, let's get to call it out, some unexplained combustible phenomenon.
This shit is lit.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
And this is what, okay, I tell you what, I think we need to just start fucking playing some videos. LA is on fire. Let's check out some of the footage. Can everyone still hear us?
Can we talk?
Yeah, I don't see why we can't talk on this, because this one hasn't got any sound. So this is an aerial shot.
I'm not seeing any blue, Lance.
No, there's hardly any blue surviving there. So as everyone knows, alleged wildfires are like raging across LA. The official narrative says that these fires started like simultaneously in 8 or 9 places, but they're being fanned by really high winds. There are lots of official reasons why this is happening. Can everyone hear us? Yeah, we haven't got the thing up there saying we can't be heard. So, okay, I think we've had enough of that one. Let's go back up here.
That is fucking crispy, man.
Yeah. So there's a lot more. Let's have a look. Next video.
I got this side.
This one has audio. It's almost like everything.
Thanks for pointing that out, Lance.
Sorry. But it's almost like the view from the road is that outside of this row of houses, there is nothing off there. I mean, obviously it's probably smoke, but this looks super apocalyptic.
Looks like a fallout zone. Looks like fucking Gaza. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like Gaza.
Okay, well, you get the idea on that one. Let's have another look at
fires everyone's been tagging me at. The first weird thing that I noticed is that insurance companies dropped fire coverage 3 months before the fire started, and many people have reported electrical wires from the power grid causing these fires. And of course, the water supply has been cut off. And don't you think it's a bit weird in this picture that all of the trees stay standing but the houses aren't? Of course, this is for educational purposes only, and I'm not claiming anything. And then we go to Google and type in 2028 Smart LA City. What a coincidence they want to build a smart city in LA. And of course, it's a lot easier to build a whole city if there's no buildings there. Of course, this is just for educational purposes only, and I hope everyone is safe over there. Thank you.
Mate, that is wild. That is up there.
When Maui happened, we covered this. We did a whole special on Maui, right?
I've really seen some people in the comments saying Maui 2.0 and a couple of other things, right? I don't think this is the same thing. It might be for the same purpose, but I don't think they're using the same means to do it. I don't think they're using directed energy weapons to do this.
You don't think they're a DEW?
No, I don't know. I think they might have been 1 or 2 maybe to start it, but I don't think... There's like 80, 90, 100 mile per hour winds there, which actual reporters on the ground are doing with iPhones and shit.
Which would be the perfect conditions if you were going to test your directed energy weapons.
But I'm arguing in Maui, what was targeted there were houses individually and streets, roads directly. It was very selective with Maui because a lot. Oprah's house didn't get touched right next door. All around it got fucked. Point. All around it got fucked.
And as you'll see very shortly, that's not the case with these California wildfires.
This is a total wipeout. I'm not saying the government or whoever, 3-letter agency, Jesuits, Jews, probably fucking all of them, are all responsible for this. But what I'm saying is it was not done with the same means as Maui.
Look at this video from inside someone's house as they're looking out through their patio.
Horrendous, mate. Fucking horrendous. Imagine being inside there.
Hi. Just be okay? You gonna be okay? Hi?
See, this guy is saying to his dog, it's going to be okay. We've literally just seen like 270 degrees all around his house, not a full 360, but we've seen mostly, and everything is literally a blazing inferno. I can't believe this house hasn't already been
be okay.
That's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's literally only a matter
Get
of
the
time.
fuck out of there. The problem is when it gets that close, you can't get out. You just be cooked.
Don't worry about that, dude. Look at that. Oh, scary, huh? Yeah. God. The plastic is gone, dude.
So everything just changed colour then?
Yeah, it did.
I can't believe how calm they sound. Like, I would
too.
literally be going crazy if that was happening.
Me too. I wouldn't be there, mate. I wouldn't be there.
So let's go back to the slideshow and see what else I've got here for this.
I'd have flown out on there from my Tavistock-funded helicopter long before.
Yeah, I did just call Mossad to
Yeah,
come and
yeah,
pick me
yeah,
up.
yeah, for sure.
Now, I can't take credit for all of this footage that I've collated or any of these clips because this has been crowdsourced throughout the Ramesh community. I'm going to just show this. I put this post up on Facebook earlier on today. Rabbit holers, post your best video clips of LA Fire's DEW evidence in this thread for tonight's Rise Above. How many comments did it get?
33, Michael.
33 comments. So big shout out to everyone that was taking part in this and and sending in your screenshots and your videos and everything. Thank you very much. So let's look at some of the other reasons this may have happened. Who's the fire chief of LA at the moment? This is
Alphabet Mafia, no?
This is the leadership team at the Los Angeles Fire Department. Is this a DEI disaster?
Fucking right it is.
Right? But it's even funnier than that. What's the name of the first ever LGBT
Crowley,
fire chief?
Michael.
It's none other than Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. No.
CC.
Well, it's Kate. No, it's K.
Doesn't matter.
CC, yeah, 33.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's
Doesn't
a K.
matter.
It could be a C. So, but look at it. I swear. Look at her. If it is a her, look at the face. Is there a resemblance? Is there a Crowley resemblance there? Doesn't not look like Crowley.
I mean, it looks like Alistair himself.
I would love to see Kristen Crowley dressed up in the Illuminist hat there.
Yeah, I would.
In that
Yeah,
pose
I would.
To
In
see
that
what,
pose.
do
Yeah,
you see
yeah.
what I'm saying? To
Yeah.
see what she actually
For
looks
sure.
like. So I posted this on Facebook. Got quite a few laughs. People were like, holy shit. Someone was like, is this a speculation? Are you just guessing, or have you actually researched this? I was like, no, I haven't researched it. I looked at it. This is the first thing I thought. Do you know why? Because I study Clown World.
And we know about the occult, motherfuckers.
And we're mates with Sheep Farm, who have already done the whole show.
The full dig.
Showing all of the Crowleys.
Yeah, yeah,
Do you
yeah.
remember?
They're massive.
They're
mate.
all over
Massive,
the place.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the Greta's anti-Semitic octopus tentacles. It's going all over the world. All over the world.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Jason.
Right, so yeah, we've got a Crowley. We've got a Crowley in the mix. Yeah, that's a nice view. So, LA Palisades fire spreads how many acres?
3,000, Michael.
How many were ordered to evacuate?
30,000, Michael.
Got 33 there as well, yeah? Now, as the little clip said a minute ago, so we've got a 33.
It's not looking good, is it? Let's be honest. It's not looking good already.
We've got a Crowley involved. On the right here, here's some little backup evidence for the claim that Los Angeles plans to be a smart city. If you remember, after Maui, this is what I was going to say a minute ago. After Maui, I think there were 2 or 3 more of these unexplained combustible events. One of them was it in Tenerife or a Canary Island or something like that? Basically, every single one of these places where you see the wildfires,
There's plans for a Schwab City.
Yeah, you don't even need to check. Now, someone could say, "Oh, but they're planning Schwab cities all over the world."
Correct.
Yeah, they are.
But there's an order.
But
Yeah.
tell me where there's a massive fire where they're not planning a Schwab city. Show
Yeah.
me one.
Yeah.
Who wrote the article from the State Tech about the Schwab cities?
Goldstein, Lance.
Phyllis Goldstein.
Phyllis.
The city of
Phyllis.
Los Angeles. Oh, yeah. So not only is it planning to be a smart city, in only, it's 3 years' time now, The Olympics, and now for anyone that knows how much land they need for the Olympics, you know when the Americans build an Olympic stadium, it's going to be fucking huge.
I bet at least 33,000 acres.
33,000 square acres. So we've got smart cities. We've got Schwabery in the mix. Agenda 2030. Also, 2028 Olympics, 3 more years. So we can see the
so many threes.
We can see the land grab.
3 years to the Olympics, 3 years for the Schwab City.
Yeah.
So many threes.
So we've already got...
someone here, Arthur McConnell, in the comments.
Great. Yeah,
Go on
get
here.
Arthur
Yeah, he's
McConnell.
saying Jesuit oath to burn the whole world. Well, there you go, folks.
Yeah. Well, Daddy Dragon earlier
The last time the Jesuits were featured mainstream in my Clown World research was 9/11.
Daddy Dragon says it all comes down all to the Jesuits.
Yeah.
Maybe the other two J's
very interesting.
are puppets of the Jesuits.
Very interesting, Michael.
Yeah.
You love that shit, Lance.
Mate, this rocket fuel is dope. It's helping me stop smoking.
For anyone who's wondering what Lance is like ingesting here, it's like some potion, wizard potion, number 33 of like eucalyptus, peasant bark, dandelion root. I don't know what the fuck else you got in there.
It's basically
ginger flap.
Oh, Michael. It's basically menthol, crystals, and eucalyptus.
It's essentially
suspended in honey.
It's essentially organic methamphetamine.
It's sort of like a pre-workout. It's sort of like a Vicks, but it's. Really
I had
good.
some, honestly. It nearly fucking blew my whole face off.
Fucked you up. Okay, so back to the Schwab show. Should we have some more videos?
Yeah, go on, hit it.
Right, this one is to do with the California fire captain.
Kind of out there, and now it's like common. Everyone's talking about. I hear so much about that. It seems like it's not far out there at all, and people. It's like obvious to so many people now that these are not natural.
So, when you take an energy like that, because the fire has a different chemistry if it comes from a frequency like that versus a wildfire. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, 100% right. It's just like a microwave. You know, microwaves burn from the inside out. The trees were burned up in Paradise from the inside out. There was much burning under the ground where there's no oxygen. There's no heat. It's cold. There's no oxygen. So there was some it was almost like a reverse lightning or something. There's some grounding component. And so again, with all these different technologies, there's probably a multitude of things.
Shit, I just realised you couldn't hear us then. So what were you saying? Reverse lightning?
Reverse lightning technology.
I'd like to know if that actually is a fire chief or if that's just someone in an interview talking about this stuff. Does anyone like can fact check that? Are you familiar with the clip? Let us know. But he was this phenomenon of things burning from the inside out.
Someone in the comments, their name is 113. He said, "Every 33, take a drink."
Every 33 what?
Well, features on the show.
Oh, right.
Every time we bring up a 33 in the peasant media.
Oh, well, every time you see a 33.
You'd be fucked.
God, yeah, in certain shows, that would be like the ultimate drinking game. You'd be absolutely plastered by halfway through. So, what else have we got in the mix here? Why did the State Farm cancel fire insurance policies in Pacific Palisades in 2024?
Dime Bar is also saying reverse lightning is an interesting description. Yeah.
Yeah, extremely.
They said in the video that it could be grounded earth. So it could be whatever's needed to create the mechanism for the lightning, whatever needed to have something, some tech on the ground as well.
This is a great segue.
Coming from a satellite or a helium balloon, whatever.
Great
plane.
segue to the next video.
Get rid of that.
I'm just going to pause. Yeah, sorry. I'm
Get
just
rid of
going
that
to
at
pause
the
it.
bottom. Yeah.
Pause it. So this is obviously someone flying over. See what? Here's. I should have said. I have not fact checked all of these clips. These have been
look
sent
at that
in.
66 right there. Look.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
But I can't see any fires here, so I don't know.
There's another one that 246.
Yeah, so you got a 666. So like I said, these are crowdsourced farmed clips. haven't, you know, this is just what's been put out there. This might not be from these wildfires. But let's just look at
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
I'm just going to play that again.
If that is real, that is fucked up.
Like, what the fuck was that? What was that?
If that is real, that is some serious shit.
People may have seen this photo being banded around. Apparently, this was taken over LA, but it's been.
Piers Morgan's got a house in LA.
Has he? We'll come on to the celebrities in just a minute. We've got like 15 minutes left. So, this has actually been fact checked. Apparently, this isn't a real photo, but saying proper apocalyptic scenes over LA. I don't see why it couldn't be a real photo with all the smoke from the fires. Who knows? Let's have another video.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Oh, we've got a comment.
We tried, bro. I'm sorry.
What's the comment?
Smart meters could have been used.
Oh, someone's just ruined my Schwab show. I've got a Matt Landman quote about smart meters. Hold on.
Sorry.
So, no, it's okay.
We'll put that back in the
big shout to Maria Ingram. Hold this thought. Smart meters. We're going to be coming on to this in a minute.
We tried our best. Yeah, and when this tree falls, it's over. I'm sorry, bro. Gotta get out of here. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Is that tree...
How is that tree burning like that? How is that?
Should we watch that again?
How is that burning like that?
Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry. We tried our best. Yeah, and when this tree falls, it's over. I'm sorry, bro. Gotta get out of here. Oh, shit. Holy shit.
Go back, Lance.
See, the thing is, right, if those trees are burning in the middle of the road, why
Pause it. Go back to get onto the tree. Pause it. Pause it when I say.
Wait a minute. Look at those trees. They've been absolutely incinerated. Are they catching the hot embers in the wind?
Go to the next one. There. That does not look right to me.
No, I've never seen a tree burn.
Go
like
a little bit more.
Oh, shit.
Bit more. Pause it.
Just going to take it back one frame or so.
That does not look right to me. For a
So
tree
someone's
to burn
poured,
like
it's
that.
like someone's poured petrol on the side of the tree.
Yeah, or it looks like it's been zapped with something in a specific area, in multiple specific areas, like something's targeted. That looks weird.
Is that tree...
Like that dude obviously knows it's weird. He's like, is that tree?
It's like, look at that tree. Like, what's
Like,
going
what
on?
the fuck is that?
Okay, so let's go for it. Smart meters. What's Matt Landman, the modified weather expert?
Read it out, Michael. Read that shit
Yeah,
out.
I'm just going to get rid of the chat so people can see it properly. This is quite deep. Big shout to Russ Kieran. I was chatting to him on the phone earlier on. Hopefully he's going to call in the show next week. Great researcher. Get him at Russ Kieran on Twitter. He shared Matt Landman's post. Matt Landman is an expert on weather modification, chemtrails, and weaponized weather. He says, let me just clear my throat for this one, Michael. Maybe take a bit of rocket fuel as well. Hold on. Lovely. Smart meters have lithium-ion batteries. When these batteries catch fire, they have what's called a thermal runaway. They will go from 140 degrees Fahrenheit to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit in just a few seconds. The smart meter is connected to the copper wiring of the home, which is designed to travel electricity due to its conductivity. Along with being conductive, the copper wire are also great at heat transfer via convection. So when these supposed forest fires hit neighbourhoods but burn more homes than trees, the culprit in the unusual fire forensics looks to be the lithium-ion batteries. It's no wonder these homes are burnt to dust while trees are standing within feet of the houses. These homes are burning from the inside out, literally. The copper wires in the homes are insulated and carrying extreme heat to every corner of the home. Welcome to Agenda 2030.
That's awesome.
I kind of wanted an explosion for that. I think Matt Landman has literally just dropped a bomb there. Oh, fuck, where's the bomb button? This is why I need Andy PG. There it is. Yeah. Shit, that was really loud.
Sorry,
do you want to? Did you hear what Matt Landman said
No,
about
mate,
smart
no,
meters?
no.
He's saying that the lithium-ion batteries and the conductive copper wire that goes all around the home in smart meters are the reason that these homes are seen burning from the inside out. Welcome to Agenda 2030.
Okay.
140 degrees Fahrenheit to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit in just a few seconds with something called thermal runaway. Think about it, because every smart meter...
This is new concept to me.
Yeah, every smart meter is powered by a lithium-ion battery. They're also connected to the grid. So theoretically, they could be set off just like those pages in Lebanon.
All at the same time.
All at the same time, while a forest fire is going on.
Literally by a push of a button.
Literally at the push of a button. And remember, in the other common denominator with these...
Mate, that's fucked up if you think about that. Because, shout out to Ramesh Dave. He is a advocate of removing smart meters from homes. He's actually got a contact for somebody that does this, I believe. I'm not sure if he's still in contact with them. But yeah, that's the big thing, is removing smart meters. They make it as difficult as possible for you to not have a smart meter these days.
Mate, like... At work,
they really do.
At work, I look after about 7 or 8 different energy contracts, including the business and residential houses. Our houses and our family, I look after all the contracts. The amount of phone calls I get about smart meters, they're saying, right, we have to come around and fit the smart meter. I was like, no, you don't. They're like, what do you mean? I said, I won't be having a smart meter. And they try and question me, and it's why wouldn't you want a smart meter?
You're demonised.
I said, why wouldn't I want a smart meter? I said, how long have you got? Would you like me to condense it down to 2 or 3 hours, or would you like me to give you a 4 or 5 hour lecture about why I don't want a smart meter? When you start to say that, they generally just sort of put the phone down, and I say, make it be known we will not be having any smart meters. So
I think if you've got a smart meter and you try to get it removed, that is problematic as well.
Yeah, I know.
But
someone on Facebook
there is a
does
way
it.
to do it. Yeah. A specific way.
And yes, there are 100-mile-an-hour winds, Keck Ranger. Absolutely. I just want to address this comment from Samantha Hurley. But the other video, it was burning from the trees outside, and the house wasn't.
Let's be honest. Hang on this note,
we could be talking about many different things all happening at once.
We could be talking about a schwabbery of all sorts. Them using DEWs in conjunction at the right time with specific weather patterns.
You would wait for the specific weather pattern to come in. You could use the smart meters to start internal in-fire homes, and then you could actually direct the heat play using DEWs. We could be talking about everything all at once. The Parasite hasn't just got one hand, it's got loads, and it usually uses them all at once. They never kill just one bird with one stone.
That would be silly, Michael.
That'd be silly. And also, if you were going to
never waste a good crisis.
Let's say you wanted to get rid of a few thousand acres and just destroy it. If you wanted to create maximum carnage, maximum chaos, and also maximum confusion, you would employ more than one method to do it. So then there's people like us that are trying to unpick it. Now, we're putting everything on the table when we're not sort of like...
No, Michael.
It's this,
I'll
that.
throw this on the table. You've now got, in the mix of all what's going on, Becky S pointed this out earlier, you've now got actual gangs setting fires in specific areas.
Yeah,
and
too.
Then they're getting evacuated, and then the houses are getting looted before the flames get there.
Excellent segue. Look at this. This actually came from Leilani, who we were talking about with Ross Kieran earlier on.
Today I saw more than 10 crews of cartel organised looters tactically going from house to house in Hollywood Hills. Lance?
They have spotters, SUVs full of young men in masks, burner rental cars.
It's like the military. It's like a military operation. Do not put your guard down. If you live in Los Angeles, especially at night, these people are extremely dangerous.
So
they're setting fires and waiting, like being evacuated. Then they move in, loot all your shit, fuck off.
Well, it was
because what the point is, all of the authorities, the police, are helping the firemen, getting citizens out, doing all that shit. It's like a free for all, basically.
Well, there was also talk about in
It's
Maui
quite literally like Mad Max.
That kids were disappearing in targeted strikes. Do you remember?
Yeah,
We covered this in the
I'm
Maui.
sure this is going on as well. You think as well? Fuck me, I've just thought about this. All the high-profile people that live in these houses, the majority of them don't even they're not with their kids.
Yeah, exactly.
They're filming. They're out on business. They're flying around the world. They're probably not even at home. These kids have got like nannies and other families. And if they live locally, they're going to be with their family, not with their employer's family, whose house is just burnt down to fuck, and you haven't got a job anymore, are they? The kid's just going to be, or could be just left.
Yeah, left alone. Well,
Alone.
that's how they said a load of kids
in Schweppes, FEMA
went missing in Maui because there was this window where the kids were left alone after the hard-working, middle class parents
they were told
gone off
and
to their
the phone
commute, to their
lines went
jobs.
down. The phone lines went down, so they couldn't communicate. It's so fucked up.
And this story of the arsonist, this comes up every time we have these wildfires, that loads of people get caught setting them as well. So it's definitely more than one thing at once.
They've caught. Have we got? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. So again, I think this came from Andy PG or Becky S.
Becky S.
Arson suspects arrested yesterday had 5 cell phones and a United Nations prepaid debit card on him. So this guy is obviously the equivalent in the UK of the hotel-dwelling boatmen.
Now that yes. Now having a fucking UN prepaid debit card on you. Come on,
basically,
it's got immigrant written all
you've
over
got,
it.
an account.
That's got
account.
George Soros's bank account all over it.
You've got the sort code and account number to George Soros's personal fund in your pocket. And what else have we got here? Homeless man with a blowtorch in LA is tackled and zip tied by furious locals.
He had weaponry as well, I think.
And at the bottom, some SJW is going, yeah, that's right, blame the homeless.
Yeah, there you go.
As if just homeless people could
government cuck.
The fact is that these are all just like elements of the planned chaos. Texas Patriot at the bottom says the New York Post has edited this info out of their article.
Let's not forget Enki Musk. His Tesla wagon got incinerated outside Trump Tower, and then the very next day he changed his name to Chaos
Maximus.
Kekius Maximus.
Oh shit!
Chaos.
Maybe the burning Tesla.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what's symbolic. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I was getting at earlier. You didn't pick up on it, motherfucker.
Oh right, no, I didn't pick up on it. Mate, so much is going to be going on in my head today. Shit. Right, let's get on to the next video while we're I think this
happened in the first half, and the acceptance speeches have been on fire. Who got shouted out the most? Let's look at the numbers. All right, cast and crew are leading the way with 11 mentions. Moms are holding strong with 3 shout-outs. God, creator of the universe, 0 mentions. No surprise in this godless town.
Acceptance speeches have been on fire.
Wow.
I mean, do you think it's fair to say that if everything we're seeing is real, that this is the worst one so far?
Allegedly, it's the worst fire in the United States history.
Is it? It's like equivalent to the Great Fire of London.
No,
isn't it?
it's not. Apparently, it's not that bad. Sorry, no, not the biggest fire in America. The biggest fire in LA. That's what it was. Biggest fire in LA.
No, but I mean comparing it to like Maui or.
I don't know, mate, but I've been here. I've literally fucking been to the Hollywood sign and shit, and been down fucking Sunset Boulevard. Driven all around Malibu.
I need to point out for the naysayers that apparently it has been debunked that the actual Hollywood sign is on fire. According to Clown World Media, that never happened, and anything showing you.
No. It said it was approaching the Hollywood sign, getting close.
No,
to it.
but I've seen photos of it literally on fire.
Oh no, I haven't.
That
seen
video
that.
there suggested there were flames right behind it, but they're saying that's actually doctored. Okay, so
there's some anomalies
celebrities
within this
videos,
footage.
please.
And the first thing I want to show is this house that's burning from the inside first.
Okay.
And it looks like
this one would have been better to show when we were talking about the smart meters, I guess.
Like anyone
First,
can
and the outside
argue
looks
they
still
haven't
clean.
got a
I'm gonna
back
play it.
shot of this.
Yeah,
the flames could have got like you could. That's easily quote unquote debunkable by any peasant CNN.
time. This looks like
fair
it's
comment.
a
Like,
microwave
do you know what I
fire
mean?
that caused
I wouldn't
induction
take this as
of
credible
electric
evidence.
eddy currents through the metals and the
Personally.
wiring in the house, which causes resistive heating and ignites the adjacent objects.
For it to come this far. Hey, Brian, I'm going to.
So do you notice what he said there about the wiring in the house, about the convection heat?
If what Matt Lamon's saying is accurate and they're using Schwab meters, then that is perfectly feasible for that to be happening. What?
Yeah.
Why not? If excuse me, let's be honest, right? Think about it. Think about the logistics. If the whole town has already been evacuated, you're not going to see your house catch fire. You're not going to see the flames.
But you come back and it's burnt to a crisp.
You're not going to see the wind come blow the flames to your house, catch the roof or whatever, burn that, and then the whole house goes up. For all you know, all the whole streets could have gone up with. Mate, they could have done the whole thing in Maui, the same thing.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah. Let's see what this just finished.
This actually sounds, the more I think about it, it sounds more.
This is a prime example. This is what amazes
It's only
me.
30 seconds more.
This gives you a really clear idea of the power and the heat we're talking about. As you can see, it's a vehicle. We understand that. This is the part that you can't see, or you can see. This right here, this molten, it looks like, maybe molten plastic something. It's not. It is metal. Listen to that. It is metal. We can pick that up. It's just, it's so heavy, but that is metal. It melted off of this vehicle. The heat was so hot, so strong, that it turned metal into
But
liquid.
yet the fucking chain link fence is up behind her.
There's still a tree right next to it.
Come on.
Even
on.
if that tree isn't green, okay,
Come on.
How can any of if that can melt alloy wheels to the liquid Terminator 2 metal that's running down the street? How the fuck can a tree next to it?
Yeah,
that would be vaporized.
This is what I'm saying. That it smells a bit fishy to me. That it's just a DEW Jew attack, not to be confused with Jew attack.
Same thing.
And it's not to be confused with just the Schwab meters going off, because that wouldn't affect the car, would it?
No.
and not the tree.
This is a multi-level. This is a multi-level mountain dew.
And I'm not ruling out that some peasant is running around with a blowtorch or whatever, just on fentanyl or something like that at the same time.
That could all be happening too. If you think about it, if you did have a button,
or being paid to do so, and even being paid to get caught with a UN
or having fucking Alistair Crowley's great grandniece in charge of the fire department.
Michael.
And that is why nothing could survive.
There's so many possibilities.
So many possibilities.
Right, I'd argue, right, this has definitely got links. Now, I've seen melted metal on cars. This has definitely got links to what has happened in Maui, but I wouldn't say it was. I would still say it's.
I think my only conclusion, this is more than one thing going on.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's look at some other similarities of Maui. Hollywood stars whose homes have burnt to the ground as devastating LA wildfire destroys California. So an entire house. John Goodman's house, the guy that used to be really fat, but now he's not. There's this house at the top right, and now it's completely gone. What is the only thing that has survived, Michael?
The blue bin, Michael.
The blue plastic wheelie bin hasn't even melted enough to become deformed. The plastic blue wheelie bin isn't in a blue liquid puddle
Michael,
on the floor.
how can the heat be so strong to melt this entire tree, which would have been wet from the inside, right? And not even melt the bin?
Mate, those bins have got a very, very low melting
Yeah, they have,
temperature.
yeah.
On a super hot day in the UK, you can almost see some of those bins walking
Getting a
on
bit
the lid.
soft. Yeah.
You'd only have to hold a cigarette lighter to one of those bins, and it would start to, after about
Start to
30,
bow.
40 seconds, it would start to bow, then it would start to bubble, then it would start to really deform. There is no way you can tell me that John Goodman's entire house can be destroyed. You can't tell me that liquid metal alloy wheels run down the street and the bin survives.
This is what I said before the show, though, Michael. This could be gaslighting or to mix the Schwabery with the Maui stuff that we clearly know was a DEW attack.
Yep.
And there was loads of blue stuff, blue cars, bins like this, blue bins, blue roof tiles, loads of blue stuff, blue barbecue covers, stuff like that, anything blue, signs, were unaffected. They've literally just put one blue bin right in the middle of this.
Yeah,
which,
someone could have
mate,
wheeled a
this
blue
looks fucking
bin.
brand new.
That's the thing. This
It's
looks
not even black, Michael.
This looks so bait.
There's not even any soot. or
Maybe
anything
someone
like
in the Black Cube organisation media department is taking the piss out of us and has literally wheeled out a
what
blue
they're-
bin after the fact.
Or what they're doing, they're muddying the waters for the previous real Mountain Dew attack on Maui and being like, oh, those silly conspiracy theories again, just saying that it's laser beams doing everything because...
Freaking
do you
laser
know what I mean?
beams. It's getting crazy. Right, on the subject of selective burning and trees, check this out. Okay, so this is actually a Schwabery. We've already seen this one. But the reason I showed that at the start, that street was not on fire.
Someone in the comments said that this video was clearly AI.
What, this one?
Yeah. When we showed it earlier. I didn't.
I'm not saying it's not, but if it is real...
What is this, man? This literally looks fucked. That poor deer. I'd pick that baby deer up over a fucking human any day. Get it in the freezer.
Imagine how hot it is there. I reckon a wheelie bin would melt just
and I
being
am
there.
overwhelmed by the scale of loss. And I'm not alone. I've been looking at the faces of firefighters here. They look like they're attending a wake. And there is so much destruction. Aside from the mall, which is still standing, most of the businesses here have been destroyed. The homes down in the neighborhoods here completely gone. I spoke with...
Yeah, like, look how windy it is there. That is fucking windy. Go back to yeah.
They
Look,
said it was
look how windy it is.
100 mile an hour
and
winds.
that wasn't just they couldn't. You could argue, or they've just put a fan up to make his clothes blow. But the trees were going, everything. The trees were blowing in the background and everything. I'm saying they've jumped on an opportunity of a fucking windy day and just fucking murked a load of shit with some added DEWs.
But
that's what I'm saying.
What you're saying? The person that's got the finger on the Mountain Dew button doesn't also control the cyclone machine.
I don't. I've
do
said
it all at once.
I've said this before. I don't think with the HARP technology, I don't think they can create weather. I think they can manipulate weather that's already there. I think they could steer a hurricane that's already there naturally. I think they could maybe enhance wind if there was already a very high wind. What do you call that wind? Like, do you know what I mean? If there's a lot of wind, they can
you
enhance
can
it.
amplify
But
it. I agree.
I don't think they can create it from scratch.
I think that's how HARP works as well. It probably can amplify what's already happened.
I'm not saying they can move weather systems and enhance it all and add to it. I don't think they can create it from scratch. But I think if think about it, if they've got some fucker to set a fire to start it off, and then people start getting evacuated, they could start firing some DEWs around, and then no one's around to see it because they've all been evacuated. They can set off some Schwab meters to ignite some insides of houses, and you've just got the whole of the place alight. And then just let it do its thing. Just leave it. Let it go.
And for anyone that's doubting the whole DEW thing, let me show you what a handheld DEW looks like, which you can actually buy over the counter.
Wow.
Notice how the blue block didn't seem to
Yeah,
want to burn.
yeah,
Let me
didn't
just have a
touch
little
it.
micro rewind on that, Michael. Look, this is a real...
And the gun's blue, look.
This, yeah.
The gun's fucking blue.
This is a real handheld DEW consumer grade. You'll probably get this on Temu for £33. Mate, that blue block will not burn.
Mate, I'm fucking ordering one. Right
Yeah,
now.
that's-
right
can we
now.
get-
right
get-
now.
get us a couple
I'm
for the
ordering- it's
studio.
going on the back shelf.
Get us a
I'm
couple of
getting
anti-Jews.
a Jew for the studio.
I think this is amazing. It's literally sliced through what looks like a small piece of metal that's black, but the blue block behind it basically was not taking the flame. When it hit the blue block, it was not glowing the same. Now he fires it a bit further. He's got a box outside. Could you use that as a self-defense weapon? That was
Fucking right you could.
Fucking
right you could.
would, if someone didn't get out of the way, you burn a hole directly
Yeah,
through
no shit,
someone.
mate. All you got to do is flash it. It's got to
Fucking
hit
hell.
some skin.
Fucking hell. Like I think the official reason for this existing is it's actually for cutting down trees. So maybe you might be using one of these one of these days.
I've seen much bigger ones of these mounted on trucks for cutting
Right.
trees down, but that's like, mate, the health and safety surrounding them. This isn't. Mate, are you sure this is consumer grade? You can buy this. I couldn't find it.
When
there,
I,
and
when,
just
when
looked
I was
quickly.
when I was the caption under this would said high-powered lasers like this are used for cutting down trees from a distance. Well, look at it. This is someone's back garden.
I know.
Either
but
this
I mean,
guy's
it's-
made
yeah,
it
but
himself.
That's what I'm getting
He
at.
might have
yeah.
made it himself.
Is
but-
this some mad professor?
So that's how a directed energy weapon works. Let's see this last video clip we've
Mate,
got.
don't forget, we've seen, when we covered the Maui incident, we showed a whole aircraft fitted out with a nozzle with DEW
Oh yeah, they're
laser
massive.
technology.
Imagine
Yeah.
it's like
exactly the same as that.
100 times bigger.
Times 33, 133, Michael.
At least. Like, there was one called Dragonfire.
Yeah, that's
or
it.
Angel Eye or
no,
something
No,
like that.
Dragonfire is the UK company who developed this shit.
Right.
That's it. Dragonfire. You can look into that, Michael.
Bruce Townsley said, if it was done with DEWs, how did more people not die in LA?
Because they were evacuated previously because there was already a fire and they knew it was coming.
Maybe, I think what we could be suggesting, and you know, we're not
You can't just be blasting laser beams down from the sky when there's people around.
Maybe
can you?
killing people ain't actually the goal. The goal is just to destroy
Clear,
what's
clear
there.
the
is to
land.
clear
Yeah,
the
it's a
land.
land grab, same as Maui. Don't forget, we know their plans were to turn Maui into a military hub where there's no peasants on there, no citizens.
So
see, this looks to me like it's got more of an electrical-esque twinge to it.
Yeah, because this is not what people think it is. People think this is a DW. What I think this actually is power lines in trees, and those beams coming off are actually sparks of light refracting through the window. Let's watch it. Actually,
Mate,
I mean, that looks like a laser beam.
It did, didn't it?
But listen to the sound. That sounds like
Very
electric.
very electrical.
Because when we covered the other, phenomenon like this, not
But
just
hang
with
on,
Maui,
there's also some sound that they've put to that as well.
yeah. But do you remember the PG&E electric company? It was owned by the Rothschilds.
PG.
Yeah, that was instrumental in some of the original Paradise fires through deliberate poor mismanagement. I did a whole expose on it showing that the Rothschilds invested in this electric company, ran it into the ground, and then they had the contract to look after the power lines, and they let them go to shit.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, this was a big thing. So it wasn't just deliberate forest mismanagement. It was also deliberate non-maintenance of the power lines.
I do remember this now. Yeah, because it was the dry forest, the poor forest management coupled with the bad power lines and the water being rerouted from... Did you know about this? So Donald Trump was on Joe Rogan about a month before the election, 6 weeks or so.
Right.
And he said that in California, when he went and met some official, I don't think it was... Is it Newsom, Gavin Newsom, who's the mayor of California.
I think so, yeah.
I'm not sure if it was him. It was someone who's a little bit more Trump friendly.
Right.
He said they were flying in and he said he looked at all this farmland and it was all like barren and fucked and brown. He's like, what's wrong with it? Is there a drought? And the guy said no. And Trump said, he said, well, where's all the water? Why is it all? Because he said there was a really nice bit that was all green. He said, oh no, the water gets rerouted. Right, all the water melts. That comes down from Canada, Seattle comes down from Canada, and it gets rerouted into the Pacific Ocean because of climate for some fish, for the sake of a fish. So the three things coupled together: the water being rerouted, the poor forest management, and the what was the third thing you said there?
And the power lines.
And the power lines. That is literally a recipe for absolute carnage.
So it's a bit like
all three together.
The ridiculous floods in Valencia in Spain that we covered the other week. It wasn't just the fact that they had shut down removed all the dams.
The drainage management as well.
It wasn't just the fact that there was ludicrous amounts of rain, and there were those ships offshore with the huge energy generators on fire. Do you remember we showed the radar and they were firing the directed energy weapons at it? So
pulsing out into the clouds.
It's always more than one thing. It's always more than one thing. And I'll tell you what, this video is actually shaping up to be pretty. That looks like a directed energy weapon is being fired at the power lines.
They clearly don't give a fuck though, because everyone's got a phone. Everyone can film all this shit. So they clearly don't actually care who's speculating about what or who's putting what on.
You could say it's all part of the Dark Enlightenment. That, you know, imagine if it came to light that it was actually
the greatest apocalypse ever.
The greatest apocalypse ever. Yes, your government are actually firing directed energy weapons at your homes to clear you off the land. But what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? People that have got fucking space lasers, what are you going to do? Protest about it?
Yeah. What are you going to do?
You know, people didn't stop. People didn't stop the Soviet Union.
The majority of California,
the rape gangs. What are you going to stop the people with fucking directed energy weapons fired at you?
Look how far left California is, right? Especially LA. And they've been majority disarmed. What are you going to do? Ask Texas to fucking come and help you? What are you going to actually do if you found out that was the case?
The first thing you need to do is find somewhere else to live already. So there's your first problem.
Well,
let alone tackling the people that burnt your house with a Mountain Dew.
What are you going to actually do about the situation?
I'm not saying we've got any solutions. We don't have any solutions for this problem, comrades.
We're just clearly reporting on it.
Yeah, we're just reporting on it. So another aspect of the story.
Don't forget, we're probably next up here in the UK.
Yeah. There is one thing with this LA incident which is totally different to Maui. In Maui, it was very clear that people like Oprah Winfrey and the global elite parasite puppets, right, their properties were fine and they instantly expanded their property.
Yeah, Oprah Winfrey bought more land.
Well, the celebrities didn't get off lightly in this one, so it is a different event within that respect, okay? P. Diddy's mansion. I mean, again, I haven't fact-checked this, but it's probably true. This is apparently P. Diddy's mansion.
Yeah.
Yeah?
P. Diddy's California mansion has been completely consumed by fire. It should be noted that the house would enter and invest into an investigation in a couple of days where many names would be involved in the case. Unfortunately, that will no longer be possible, Michael.
So, Agenda 2030, clear land. Maybe there are other things going on at once. We always said a hungry fisherman casts many lines. The parasite has many hands inside many puppets.
Yeah.
Maybe they might also be destroying evidence.
Fucking right they are,
Michael.
Let's be honest.
It's going to become relevant very soon.
If P. Diddy was the Hollywood Epstein, then that would be a great fucking move.
Puff Daddy Stein.
Just schwab your directed energy weapon forest fire towards Diddy's home.
Yeah, fire
Just
it
quickly,
to the
just
left a bit.
Steer it there to the left. Yeah,
To
to
the
the
left
left.
a
To
bit.
the left.
So, the great meme here, Tom Hanks. When the fire crews start asking about all the child skeletons found under the ashes of celebrities' houses, and that's his face. I think this was at the Golden Globe Awards when Ricky Gervais was letting them
That's
have
right.
it.
Yeah. Tom Schwab.
Now, on the right here, again,
Clearly a Jew.
I haven't fact-checked this, but it's probably true. Here is a list of celebrities known to live in the Pacific Palisades area. Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, Steven Spielberg, Reese Witherspoon, Ben Affleck, Jennifer Aniston, Bradley Cooper, Adam Sandler, Michael Keaton, Eugene Levy, Steve Guttenberg, Dan Aykroyd, Billy Crystal, Dr. Dre, Chris Pratt, Katherine Schwarzenegger, Matt Damon, Kate Hudson, Matthew Perry, Bob Saget, Alan Bergman, Kathleen Kennedy, and Carol Lombardini.
However, Lance,
that's at least
I did-
33% of the Epstein file log.
Michael, I did read a post earlier that miraculously Steven Spielberg's house didn't burn down.
He probably painted it blue.
His Berg house, the Berg, guys. If you can get the connection there, the Berg.
He's painted his house like a massive iceberg in crystal blue to survive. So yeah, the celebrities haven't got off lightly here. And finally,
this was the cherry on top.
The cherry on the top.
Quite literally.
It wouldn't be one of the big events of the year if it didn't have the obligatory 33. I mean, we found one earlier, 30,000 acres, 3,000 evacuations.
That's it.
This fireman randomly has the number 33 on his hat. And this screenshot here is truly... Is it true that areas currently affected by fire have had a very dry 6 months? They're saying it is true, sorry. Between 1st July last year and 5th January, Santa Barbara, basically it's been very, very dry. But then every year at some point, almost without fail, conditions in Southern California are ripe for wildfires, which have been a natural part of the ecosystem for thousands of years. One Californian tree felled in 1854, long before climate change entered the public debate, was found to have survived 33 wildfires in 300 years.
And, Michael, if you look at the time of the BBC News article there, it's 1809. Do the gematria on that.
Oh,
1 and 8.
over here?
1 and 8 is a 9, and then you've got 09. You flip the whole thing around, you've got a 66 and a 33 right above it.
And it was the Spectator was screenshot at 603 360. Yeah.
There you go.
So 33 wildfires.
At 88% battery look.
Oh, nice.
88, which is hell Heimler.
Nice. Okay, I think that wraps up the Schwab Show for this week. Let's end on this ridiculous headline. Bill Gates funds genetically engineered tomatoes with insecticides inside that then tackle reproduction. And yes,
do you remember that cartoon, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
Yeah.
Back in the 90s.
These are transgenic plants.
John Fleetwood.
They attack reproduction and turn you into a transvestite. They're transgenic tomatoes.
On January the 3rd, that was out, Lance.
Nice. Okay, guys.
Is that it? We done?
Yeah, we are
cleared
done
up for the first show.
That's not bad. 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Rise,
that's not
Rise
bad,
Above
not bad.
is back in a very big way. So, although I haven't done the thumbnail yet, I need to let you know we are live again next week, which is Friday the 17th
We've got Joe
of January.
Ward in the studio, no?
Yeah, live in the studio.
In the studio.
We'll hopefully be talking to Russ Kieran for a little bit as well. I think off the backlash of what we've just been talking about, we're going to be carrying on much in the same vein next week. Because we've been away for so long, I thought it was only fair you get 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, we'll also be dealing with some anti-Semitic comments in the... with some accusations of anti-Semitic comments in the chat, I'm sure we will.
Don't forget, in the meantime, the number one thing that you need to do is you need to sign up to our Patreon. It's only £3 a month. There is so much content on the Patreon which you will not see on YouTube. Everybody on Patreon gets it first.
And loves it.
And loves it.
Guys, if you're a subscriber to Patreon and in the chat now, hit us a fire emoji in the chat.
Yeah, big shout out to all the Patreon massive. Give us some flames or some explosions in the chat. So if you sign up to Patreon this week for the first time and pay your $3.33 for all the exclusive content, you will go into a competition to win one of 10 of these books. New Age Blood Libel, The Devil in Houston by D.R. Gora. a personal account of demonic possession, ritual satanic abuse to do with the elites. It's even got a whole chapter about Al Gore. We need to check this book out. I haven't read it yet. I'm very excited to read it. We've been sent this, one of the first podcasts to get our hands on it. So once again, sign up to our Patreon. Here is the QR code, because we'll be broadcast. I think on Wednesday night. I'll tell you what. This Wednesday night, I'm going to be broadcasting some classic Rise Above, episode 5, which is not available on YouTube anymore, from back in the days in 2020.
Oh my God, it's going to be fucking cringe, man.
It'll be about 5 or 6 hours long.
That is going to be cringe.
Yeah, well, I think we're on episode 5 or 6 now. So yeah, sign up to Peasantron. We'll see you guys next week. And don't forget, you can also get tickets for the Rise Above Weekender, which is coming up in March the 8th. And I think that's me and Andy PG pretty much done for this evening.
Word. We'll see you on the other side of the cube.
See you on the other side of the cube, comrades.
I read a report, 33 million people in Britain are mentally ill. No, they're not.
The world is a wonderful place with lots of things to see and lots of things to touch and lots of things to smell and lots of things to taste. But there are some things that can make you sick, called poison.
Oh my, not a full-on danger alert, but there does appear to be an alarming increase in children mistaking medicine for candy.
Poison. 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 Poison dart. Straight to the heart, mate. Now a sound boy won't partake. It's not a game. In no arcade, I shoot like a cupid. I'm causing them heartache. Cry me a river like your last day. I was a sinner, but that's in the past, mate. We don't talk no more. What's going on now? You never want to parlay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No one mentioned, no one named. And I move on the track like a high-speed train that is never derailed by leaf no rain. Relentless on a long campaign. Darts of fire with a pinpoint aim. My MET-HOD of delivery to bring you the pain. Poison dart, straight to the heart. And this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oma Beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the ends of the start. Poison dart, straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And above so below, the first shall be last. Poison. 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 Darts might tear through armored plates. Accelerator alarming race. And wipe a smile off a charming face. Then stop the war by disarming states. Like whoa. Who broke the ceasefire? Grab the mic lead and choke the town crier. No matter what transpire, I slice through beef just like cheese wire. Rain on them with a heavy artillery. Painstaking workplace, sick as delivery. Leaving them seeking a seizure, bulging veins, bust up capillaries. Enter the bloodstream intravenously. Rhyme schemes invade you seamlessly. No vaccine, conveniently. Fatalities are occurring frequently. Poison dart, straight to the heart. And this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oma Beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the ends of the start. Poison dart, straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And above so below, the first shall be last. Poisonous, new forms more lethal. Evil spawn infects more people. They write the law, so it's legal. The poison dart is a nurse's needle. Shot first from a GP's pen. Chosen first from the DSM. The target, women, children and men. So there's a remedy for defense. The reality gets much worse. Sick minds no less than perverse. They pay in the vaccine to fatten the purse. 6 months before the outbreaks rehearse. Think about it. Let's make things clear. Inside the mind's the final frontier. Our demise has been engineered, so seek the truth or succumb to the fear. Poisoned darts, straight to the heart. And this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oma Beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the end to the start. Poisoned darts, straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. Of above or below, the first shall be last.
Stop. Ask first. Reports of a plane crash in the World Trade Center in New York.
Outside Liverpool Street Station.
11 people have been confirmed dead in an attack on the controversial French satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo. 5 people are in critical condition.
Have been killed in Paris and more than 200 are injured in a series of attacks across the city.
There have been 2 explosions at Brussels Airport and a blast at the city centre metro station.
It's double L, you've heard of me. The flow's poison, liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse this beat. I let it moisten before surgery. Guilty in charge, repeat offender. For revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data. Success or defeat, or retreat or surrender. And I can't let go. Killer artist Charlie Hebdo. That's a false flag, actors in tow. And the blame Islam for the media show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen. Could it be baited these global pagans? These traitors feed off people hating. So nothing's changed. Guilty in charge, repeat offense. Fire in the court. My arse is back on the bench. The prosecution speaks my offensive views on my former defense. So hence, saw the wheat from the chat. The covert conflicts, rearranged maps. Government funded, hidden bloodbath. There is misinformation, way off the graph. So seek out multiple sources. Be beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds off courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. And operate in a lawless state. The internet's like an open gateway. I gain knowledge at raucous rates that I disseminate with flawless pace. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction.
Not really free your mind, it's free yourself from mind. That's why society is structured to completely engross us in things to occupy our mind. Open your mind.
There's a war going on through our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoving shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that, or anything on a big screen that's flat. Distractions come in many formats. Time is one thing you never claw back. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in a chain reaction. Playing GTA, well, you're flushing the focus away. I'm cruising through this breathing illusion. Why do I need your game to play? This is real, are you feeling me? It's all vice in the city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller when I bust a verbal soliloquy. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction. There's no need for a power up. I discharge my aura, climb a mountain, cross a border, attack an all in a mind explorer. I want a PSC, a teleporter, to a land with no structural order. No distractions from warring factions, leading people like lambs in the slaughter. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in a chain reaction. See me? I write about issues. You wipe joy pads with tissues. Unconsciously moving along while your awareness is stuck in situ. But your mind is a major misuse. You're online, settling disputes. In a deathmatch, throwing a smoke grenade. I'm in a sound clash, smoking big suits. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction.
Asleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Asleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
It's like this. You walk around with your eyes shut. Oblivious to the truth, you don't know what's up. It's like a dreamscape, but in a waking state, you're all plugged in. There's no need to concentrate. Are you asleep or are you awake? This is the density where your body holds weight. The computer program, you've all got to break. This is important shit, man. Your lives are at stake. I won't bow to reptilian minions, masters of the matrix, controlling the billions. The clock's ticking, raising the stakes up, waiting for the day that the human race wakes up. When I woke up, I opened my eyes. Now I see clearly through the deceit and lies. To my surprise, the world is an illusion, a closely knit web designed for confusion.
Awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. And awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Run this, fam. Ain't fucking about anymore, fam. It's fucking high time these pussies listen, man. Yo, hey yo, it's high time. Stop living life blind. The further you fall, yo, the higher I climb. If your feet stop fast, you're in the firing line. It's hard to stand up when you got no spine. Fucking slobs, your legs are like jelly. Your soul's been sucked up straight through the telly. Don't believe what you see on the screens, cause the world that we live in is not quite what it seems. Fucking parasites, they breach every one of our human rights. They think it's pocket change, playing games with people's lives. These are the people who are supposed to revive a nation built on jealousy, greed, anger and lies. Yo, the biggest influence of life has to be greed. Everybody buying shit that they don't really need. You better follow the fashion, keep up to the speed. Fatten up that monster you continue to feed. Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
I read it every day, yeah. I read it every day. I read it every day, yeah. I read it every day.
If we free our minds, then the rest will follow. Living on today on the time that is borrowed. I feel it in my blood, feel it in my bone marrow. The grim man's come to reap among the shadows of our former selves. Production of the media, religion and wealth. Hysteria, they're feeding us around on our house. Swine flu with the vaccine flying off shelves. It's apparent to me, we're being taken for fools. More I open my eyes, the more I see it for sure. And you gotta be wise, life is ever so cruel. So I'm gonna live mine by my own set of rules. So fuck what they say now, fuck what you see. Fuck all that bullshit they put on TV. In a world that's obsessed with the paparazzi, you're the only one who can set yourself free.
And awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality. And awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.
Yeah, for all the dilly ass fuckers out there, this one's for you. I see you talking, but nothing's coming out. From the flourish of a seed, one make to believe everything we hear on radio, what's on TV, feasibly, easily joined by media makeup. Societies of blood in a comedy can't wake up. It's time to break up this network of lies. I delved a little deeper, then I start to realize the sin is all around me like the devil in disguise. Let me wake you from your slumber, let me open up your eyes. So you sit down in front of the flat screen, you blaze up and then you kick back lean. Subliminally joining just like a crack thing. Next thing you're down a clinic, Botox and HP, and you didn't even want it in the first place. That's your first taste of your first disgrace. You can get burnt away from what you heard today, or war with the guts, so turn or stay.
Sleep and awake at the same time. Relieve yourself from your conscious mind. You're the only one who can set yourself free. Put it all together now or be lost in reality.